Amanda Sullivan knelt in the snow, her gloved fingers tracing the edge of a footprint that shouldn't exist. The depression in the crystalline surface measured nearly 18 inches from heel to toe, far too large for any human. But what made her breath catch in her throat wasn't the size. It was the way the print seemed to shift as she examined it, the ridges and contours appearing to reconfigure themselves in her peripheral vision, as if the snow itself was struggling to remember what shape had pressed into it. She'd been a ranger in the Superior National Forest for 11 years, long enough to know every predator track, every snow formation, every optical illusion these woods could conjure. This was none of those things. The thermometer clipped to her pack read -8 degrees Fahrenheit, but Amanda felt colder than the mercury suggested. It was the kind of cold that seemed to originate from inside her chest and radiate outward, meeting the December air in an uncomfortable synchronicity. She recognized the sensation, had felt it before, 6 years ago, when she'd found what remained of her partner, David Kowalski, scattered across a ravine after he'd missed an anchor point during a technical rescue. The cold of that day had never quite left her, living somewhere between her ribs like a malignant thing. The footprint led northeast, deeper into the Boundary Waters wilderness, toward the area where Brittany Spencer had been conducting her solo patrol 72 hours ago. Amanda stood, her knees protesting the movement. She was 38 now, not the fresh-faced recruit who'd believed she could save everyone. Her dark hair, pulled back in a tight braid, showed threads of premature gray at the temples. The scar above her left eyebrow, courtesy of a panicked elk, had faded to a thin white line that became more prominent when she was tired or stressed. Right now, it felt like it was glowing. She keyed the radio on her shoulder. Sullivan to base. I'm at the coordinates where Spencer's last GPS ping originated. Found tracks, proceeding northeast on what appears to be her trail. Static answered her. Not unusual. The Boundary Waters region was notorious for dead zones, especially in winter when atmospheric conditions played havoc with radio waves. Her Garmin GPS unit showed 5 bars at least. Small comfort. Amanda had known Brittany Spencer for only 3 months. The younger ranger had transferred from Theodore Roosevelt National Park in North Dakota, eager for a challenge, she'd said. 26 years old, compact and efficient, with the kind of earnest enthusiasm that Amanda had lost somewhere along the way. Brittany had asked her about the Boundary Waters history during their first patrol together, scribbling notes in a worn moleskin notebook she kept in her breast pocket. The Ojibwe have stories about these woods, Brittany had said, her breath misting in the October air, about things that hunt here, spirits that take on the worst aspects of winter itself. Amanda had dismissed it as the romantic fascination of someone new to the region. Now, staring at the impossible footprint, she wondered if dismissal had been premature. The tracks continued in a surprisingly straight line through the pine forest, weaving between the skeletal birch trees with their papery white bark. Every 30 feet or so, Amanda found another print, but they weren't consistent. Some measured 18 inches. Others were barely larger than her own size 8 boots. In one location, she found a cluster of prints that seemed to spiral around a massive white pine, increasing in size with each revolution, as if whatever made them was growing as it circled. Her mouth tasted of copper and old fear. The forest here felt wrong. Amanda had developed an instinct over the years for recognizing when an ecosystem was in balance versus when something had disrupted the natural order. The Boundary Waters in winter was supposed to be quiet, not silent but muted, with the occasional call of a raven or the crack of ice on one of the 1,000 lakes. This was different. This was the absence of sound, as if every living thing had abandoned this particular stretch of woods. She found Brittany's first campsite just before noon. The tent was still standing, which was odd. If Brittany had left voluntarily, she would have packed it. If she'd been attacked by a bear or wolves, unlikely in December but not impossible, the tent would show damage. Instead, it stood pristine in a small clearing, the fly pulled taut, the stakes driven deep into the frozen ground. Amanda approached cautiously, calling out, "Brittany, it's Sullivan. If you're hurt, I'm here to help." Nothing. The tent's zipper was pulled tight. Amanda crouched beside it, noting the disturbed snow around the entrance. More of those impossible tracks, these ones smaller, more human-sized. She worked the zipper with numb fingers. The interior was chaos. Brittany's sleeping bag had been shredded, the synthetic fill scattered across the tent floor like snow. Her supplies, a camp stove, water bottles, MREs, were scattered and crushed. The collapsible aluminum tent poles had been bent into impossible angles, the metal creased in ways that would require tremendous force. But it was the notebook that stopped Amanda cold. Brittany's moleskin lay open in the center of the tent, its pages covered in frantic handwriting that degraded from neat block letters to illegible scrawl. Amanda picked it up carefully, her headlamp illuminating the words. Day 1. Found the hiking party's abandoned campsite. 3 tents, supplies intact, but no sign of the hikers. GPS shows they were headed to Curtain Falls, following their trail. Day 2. The trail doesn't make sense. The tracks double back, cross over themselves, loop in circles. Found boot prints in the snow that appear and disappear. Weather clear, but temperature dropping faster than forecast predicted. Down to 15-degree farms. Radio won't connect to base. GPS working intermittently. Something followed me back to camp last night. Heard it circling. Couldn't see it. Too fast. Breathing pattern wrong. Too long between breaths, like minutes instead of seconds. The handwriting changed here, becoming more erratic. Day 3. Can't tell time anymore. Sun wrong. Shadows wrong. The tracks around my tent this morning were mine. My boots, my gait. But I never left the tent. I know I didn't. The trees are closer than yesterday. I measured the distance to the nearest pine, 73 feet. Now it's 45 feet. Trees don't move. Trees don't move. Trees don't move. The final entry was barely readable, pressed so hard into the paper that it had torn through in places. It knows my name. Says it with David's voice. Says it the way he said it when he was falling. I can hear the wind whistling past him in the words, but David is dead. David has been dead. How does it know about David? How does it know what dying sounds like in his throat? I need to go north. It wants me to go north. I don't want to go north. I'm going north. Amanda's hands shook, not from the cold. She photographed the pages with her digital camera, a chunky Canon from 2008 that still used SD cards. The flash seemed obscenely bright in the tent's confines. She tucked the notebook into her pack, along with what remained of Brittany's identification and radio. Outside, the tracks continued north. Amanda knew the terrain. North from here led deeper into the wilderness, toward a section of the boundary waters that most rangers avoided even in summer. The area had a reputation. Too many disappearances over the years. Most of them chalked up to exposure or falls or the 1,000 dangers that came with remote wilderness. But there were stories among the rangers, shared in low voices during the long winter nights at the station. Stories about the Bayfield Peninsula incident in 1997. About the Morrison family found frozen in their cabin despite a working wood stove. About the trapper who'd staggered out of the woods in 1954, weighing 60 pounds less than when he'd gone in, unable to stop eating even as his stomach ruptured. Wendigo. That was the Ojibwe word. Wendigo in the anglicized version that white settlers had adopted and mangled. An evil spirit of winter and starvation, a cannibal entity that was always hungry, always cold, always hunting. Amanda didn't believe in spirits. She believed in hypothermia and starvation-induced psychosis and the very human capacity for violence. But standing in the clearing with Brittany's destroyed campsite behind her, she found her certainty wavering. The radio crackled suddenly, making her jump. "Levin, Sullivan, do you—" She grabbed for it. "Base, this is Sullivan. I'm at Spencer's campsite. Tent is abandoned. Found her journal. She headed north toward—" Static swallowed her words. Then through the white noise she heard something that made her blood crystallize. Amanda. Her name, spoken in David Kowalski's voice. The same lilting Chicago accent. The same slight rasp from years of smoking Marlboros that he'd quit 3 years before he died. "Amanda, it's so cold where I am." She dropped the radio. It landed in the snow, still transmitting. You could have saved me, Amanda. Why didn't you check my anchor? You always checked. Why not that day? You're not real, Amanda whispered. David is dead. Dead but not gone. Not gone where I am. Where it's cold and hungry and the trees have eyes. She picked up the radio with shaking hands and turned it off. The silence that followed was worse than the voice. Get it together, Sullivan. Shock, stress, your mind playing tricks. Brittany wrote about this. It uses voices. It uses fear. But how did it know about David? That detail had never been in any report, never discussed with anyone. Only she knew that she'd been distracted that day, that she'd skipped her usual double check of his anchor setup because they'd been arguing about something stupid, what they were having for dinner of all things. Only she carried that particular guilt. Amanda forced herself to breathe, to think methodically. She had supplies for 3 days. She could follow Brittany's trail for another 4 hours, then set up camp and reassess in the morning. The smart move would be to head back, get a full SR team mobilized. But something in Brittany's journal entries suggested time was critical. The progression from rational to irrational had happened in just 3 days. If Brittany was still alive, and that was becoming a grimmer if by the hour, she might not have 3 days. The tracks led north. Amanda followed. The forest changed as she walked, subtle at first, the spacing of the trees, the angle of the shadows. Then more obvious. The pine trees gave way to birch groves that shouldn't exist at this elevation. The snow depth varied wildly, from ankle deep to waist deep within the span of a few feet, despite the uniform terrain. Her GPS started showing impossible readings, coordinates that would place her 2 miles east, then 3 miles west, then back at her starting point, even though she'd been walking in a straight line for an hour. She found Brittany's second campsite at 14:30 hours according to her watch. Though the light suggested either dawn or dusk, she couldn't tell which. This camp showed signs of a hasty departure. The tent was partially collapsed, gear scattered in a wide radius. Amanda found Brittany's ranger jacket caught on a low branch, its patches torn, the Forest Service logo shredded. And in the snow, written in what might have been a stick or might have been a finger, a single word repeated over and over in a spiral pattern. Hungry, 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 hungry. The letters were 3 feet tall. The spiral was 20 feet in diameter. Amanda calculated how long it would take to write that much text in frozen snow. Hours. It would take hours. She found more tracks. Human-sized now, barefoot, the toes spread unnaturally wide, and mixed among them, deer tracks. Dozens of them, all converging on a single point deeper in the forest. The wind picked up, carrying a sound that might have been screaming or might have been the creak of old ice. Amanda's headlamp flickered. The batteries were fresh. She'd changed them that morning. But the beam grew weaker, yellower, until she was moving through a tunnel of amber light in an ocean of darkness. She found the deer at 1600 hours. There were 11 of them, arranged in a perfect circle around a massive oak tree. Each deer had been opened from throat to belly, the incisions surgically precise. The organs were missing. The blood had crystallized in the extreme cold, creating frozen splatter patterns that defied physics, arcing upward instead of falling down, hanging in the air like crimson icicles. The deer were still alive. Amanda watched, unable to process what she was seeing as one of them blinked. Its chest rose and fell slowly. Breath misted from its nostrils. It should have been dead minutes after the first cut. Blood loss alone should have killed it. But here it was, its dark eye rolling to focus on her with an expression that might have been pleading. She raised her pistol, a Glock 22 that felt inadequate suddenly, and fired a mercy shot. The deer's head snapped back. The other 10 turned to look at her in perfect unison. Then they stood up. The opened bodies moved as if strings were pulling them, jerky and wrong. They didn't walk so much as pivot on their legs, rotating to face her fully. The wounds in their chests leaked nothing. The hanging blood icicles chimed against each other like wind chimes. Amanda ran, She crashed through the underbrush, her pack slamming against her spine, her breath coming in ragged gasps that burned her lungs. Behind her, she could hear the deer following. Not the thunder of hooves, but a wet dragging sound as if they were pulling themselves across the ground. The forest had become a maze. Trees appeared where there had been clear paths seconds before. The ground tilted at impossible angles. She fell, tasted blood, got up, kept running. She burst into a clearing and stopped. Brittany Spencer stood in the center of the space, or what had been Brittany Spencer. The younger ranger was skeletal, her uniform hanging off a frame that seemed to have lost 50 pounds in 3 days. Her skin was the color of old snow, stretched tight over bones that jutted at sharp angles. But she was smiling. That was the worst part. The smile was wide and genuine and completely wrong. "Amanda," Brittany said, and her voice was her own, but also something else, something older and hungrier. "I'm so glad you came. I've been waiting. It's been waiting. We're all waiting." "Brittany, we need to get you out of here. You're hypothermic. You're not thinking clearly." "I'm thinking perfectly clearly. For the first time, actually." Brittany took a step forward, and Amanda saw that her feet were bare, blackened with frostbite. "It showed me things, Amanda. Showed me what we really are. Just meat. Just hunger wearing a human shape. We pretend we're better than the animals, but we're not. We're worse. We know we're going to die, and we pretend we don't. We build houses and families and careers like they'll protect us from the cold. But the cold gets in eventually. The cold always gets in. That's the exposure talking, the hypothermia. Come on, we'll get you warm." "I am warm." Brittany's scream was inhuman, a sound that belonged in a slaughterhouse. "I'm warmer than I've ever been. It burns inside me. It burns, and I'm still so hungry." She lunged. Amanda fired 3 times, center mass the way she'd been trained. Brittany staggered but didn't fall. The holes in her uniform leaked something dark that steamed in the cold air. "You can't kill what's already been consumed," Brittany said, and her jaw unhinged like a snake's, opening far wider than should be possible. Inside her mouth, Amanda saw not teeth but ice, jagged crystalline formations that glittered in the dimming light. Amanda turned and ran again, back into the forest, Brittany's laughter following her like a physical thing. She ran until her legs gave out, until she collapsed in the snow, her lungs screaming for air that didn't seem to contain any oxygen. The world spun. Her headlamp had died completely. The only light came from the moon, full and impossibly large, close enough that she could see the craters in detail usually visible only through a telescope. The trees around her were wrong. She was certain of that now. They were too tall, their branches reaching down instead of up, their bark moving with what might have been breathing. And in the spaces between the trees, shadows that didn't align with any light source. "Hello, Amanda." David's voice again, but this time he was standing in front of her. Exactly as she remembered him. Curly red hair, freckled face, the gap between his front teeth that he'd always been self-conscious about. He wore the same blue jacket he'd been wearing the day he fell. "You're not real," she said, but the words came out as a sob. "Does it matter?" David crouched beside her, and she could smell his cologne. Polo blue, he'd worn it every day. "Real or not real, I'm here. And you're dying, Amanda. Hypothermia is setting in. Your core temperature has dropped below 95 degrees. In another hour, you won't be able to move. In 2 hours, your heart will stop. I have supplies. I can make a fire. No, you can't. Look at your hands." She looked. Her gloves were gone. She didn't remember taking them off. Her fingers were white, then purple at the tips. Frostbite. Advanced frostbite. When had that happened? "You're going to die out here," David said gently. "Just like I did. Just like Brittany did. Just like everyone who comes here eventually does. The cold takes us all." "What are you?" The question came out as a whisper. David smiled, but it wasn't David's smile. It was too wide, too full of teeth. "Names matter. The Ojibwe knew that. Names have power. But I've been called many things. Windigo, Wichtiko, Achin, the spirit of winter, the Wendigo. I am hunger that cannot be satisfied. I am cold that cannot be warmed. I am the truth beneath all your comfortable lies, that you are alone and afraid, and the universe doesn't care if you live or die." As he spoke, David's form began to change. Or maybe Amanda's perception was changing, her dying brain finally seeing what had been there all along. The human shape collapsed inward like a negative space, revealing something underneath. Something tall and thin, with limbs that bent in too many places. Antlers or branches sprouted from where a head should be. The smell of carrion and old ice filled the air. I offered Brittany a choice, and the thing said in a voice like cracking ice, "I offer you the same. Surrender to me completely, become my vessel, hunt with me, feed with me, or die here in the snow, alone and forgotten." Amanda's thoughts moved sluggishly. She was cold, so cold, and hungry actually. When had she last eaten? She couldn't remember. The hunger was a living thing inside her, gnawing at her stomach, at her reason. It would be so easy to say yes, to stop fighting, to let the cold in all the way. She thought of David, the real David, not this thing wearing his face. She thought of the last thing he'd said to her, falling through space toward the rocks below. "Not your fault." He'd known. Even in those final seconds, he'd known she would blame herself, and he'd tried to absolve her. She thought of Brittany, so eager and alive, writing in her notebook about the history of these woods. She thought of all the people the Wendigo had taken over the years, all the families left waiting, wondering. "No," Amanda said. The Wendigo tilted its head, the antlers scraping against the sky. "No? No," she said again, stronger now. "I'm not yours. I'm not food. I'm not an empty thing for you to fill." The temperature dropped. Amanda's breath stopped misting because it was too cold even for that. The snow beneath her began to crack and split, revealing something underneath. Not earth, but more cold, an infinite well of it stretching down forever. "Then you'll die," the Wendigo said simply. "Maybe," Amanda said, "but I'll die as me." She reached into her pack with numb fingers, finding the one item she'd brought on instinct, a small leather pouch her grandmother had given her years ago. Ojibwe, her grandmother had been, though she'd married white and moved away from the reservation. She'd told Amanda stories about the woods, about the old ways, about protection. "Tobacco," her grandmother had said. "Always carry tobacco, an offering, a sign of respect." Amanda's fingers closed on the pouch. She pulled it out, scattered the dried leaves in a circle around her. The Wendigo hissed, a sound like steam escaping from cracked ice. "You think that will save you?" "No," Amanda said. "But it's respect. It's acknowledgement. You're part of this place, part of the cycle. I respect that, but I won't feed you." The Wendigo stared at her with eyes that were not eyes, considering. Then it laughed, a sound like trees splitting in a deep freeze. "You're brave," it said. "Or stupid. They're often the same thing." "Very well, Amanda Sullivan. You may go. This time. But I am always here. Always hungry. And next time you come to my woods, next time you're cold and alone and afraid, I will remember you. And I will ask again." It stepped backward into the shadows between the trees and was gone. The forest normalized around her, or maybe Amanda's perception normalized. Either way, she could suddenly see her headlamp working again, could see a trail marker she recognized, could see the GPS reading something sensible. She was 3 miles from the Western Ranger Station. It took her 4 hours to walk it. By the time she staggered into the station, both hands and feet were dangerously frostbitten. The rangers on duty rushed her inside, called for a medevac, wrapped her in warming blankets. "Spencer?" she asked through chattering teeth. The senior ranger, Tom Morrison, shook his head. "No sign. We're mounting a full search at first light." They wouldn't find her. Amanda knew that. Brittany was part of the woods now, part of the cold. They life-flighted Amanda to Duluth. She lost 3 toes on her left foot and 2 fingers on her right hand to frostbite. The doctors called it a miracle she survived. Severe hypothermia, they said. Core temperature of 89 degrees when she arrived. Another hour, and she would have been dead. She spent 2 weeks in the hospital. During that time, search teams combed the area where she'd been found. They discovered no trace of Brittany Spencer, no abandoned campsites, no circles of mutilated deer. The forest had swallowed the evidence, or had never generated it in the first place. Amanda's camera had malfunctioned, they told her. The SD card was corrupted. No photos, no proof. Brittany's family held a memorial service. Amanda attended, standing in the back, unable to explain what had really happened. How could she? She barely believed it herself. Her psych evaluation before return to duty flagged her for extended leave. Trauma response, they called it. PTSD from the search. Hallucinations brought on by hypothermia. Maybe they were right. Amanda returned to the Superior National Forest 3 months later, cleared for limited duty. She requested a transfer away from the Boundary Waters region. The request was granted. She worked the southern sections now, where the woods felt normal, where the cold was just cold. But sometimes on the clearest winter nights when the temperature dropped below zero, Amanda would step outside her cabin and look north. And she would hear it, faint and far away, but unmistakable, the sound of something moving through the trees, the sound of hunger that never stopped. She kept the tobacco pouch with her always, an offering, a sign of respect. And she never ever went north. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened to Brittany.
The Roosevelt elk population data made no sense. Lauren Mitchell had been staring at the spreadsheet for 20 minutes, cross-referencing GPS collar readings with her field observations from the past 6 weeks, and the numbers refused to reconcile with any ecological model she knew. 37 tagged animals, Roosevelt elk, black-tailed deer, even the resident black bears, had systematically avoided a 12-square-mile section of the Hoh rainforest since late September. Not gradually, as temperature or food availability might dictate, abruptly, as if someone had drawn an invisible perimeter, and every creature with functioning instincts had decided simultaneously that crossing it meant death. She rubbed her eyes beneath her wire-rimmed glasses, the kind of utilitarian frames that said she cared more about data than appearance. At 34, Lauren had built her career on rational explanations, on the measurable and provable. Wildlife biologist for Olympic National Park meant understanding animal behavior through the lens of science, migration patterns, predation pressure, habitat disruption. There was always a reason, always data to explain the inexplicable, except this. The corner of her temporary office, really just a converted storage room in the ranger station at the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center, smelled like old paper and the perpetual dampness that characterized Washington's temperate rainforest. Outside, October rain drummed against the window with the persistence of a metronome. She'd grown accustomed to the sound over the past 3 years, the way it became white noise, almost comforting in its constancy. Today, it felt accusatory, each drop a reminder that she'd been sitting here analyzing data while Austin Crawford remained missing for 72 hours. Austin, 28 years old, barely a year into his ranger position, still carried that eager enthusiasm that most veterans shed after their first brutal winter season. She'd trained him herself, taught him to read topographic maps by feel, to identify Sitka spruce from Douglas fir by bark texture alone. He'd been meticulous about protocols, almost obsessively so, the kind of ranger who logged every detail in his field notebook with near calligraphic precision, which made his disappearance even more disturbing. The official search and rescue operation had been scaled back yesterday. Chief Ranger Donovan had made the call with the grim practicality of someone who'd seen too many searches end in body recovery rather than rescue. They'd covered 40 square miles, deployed K9 units, even brought in a helicopter when the weather briefly cleared. Austin's truck had been found parked at the 5 Mile Island trailhead, keys still in the ignition, his personal backpack undisturbed on the passenger seat. His duty belt, radio, and park-issued Garmin GPS were missing, standard equipment for a routine patrol. But Austin himself had vanished as completely as if the forest had swallowed him whole. Lauren toggled back to the map overlay on her computer, layering Austin's last known position over the wildlife avoidance zone. The correlation was exact. His final GPS ping, logged automatically by the park's tracking system at 14:47 on October 13th, placed him at the northwestern edge of the area where every tagged animal had systematically refused to enter for the past month. She felt something cold settle in her chest. Not fear exactly, but its cerebral cousin. The recognition that her data was suggesting something her training refused to accept. Her office phone rang, startling her. The old landline, not her cell. She picked up on the third ring. "Mitchell. Lauren, it's Donovan." The chief ranger's voice carried the weight of too many sleepless nights. "I need you to come down to my office. There's someone here who wants to talk about Austin." "Who?" "His grandmother. She drove up from Portland this morning." Lauren checked her watch. 16:23. She'd been staring at the data for 3 hours without realizing it. "I'll be right there." The main ranger station occupied a log structure that smelled perpetually of coffee and wet wool. Lauren found Chief Ranger Donovan in his office with an elderly woman who looked carved from darker, older wood than the building itself. She wore a long black coat despite the indoor heating, her silver hair pulled into a severe bun, her face mapped with lines that spoke of harder years than the Pacific Northwest typically demanded. "Dr. Mitchell, this is Elena Crawford," Donovan said, gesturing to a chair. "Austin's grandmother." "Mrs. Crawford." Lauren sat, noting how the woman's eyes, pale blue, almost colorless, tracked her with an intensity that felt inappropriate for a grieving relative. "I'm so sorry about Austin. He was an excellent ranger. He's not lost," Elena interrupted, her accent thick, Eastern European, Romanian maybe. "He is taken." An uncomfortable silence filled the room. Donovan shifted in his chair. "Mrs. Crawford believes there may be circumstances we haven't considered," he said carefully, in the tone of someone humoring a distraught family member while trying to maintain professional courtesy. "What circumstances?" Lauren asked, directing the question to Elena. The old woman leaned forward, her weathered hands folding atop the polished wood of Donovan's desk. "Austin's mother, my daughter. She married American man, moved here when Austin was baby. But Austin, he was born in Romania in Hunedoara County. He lived there until he was 3, and I tell him stories, old stories, stories his mother she want to forget." "What kind of stories?" "About things that walk in dark forests, things that hunt, things that..." She paused, choosing her words with the precision of someone thinking in a second language. "That are not natural." Lauren felt the rational part of her brain preparing to dismiss this as grief-induced superstition, but something stopped her. That cold sensation from earlier, the one triggered by the wildlife data, intensified. "Mrs. Crawford, Austin disappeared during a routine patrol. There's no evidence of..." "You find his radio?" Eleanor asked. "No." "His GPS machine?" "No." "What you find exactly?" Lauren glanced at Donovan, who gave a small nod. "His truck, his personal belongings. His last GPS signal placed him near the 5 Mile Island area, but we haven't found any physical trace of him since. No footprints, no broken branches, no signs of struggle. The search teams found some boot prints matching Austin's patrol boots near an old logging road about a quarter mile from his last position. But the trail went cold. Literally. The prints just stopped." Elena's face remained impassive, but something in her eyes shifted. "When my grandson, when he visited me last month in Portland, I tell him something. I tell him about the old settlement in those forests, the Romanian settlement from 1890s, loggers. They come to Washington from Eastern Europe, many from Hunedora, from my region. They bring old ways, old beliefs, and old things followed them. What things? Lauren asked, unable to keep the skepticism entirely from her voice. Strigoi, Eleanor said simply. The word hung in the air like smoke. Lauren had heard it before, vaguely, in the context of vampire folklore, but the popular culture version, capes and fangs and Gothic castles, seemed absurd in the context of the Pacific Northwest's ancient rainforests. "You're talking about vampires?" she said, unable to mask her incredulity. "No." Elena's voice sharpened. "Not the Hollywood monsters. Strigoi is different. In old country, Strigoi is person who dies wrong way. Violent death, suicide, without proper burial rites. The soul, it does not rest. It returns, not as stupid corpse that drinks blood, as something intelligent, something that remembers being human but is no longer human. It hunts those who violate its territory, who disturb its rest." Donovan cleared his throat. "Mrs. Crawford, while we appreciate you coming all this way—" "Austin tell me he finds something," Elena continued, ignoring him. "3 weeks ago he call me. He say he discover old graves in forest during survey work. Very old graves unmarked. He take photographs, send them to me on his phone. I tell him, do not disturb them, leave that place alone. But Austin, he is scientist like you, Dr. Mitchell. He want to understand. He want to document. He sends soil samples to university. He make detailed maps." Lauren felt her pulse accelerate. "Do you still have those photographs?" Elena withdrew an old smartphone from her coat pocket, navigated with the laborious care of someone unfamiliar with the technology, and handed it to Lauren. The screen showed a series of images, weathered wooden crosses, barely visible beneath decades of moss and fern growth. Depressions in the earth, suggesting collapsed graves. One photograph captured a clearer marker, the wood carved with words in Romanian, and what might have been a symbol, 2 intersecting lines forming an X within a circle. "This symbol," Elena tapped the screen, "it is protection mark. We carve it on graves of those who might become Strigoi. It is meant to keep them in earth, to prevent the soul from rising. But if someone disturbs the grave, breaks the symbol, removes protective items we bury with body—" She trailed off meaningfully. "What items?" Lauren heard herself ask, drawn in despite her instinct to dismiss this as folklore. Iron nails, garlic beneath tongue, thorns wrapped in red cloth and placed over heart. If these are removed, if grave is violated, the Strigoi can rise. And once risen, it hunts in territory it claimed in life. It appears as shadow, as animal, sometimes as person the victim trusts. It does not kill immediately. It plays with prey, makes them lose their way, makes them see things, hear things, until they are so lost and so terrified that their soul becomes confused, becomes vulnerable. Then it takes them. The rain outside intensified, hammering against the window with renewed violence. Lauren looked at the photographs again, zooming in on the protective symbol. Her scientific training screamed that this was coincidence, superstition, the desperate attempt of a grieving grandmother to impose narrative on random tragedy. But the wildlife data wouldn't leave her mind. 37 animals, avoiding a specific area with no ecological explanation. An area that apparently contained an old Romanian cemetery that Austin had been investigating. "Where exactly did Austin find these graves?" she asked. Elena looked directly at her. "He sent me coordinates in one message." She navigated the phone again, showed Lauren a text message timestamp from September 18th, 47 tont 8394 degree N, 124.0521 degree W. Lauren committed the numbers to memory. They were inside the wildlife avoidance zone. "Mrs. Crawford, thank you for bringing this to our attention," Donovan said, standing in the universal signal that the meeting was concluded. We'll certainly take this information into consideration. After Elena had been escorted out by one of the junior rangers, Donovan turned to Lauren with an expression that mixed embarrassment and pity. "Poor woman," he said. "Grief does strange things to people." "Those coordinates," Lauren said, "they're in the area I've been monitoring, the section where wildlife behavior has been anomalous." "What do you mean, anomalous?" She explained the data, the systematic avoidance, the timeline that coincided roughly with when Austin would have begun his survey work. Donovan listened with increasing skepticism. "Wildlife avoid areas for lots of reasons," he said finally. "Predator scent, toxic plants, geological instability. Just because we can't immediately explain it doesn't mean we start entertaining supernatural explanations." "I'm not entertaining anything. I'm saying there's a correlation worth investigating. The official search has been called off, Lauren. If you want to continue on your own time, as long as you follow proper safety protocols, that's your prerogative. But don't expect park resources for a wild goose chase based on a grieving grandmother's folk tales." Lauren stood. "I'm going to check those coordinates tomorrow morning. Full safety protocol. I'll log my route with dispatch and carry emergency beacon. Take someone with you. Everyone else is still recovering from 3 days of intensive search. I'll be fine." She left before he could argue further. That night, in her small rental cabin 3 miles from the visitor center, Lauren couldn't sleep. She lay in the darkness, listening to rain attack the roof, thinking about Austin's meticulous nature, his careful documentation, his respect for protocols. He wouldn't have gotten lost. Not in an area he'd been surveying for weeks. Not without calling for help if something went wrong. Around 2 a.m., she gave up on sleep and opened her laptop, searching for information on Romanian folklore, on Strigoi specifically. Most results were predictably useless, pop culture nonsense about Dracula and Gothic horror. But she found a few academic sources, anthropological studies of Eastern European folk beliefs, scholarly papers on death rituals in pre-Christian Romanian culture. The consistent elements were disturbing. Strigoi were not mindless monsters, but retained the intelligence and cunning of their human lives. They could shapeshift, taking forms of animals or appearing as people the victim knew. They hunted within specific territories, particularly forests they'd claimed through burial or violent death. They fed not on blood, but on life force, on the slow terror and confusion of their victims. And they were patient, methodical hunters who could stalk prey for days or weeks, isolating them, driving them mad before the final taking. One passage from a 1923 anthropological study caught her attention. The Strigoi is known to create zones of silence within its hunting grounds, areas where even animals refuse to enter, where the natural order seems subtly wrong. Locals report feelings of disorientation, of being watched, of sounds that should not exist. The forest itself appears to change, to become a labyrinth designed by malevolent intelligence. Lauren closed the laptop, her hands trembling slightly. She was a scientist. She didn't believe in supernatural entities, but she believed in data, and her data was telling her that something in that 12-square-mile section of the Hoh rainforest was fundamentally wrong. She needed to see those graves. The next morning dawned grey and cold, the rain temporarily suspended, but the sky promising it would return. Lauren filled out the proper forms with dispatch, marking her route on the park's logging system. 5 Mile Island trailhead to the coordinates Elena had provided, roughly 4 miles into the rainforest, along an old logging road that had been abandoned since the 1960s. She packed methodically. Garmin GPS unit, backup compass, satellite phone, emergency beacon, first aid kit, 2 days' worth of food and water, though she planned to be back before nightfall. Her duty belt carried park radio, bear spray, and the heavy maglite that doubled as a defensive weapon if needed. The forest swallowed her within minutes of leaving the trailhead. The Hoh rainforest deserved its reputation as one of America's last true wilderness areas. Sitka spruce and western hemlock towered 300 feet overhead, their massive trunks wrapped in moss, so thick it looked like green velvet. The undergrowth grew dense and impossibly lush, sword ferns reaching waist-high, devil's club lurking with its spine-covered stems, nurse logs serving as the foundation for entire ecosystems of fungus and sapling trees. Everything dripped with moisture, the air itself seeming to have weight and texture. Lauren had worked in these forests for 3 years and still felt dwarfed by them, made microscopic by their ancient immensity. The trees here predated European contact with the Americas, had stood silent witness to centuries of human drama and tragedy. Walking through them always felt like trespassing in a cathedral built by time itself. She followed the old logging road, now barely discernible beneath decades of reclamation, her GPS tracking the route on its small screen. The forest should have been alive with sound, birdsong, the rustle of small mammals, the distant call of ravens, but it was too quiet. Not silent exactly, but muted, as if the normal soundtrack of the wilderness had been turned down to half volume. After 90 minutes of steady hiking, her GPS indicated she was close to the coordinates. She began scanning the forest floor more carefully, looking for the depressions Elena's photographs had shown, for weathered wooden crosses, for any sign of the old cemetery. She almost missed it. The site occupied a small clearing where the canopy opened enough to allow a shaft of grey daylight. What she'd initially mistaken for natural ground irregularities resolved into deliberate patterns. 20 or more grave-sized depressions arranged in rough rows, each barely visible beneath the forest's reclamation efforts. A few wooden markers remained upright, tilted at odd angles, their surfaces so weathered that any carved inscriptions had long since been eroded away. Lauren approached slowly, her trained eye cataloguing details. This was indeed a cemetery, probably dating from the late 1800s, based on the weathering patterns and the style of the remaining markers. The graves would have originally been outside the forest in a cleared area, but a century of growth had reclaimed the space, turning what had been open ground into part of the deep woods, and someone had been digging here recently. 3 graves showed clear signs of disturbance. The earth had been excavated, not carefully as archaeologists would work, but roughly, urgently. Soil had been piled beside the depressions. One of the old wooden markers lay broken beside its grave, the protective X within circle symbol Elena had mentioned clearly visible despite the wood's decay, now split directly through the center. Lauren's scientific instincts warred with a growing sense of wrongness. This was an archaeological site that should be documented, protected, studied properly. But it had been vandalized, violated in a way that felt deliberately malicious. She pulled out her camera and began photographing everything, making sure to capture the broken marker, the disturbed graves, the arrangement of the site. She was so focused on documentation that she almost didn't notice the smell. It came gradually, seeping into her awareness, something rotten, organic, but not quite like animal decay. It reminded her of the time she discovered a black bear that had been dead for 2 weeks in summer heat, except this smell had a sweeter edge to it, almost cloying, and underneath it, something else, something that made her sinuses burn. She straightened, looking around the clearing. The smell seemed to be coming from the deepest of the disturbed graves, the one farthest from the trail. Against every instinct of self-preservation, Lauren approached it. The grave had been dug deep, at least 6 feet down, the dark earth exposed like a wound in the forest floor. At the bottom, barely visible in the dim light, something gleamed. She knelt at the edge, training her flashlight into the depression. Bones. Human bones, unmistakably. A skull grinned up at her from the disturbed soil, its eye sockets filled with shadow. But what made Lauren's breath catch wasn't the skeleton itself. She'd worked enough wildlife mortality sites to be unfazed by bones. It was what had been done to it. The ribcage had been pried apart, The bones scattered. Iron nails corroded with age lay scattered around the grave. A bundle of what might have once been cloth, now rotted into barely recognizable scraps, lay discarded to one side. Someone had systematically removed the protective burial items Elena had described. Lauren's hands shook as she photographed the scene. This was a crime scene, potentially. Grave desecration at minimum. But something about the methodical nature of the disturbance, the way the iron nails had been carefully removed and placed aside, the way the cloth bundle had been unwrapped. A branch snapped behind her. She spun, flashlight cutting through the green-tinted darkness. Nothing. Just the dense wall of ferns and salal, the moss-wrapped trees standing silent as sentinels. "Hello!" Her voice sounded thin in the muted atmosphere. "Austin!" No response. But she could feel it now, what Elena had described, what the anthropological papers had mentioned, the sensation of being watched. Not by animal eyes. She'd been observed by bears and cougars often enough to recognize that particular prickle of awareness. This was different, more intentional, more intelligent. She needed to leave. Now, Lauren backed away from the graves, keeping her flashlight sweeping the perimeter. She'd documented enough. Donovan needed to see these photos, needed to understand that this site required archaeological investigation and potentially a criminal inquiry. And she needed to be out of these woods before... Her radio crackled to life, making her jump. "Oral. Lauren, do you copy?" The voice was distorted by static, barely intelligible. She grabbed the radio from her belt. "This is Mitchell. I copy. Who is this?" "Lauren, it's Austin." The voice clarified slightly, though still wrong somehow, the cadence off. "I need help. I'm lost. I'm at..." More static. "Can't find my way back, please." Her training kicked in immediately. Lost Ranger, immediate response protocol. "Austin, I'm near the 5 Mile Island area. What's your 20? Can you give me landmarks?" "I don't know. Everything looks the same. The trees..." His voice fractured into electronic noise. "Following me. Lauren, something's following me. Austin, stay calm. Activate your emergency beacon. I can track your signal." "I can't find it. I can't find anything. It took my pack, Lauren. It took..." The transmission dissolved into static and then cut off entirely. Austin, respond!" She switched channels, trying to raise dispatch. "Dispatch, this is Mitchell. I have possible contact with Crawford, requesting immediate SAR reactivation and..." "Dr. Mitchell..." It was Donovan's voice, or something approximating it, but wrong. The words stretched and compressed oddly. "Return to station immediately. Do not..." The signal died. Lauren stared at her radio. The LED display flickered, showing impossible signal strengths, channels that shouldn't exist. And underneath the electronic hiss, she could hear something else. Breathing. Slow. Measured. Watching. She switched the radio off completely and clipped it back to her belt with fingers that had gone numb. The forest around her seemed to have darkened, though her watch showed it was only 13 hours. The canopy hadn't changed, but the quality of light had, as if the day itself was being drained of luminosity. Something moved in her peripheral vision, a shadow slipping between trees, too large to be a deer, too fluid to be human. Lauren ran. The trail should have been easy to follow. She'd marked her route carefully with GPS waypoints every 100 yards, but the forest had changed somehow. Become a maze of identical green corridors where every massive trunk looked like every other massive trunk. Her GPS showed her position, showed the trail that should be 20 yards to her left, but when she pushed through the undergrowth in that direction, she found only more forest, no trail. She stopped, chest heaving, forcing herself to think rationally. Panic kills in the wilderness, she knew this, taught it to volunteers every season. Getting lost wasn't about the forest changing. It was about human perception breaking down under stress, about the brain filling gaps with false patterns, about the way fear could make familiar terrain unrecognizable. except she'd hiked these forests for 3 years. She knew the specific shape of the old-growth Sitka spruce, could identify individual stands by the pattern of nurse logs and the species composition of undergrowth. And this wasn't right. The trees were too close together. The understory was too thick. The very topology of the ground beneath her feet felt wrong, sloping when her map said it should be level. The smell from the grave found her again, that cloying sweetness mixed with rot. It seemed to come from every direction at once, as if the forest itself was exhaling decay. Lauren pulled out her satellite phone, her last reliable link to the outside world. She'd paid for it out of her own pocket after a ranger had died 2 years ago when radio coverage failed in a critical moment. It should work anywhere, any conditions. The screen showed no signal, not weak signal, no signal at all, as if the satellites themselves had stopped existing. That was impossible. She was about to try again when she heard the voice. "Lauren!" It came from behind her, soft, almost gentle. Austin's voice, but not quite, like a recording played at slightly wrong speed. She turned slowly. Austin Crawford stood 30 feet away, partially obscured by a massive western red cedar. He wore his ranger uniform, looked exactly as she remembered him. Sandy brown hair, the slight gap between his front teeth visible when he smiled, the careful way he adjusted his duty belt that came from his training. But his eyes were wrong, too reflective, catching light that wasn't there, like an animal's eyeshine. "Austin?" Her voice cracked. "I've been looking for you." He took a step forward, and Lauren noticed his boots made no sound on the forest floor, left no impression in the soft earth. "You need to come with me. I found something important." "Where have you been? We've been searching for 3 days." "Time is strange here." Another step, his movements too fluid, too graceful, lacking the slight awkwardness she associated with his normal gait. "The forest keeps you if you let it, but I know the way out now. Come with me." Every instinct Lauren possessed screamed danger. This wasn't Austin, couldn't be Austin, but it looked like him, sounded almost like him, wore his face with such convincing accuracy that her rational mind struggled to reject the evidence of her own senses. "Show me your hands," she said. The thing wearing Austin's face paused. "What?" "Show me your hands." Austin had a scar on his left thumb from a fishing accident. "Show me." For 3 heartbeats, it didn't move. Then slowly, it raised its hands, palms out. The hands were perfect, too perfect. No scar, no calluses from work, no dirt under the nails. Just smooth, unmarked skin that looked like it had been copied from a catalogue photograph of what hands should look like. "You're not Austin," Lauren said, her voice steadier than she felt. The thing's smile widened, stretching too far, revealing too many teeth. "No," it agreed, "but I knew him very well by the end. I know what he felt, what he feared, what he hoped. I consumed all of it." The forest darkened further, the grey daylight fading to twilight, though her watch still insisted it was early afternoon. The trees around her seemed to lean inward, their moss-covered trunks pressing closer, cutting off potential escape routes. "What are you?" Lauren whispered. "I am what returns when burial rites are violated, when the bones are disturbed and the protective iron is removed. Your friend Austin, he was so careful, so scientific. He documented everything, took soil samples, removed artifacts for dating. He never understood that some protections exist for a reason." The Austin thing began to change. Not dramatically, not like a horror movie transformation, but subtly, terrifyingly. Its proportions shifted, limbs lengthening, shoulders broadening, the uniform seeming to melt into shadow. Its face remained Austin's, but became somehow generic, a mask of humanity worn over something that had forgotten how to properly imitate the living. "He led me to you," it continued, its voice now layering multiple tones. Austin's overlaid with something older, colder, speaking English with the ghost of an Eastern European accent. By breaking the seal, he freed me, and the freed Strigoi must complete its hunt, must consume those who violated its rest. Austin was first. You who come seeking him are second. Lauren's hand moved to her bear spray, though some part of her knew it would be useless. I didn't disturb your grave, but you came to the place of bones. You photographed what should remain hidden. You carry the knowledge of where I rest. That is enough. It moved then, not walking but flowing across the space between them with impossible speed. Lauren triggered the bear spray directly into its face, the Austin face, and the thing recoiled not from pain, but from surprise, as if it had forgotten such defenses existed. She ran again, no longer caring about GPS waypoints or rational navigation. Driven purely by the animal imperative to escape, the forest became a blur of green and grey, her boots hammering against the earth, her breath burning in her lungs. Behind her, she could hear it following, not running. It didn't need to run. It knew these woods in ways she never could, but she could hear its voice calling to her, sometimes using Austin's voice, sometimes her mother's voice, once even her own voice calling out in confused terror. The ground beneath her feet suddenly wasn't there. She fell, sliding down a steep embankment she hadn't seen coming, crashed through Devil's Club that shredded her uniform sleeves, and landed hard in a creek bed she didn't recognize from any of her survey maps. The impact drove the air from her lungs, left her gasping in 6 inches of ice-cold water that soaked through her clothes instantly. Above her, at the top of the embankment, something stood silhouetted against the darkening sky. Not Austin anymore. Not even approximately human. It had given up pretense, now showing its true nature, something gaunt and elongated, with limbs that bent wrong, and a face that was mostly shadow, with points of luminescence where eyes should be. It began to descend the embankment, moving like liquid smoke, like shadow-given substance. Lauren's hand found her emergency beacon on her belt. The one that broadcast directly to rescue services via satellite, the one that was supposed to work anywhere. She activated it with numb fingers, knowing it was probably futile, that whatever this thing was, it existed in a space where normal rules didn't apply. The Strigoi reached the creek bed, its form resolving into something that hurt to look at directly, as if her brain couldn't quite process what her eyes were reporting. It leaned over her, and she could smell that rot sweetness again, could feel the cold radiating from it like heat from a fire, but inverse, draining warmth and life. "Your fear is exquisite," it said in a voice like wind through dead leaves. "Austin's fear was sharp and bright. Yours is deeper. You understand more. Your mind grasps what is happening even as it tries to reject it. That makes it better, richer." Lauren found her voice, though it came out as barely more than a whisper. The protection symbol, the X in the circle, it kept you bound for a century. There must be a way to what? Bind me again. It laughed, a sound like bones scraping stone. You would need iron blessed by Orthodox priest. You would need to speak words in language older than this continent. You would need faith in things your scientific mind rejected long ago. You have none of these. It was right. She knew it was right. But Lauren Mitchell hadn't become a wildlife biologist by accepting defeat when faced with impossible problems. Her mind raced, cataloguing everything Elena had told her, everything she'd read in those anthropological papers, searching for any advantage, any weakness in folklore that might apply to the thing currently manifesting in front of her. Strigoi hunted specific territories. They fed on fear and confusion. They were bound by certain rules, certain limitations rooted in the folk magic that had created protections against them. And they retained memories of their human lives, retained human intelligence even in this corrupted form. "What was your name?" she asked, "when you were alive?" The thing paused, its inhuman face tilting in what might have been curiosity. "Why?" Because you were human once. You had a name. A life. People who buried you with those protections because they knew you, cared about you enough to try to ensure your soul found peace. Ioan Popescu, it said after a long moment. I was logger. I came from Hunedoara in 1891. I worked these forests for 3 years before tree fell wrong and crushed me. My crew, they buried me here because I had no family to send body home. They did the old rituals. They thought it would be enough. But something went wrong. I died angry, died afraid, died knowing I would never see home again, never be buried in blessed ground with proper Orthodox rites. The anger did not fade when my body cooled. It grew, fed on itself. When I opened my eyes again, I was not in afterlife. I was still here, still in the dark earth, still conscious, aware. For 123 years I have been aware, trapped in the dark, unable to move, unable to die properly. And all that time I hungered. Lauren pushed herself into a sitting position, her back against the creek bank, water soaking through her remaining dry clothing. Austin freed you. He removed the nails, broke the binding symbol. Yes, I fed on him over 3 days, drew out every memory, every fear, every hope. When I finished, there was nothing left. Not even bones. His essence is part of me now. And now you want mine. No, the Strigoi's form flickered, briefly becoming something almost human again. A gaunt man in old-fashioned work clothes before collapsing back into shadow. Now I am going to take yours, but slower. You are more interesting than Austin. You came seeking him. You carry knowledge of folklore, of protective rituals. You understand what I am. That understanding will flavor your fear beautifully. The emergency beacon on Lauren's belt emitted a single sharp beep, indicating it had achieved satellite lock and was broadcasting. The Strigoi's attention snapped to it, and Lauren saw something she hadn't expected in its luminous eyes. Concern. What is that? It demanded. Emergency locator. It just transmitted my exact coordinates to every rescue service in Washington state. They know exactly where I am. No one will come. This is my territory. I control it. Your devices do not function here, but the beacon beeped again, regular pulse confirming continuous transmission. And Lauren saw the Strigoi retreat slightly, its form becoming less solid, less present. Interesting, she said, her mind working through the implications. You can manipulate radios, GPS units, phones, technology that requires complex signals, that you can interfere with, confuse. But this beacon is simple, just a transponder broadcasting on a fixed frequency. Nothing to manipulate, nothing complex to corrupt. The Strigoi's form flickered more rapidly now, anger and uncertainty radiating from it like heat. They will not arrive in time. Maybe not, but they're coming. And that means your territory isn't as controlled as you think, which means the rules still apply. You're not all-powerful, Ioan Popescu. You're still bound by the folklore that created you. I am bound by nothing, but even as it said this, the darkness around them lightened fractionally. Lauren could hear something in the distance that might have been a helicopter, though that was probably wishful thinking. The Strigoi heard it too, its head snapping upward, tracking the sound. Your scientific mind, it hissed. It protects you. Belief creates vulnerability. You barely believe I exist, even as you see me. That makes you difficult to feed from. Incomplete. Then you made a mistake targeting me. Lauren pulled herself fully upright, standing in the creek bed, facing the entity. Austin believed in you. At least part of him did. He heard his grandmother's stories. He understood the significance of what he'd found. That's why you could take him so completely. But I'm a scientist. I deal in evidence and hypothesis and testing theories. Even now, part of me thinks you're a hallucination, a stress response, a symptom of dehydration or hypothermia, The Strigoi's form became increasingly unstable, fragmenting into multiple shadows that seemed to war with each other for dominance. You will believe. I will make you believe. I will show you things that break your rational mind, that force you to accept. The helicopter sound was unmistakable now, growing louder, approaching from the north. And with it came something else, voices calling through the forest, multiple voices, a search team. The Strigoi let out a sound like wind, screaming through dead trees, and dissolved into the gathering darkness, not disappearing, but fragmenting, becoming part of the natural shadows of the forest, indistinguishable from ordinary darkness once more. Lauren stood alone in the creek bed, shivering violently, her emergency beacon still pulsing its location to the rescuers approaching through the woods. She could see lights now, flashlight beams cutting through the gloom, and hear voices calling her name. "Here!" she shouted, her voice hoarse. "I'm here!" The rescue team found her 10 minutes later, 4 rangers led by Chief Donovan, all of them looking exhausted and worried. They wrapped her in emergency blankets, checked her for injuries, demanded to know what had happened. Lauren told them she'd gotten disoriented near the old cemetery site, had fallen down an embankment, and activated her beacon. She didn't mention the Strigoi, didn't mention the thing wearing Austin's face, didn't mention any of it because she knew how it would sound. She was a scientist. She dealt in evidence. And what evidence did she have? Photographs of disturbed graves? GPS data showing wildlife avoidance? Her own testimony about experiencing, what? Hallucinations brought on by stress and hypothermia. They helicoptered her out as darkness fell completely over the forest. From the air, she could see the Hoh rainforest stretching in all directions, a dark green carpet of ancient trees that had witnessed centuries of human tragedy and triumph. Somewhere down there in that 12-square-mile zone that animals refused to enter, Ioan Popescu waited, still hunting, still hungry. At Olympic Medical Center in Port Angeles, they treated her for mild hypothermia and released her with instructions to take a few days off. Donovan visited her hospital room before she left. "The search for Austin is officially suspended," he said. "The teams swept the cemetery area you photographed. They found evidence of disturbance, but no sign of Austin. No tracks, no equipment, nothing. It's like he vanished into thin air. What about the graves, the archaeological site? We've contacted the State Historic Preservation Office. They're sending a team next week to document and protect the site. Apparently it's the only known Romanian settler cemetery in western Washington. Significant historical value." He paused. "Lauren, what really happened out there?" She met his eyes. "I got lost, that's all." He didn't believe her. She could see it in his face. But he also didn't press further. Elena Crawford called her 2 days later at her cabin. Lauren had been avoiding the phone, avoiding everyone, spending her suspended work time reviewing the photographs she'd taken, the wildlife data, trying to make sense of everything through the lens of science. "Dr. Mitchell," Eleanor's accented voice was sad but unsurprised. "I hear you survive encounter with what took my grandson." "I got lost in the woods," Lauren said automatically. "You know better now. You know what walks there." Lauren was quiet for a long moment. Rain drummed against her cabin windows with familiar persistence. "Mrs. Crawford, in scientific terms, I experienced a trauma response combined with environmental stressors that created hallucinatory experiences consistent with folklore I had recently been exposed to. That's the rational explanation. But you do not believe rational explanation anymore. I believe evidence, and the evidence is that Austin is missing, that cemetery had been disturbed, and that I experienced something in those woods that I cannot adequately explain." Elena's voice softened. "My grandson, he is gone. I know this. I accept this. But you survive. That means something. Strigoi does not let prey escape unless prey has protection it does not expect. Your science, it protects you. Your skepticism is like shield. As long as you barely believe, it cannot fully feed. That's not how science works, Mrs. Crawford. Perhaps, but you are still alive. Austin is not. There is evidence in that difference, yes? After Elena hung up, Lauren sat in her cabin watching rain sheet down the windows, thinking about belief and evidence, about rational explanations and the limits of human understanding. She thought about Ioan Popescu, crushed by a falling tree in 1894, buried with iron nails and protective symbols by co-workers who understood the old ways. She thought about him lying conscious in the dark earth for more than a century, aware and angry and hungry, until Austin Crawford's scientific curiosity broke the binding that held him. And she thought about the wildlife data, about 37 tagged animals systematically avoiding a 12-square-mile section of temperate rainforest, about the way science sometimes documented phenomena it couldn't explain, about how the absence of explanation didn't equal the absence of reality. She pulled up the GPS tracking data on her laptop, watched the colored lines showing animal movement patterns over the past 6 months. The avoidance zone remained unchanged. Nothing had entered it in 72 days. Nothing lived there anymore except ancient trees and whatever haunted the darkness between them. Lauren marked the area in her research files with a note. Ecological dead zone. Cause unknown. Recommend long-term monitoring and avoidance. It was the most honest assessment she could make while still maintaining her scientific credibility. That night, she dreamed of the forest, of shadows that moved with intelligent purpose, of a voice calling her name in tones that layered Austin's voice over something much older. She woke at 3 a.m., her cabin dark, except for the clock's LED display, and saw something standing outside her window. It might have been a tree branch moving in the wind. It might have been a trick of light and shadow. It might have been the lingering effects of trauma manifesting as waking nightmares. But for just a moment, she could have sworn she saw Austin's face looking in at her, his eyes reflecting light that wasn't there, his expression hungry and hollow and not quite right. The next morning, she called the park superintendent and tendered her resignation. She told him she'd been offered a position in California, something she'd been considering for a while. It was a lie. She had no job lined up, no plan, except to leave the Pacific Northwest, to put distance between herself and the Hoh rainforest, between herself and the thing that hunted in the darkness beneath the ancient trees. 2 weeks later, as she packed the last boxes from her cabin, she received a package with no return address. Inside was a small iron nail, corroded with age, and a note in Elena Crawford's careful handwriting. For protection, keep with you always. Some hunts are not finished just because prey escapes. Some hunters are very patient, and some territories are larger than they first appear. May you stay rational. May your science shield you. May your skepticism keep you safe. But just in case, keep the iron close. EC. Lauren added the nail to her keychain, telling herself it was just a piece of metal, just a reminder of an experience that could be explained through trauma psychology and environmental stresses. She told herself this even as she avoided forests whenever possible in her new life, even as she found herself checking reflections in windows and mirrors to verify she was alone, even as she occasionally caught a smell on the wind that reminded her of rot and sweetness mixed together in a way that made her sinuses burn. She told herself she didn't believe, but she kept the nail close anyway, because evidence supported rational conclusions. And the evidence suggested that some protections, some superstitions, some old ways of understanding the world had survived for centuries precisely because they worked, even if science couldn't explain why. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moments scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Daniel Warren was explaining to a semicircle of 23 tourists why skinwalkers weren't real when Lauren Daniels started screaming through his radio. "The Navajo people," he said, gesturing toward the ancient cliff dwellings carved into the red sandstone walls of Canyon de Chelly, created these stories as cautionary tales. Yenald Lushi, what pop culture calls skinwalkers, were meant to reinforce cultural taboos, not to describe actual shape-shifting witches. He smiled that practice smile he'd perfected over 15 years of ranger presentations. The one that said, "I'm educated and you're not, but I'll humor your superstitions. I promise you, in my decade and a half working this..." The Motorola radio clipped to his shoulder erupted with static. Then Lauren's voice cut through, shrill and wrong. "Daniel! Oh God, Daniel! It's wearing my face. I'm looking at myself and it's smiling with my mouth, but I can see... Jesus Christ, I can see what's underneath. And it's..." The transmission dissolved into sounds that made the tourists step back. Wet, tearing noises. Something that might have been laughter, or might have been an animal in distress. And underneath it all, a low clicking that Daniel's rational mind insisted was interference, but his hindbrain recognized as articulated speech in a language humans weren't meant to understand. Daniel's smile evaporated. He grabbed the radio, aware that 23 pairs of eyes were now fixed on him instead of the ruins. "Lauren, this is Warren. Confirm your location and status. This isn't funny." Static. Then her voice again, but different. Flatter, with wrong emphasis on the syllables, like someone learning to speak by mimicking recordings. "Funny. Yes. Ha, ha. Daniel, I am at the Spider Rock Overlook. Something is wrong with my words. They keep coming out sideways." One of the tourists, a middle-aged woman with a sun visor and a University of New Mexico t-shirt, raised her hand like she was in class. "Is this part of the presentation? Because it's quite effective." Daniel ignored her. Lauren had been his patrol partner for 8 months, transferred from Yosemite after some incident she never discussed in detail. She was professional, methodical, not the type to stage elaborate pranks. And Spider Rock, that was 12 miles southeast, a sacred site to the Navajo where, according to legend, Spider-Woman lived and taught humans to weave. Lauren had been assigned to clear the overlook of tourists before sunset, standard protocol for protecting both visitors and the cultural significance of the site. "All visitors need to return to your vehicles," Daniel announced, his ranger voice cutting through the murmuring crowd. "We're experiencing a communication emergency and need to clear the area immediately." "But we paid for the full sunset tour," a man in cargo shorts protested. "You'll receive a full refund at the visitor center. Please proceed directly to the parking area. Now," the radio crackled again. "Daniel, the sun is wrong. It's watching me with too many eyes, and they're all the same eye, just multiplied across the sky like reflections in broken mirrors. Do you see it? Do you see what it's really been this whole time?" The tourists were moving now, some quickly toward the parking lot half a mile back, others lingering to film with their smartphones, because of course they were. Daniel was already running toward his truck, a white Ford F-350 with the National Park Service emblem on the door, and a light bar that he activated as soon as he climbed in. His personal iPhone showed 4:47 p.m., approximately 90 minutes until sunset. The temperature gauge on the dashboard read 93 degrees Fahrenheit, hot even for late June in Arizona. He radioed the ranger station as he drove. "Station, this is Warren. I have a possible 1054 at Spider Rock Overlook. Ranger Daniels is reporting incoherent and possibly experiencing heat exhaustion or altered mental status, requesting immediate backup and medical standby." The voice that answered was Tom Begay, a Navajo ranger who'd worked Canyon de Chelly for 20 years and tolerated Daniel's skepticism about local traditions with bemused patience. "Copy, Warren. I'm en route from White House ruins. ETA 20 minutes. Did she say anything specific? Daniel hesitated. On the radio, where other rangers and potentially the press could monitor, negative, just confused speech patterns, possible environmental exposure. What he didn't say. She claimed something was wearing her face. She said the sun had too many eyes. She spoke like someone who'd forgotten how language worked and was rebuilding it from fragments. The road to Spider Rock was unpaved, a winding track that followed the canyon rim through landscape that looked alien. All red rock and sparse vegetation, piñon pines and juniper twisted by wind into shapes that suggested writhing. This was Navajo Nation land, leased to the National Park Service through a complex agreement that required careful respect for the tribe's sovereignty and sacred sites. Daniel had studied the cultural protocols extensively when he transferred here from Sequoia National Park 3 years ago, learned the proper way to request permission before entering certain areas, memorized which sites were photographable and which weren't. But he'd always approached it as anthropology, not belief. The stories were fascinating cultural artifacts, not warnings. His radio had gone silent. Daniel tried raising Lauren every 30 seconds. Daniels, Warren, confirm status, over. Nothing but static that occasionally resolved into sounds that might have been wind through the canyons or might have been breathing. At 8 miles, his iPhone lost signal completely. Standard for the area. Cellular towers were sparse on the reservation, and the canyon walls created dead zones that even satellite phones struggled with. Daniel's dashboard GPS still functioned, showing his position as a blue dot crawling along the canyon rim toward the coordinates of Spider Rock Overlook. At 10 miles, he saw the first sign that something was genuinely wrong. Lauren's truck sat in the Overlook parking area, driver's door hanging open, engine still running. Her ranger hat lay in the dust beside it, and nearby, Daniel's stomach tightened, what looked like a small pile of clothing. No, not clothing, skin. Sheets of it, translucent and membranous, like a snake's shed scales but shaped wrong, with appendages that didn't map to human anatomy. Daniel stopped his truck 20 feet back and approached on foot, one hand on the canister of bear spray at his belt, even though bears didn't live in this desert ecosystem. The skin, and it was definitely skin, he could see pores and hair follicles, and the delicate network of capillaries beneath the surface, was still damp, as if recently discarded. It lay in the dust like a collapsed balloon, vaguely humanoid, but with too many joints in the arms and a torso that seemed to have split open from the inside. "What the actual fuck?" Daniel whispered, and pulled out his GoPro camera. He filmed the scene methodically, documenting the abandoned truck, the hat, the impossible organic material that his brain insisted couldn't be real, even as his hands trembled filming it. The timestamp on the camera read 5:23 p.m., 73 minutes until sunset. A sound made him turn, footsteps on sandstone, light and quick. Lauren stood at the edge of the overlook, silhouetted against the red cliffs of the canyon. She wore her ranger uniform, and from this distance, everything looked normal. But she stood too still, with her weight distributed wrong, like she was balancing on joints that bent in directions human legs didn't accommodate. "Lauren!" Daniel called out, staying near his truck. "Are you okay? We need to get you checked out." She turned toward him, and even from 30 feet away, Daniel could see that her eyes weren't tracking properly, the left following his movement, while the right remained fixed on something above and behind him. When she spoke, her lips moved a half-second out of sync with the sounds. "Daniel, I called. You came. That's good. That's what partners do." "You're scaring me. I need you to walk toward me slowly. We'll get you to a hospital, figure out what's happening." Hospital. She tilted her head 90 degrees, far beyond what human neck vertebrae allowed. Interesting. Place where broken things go, to be fixed or studied. Am I broken? Daniel. Behind him, from inside Lauren's truck, the radio activated. His own voice came through the speaker. "Lauren, are you okay? We need to get you checked out." exactly what he'd just said, in his inflection, perfect mimicry. Then Lauren's voice, but wrong, stilted. "Daniel, I called, you came." Daniel spun back to the overlook edge. Lauren, or what stood wearing Lauren's shape, was smiling now, and her teeth were wrong. Too many of them, arranged in rows that receded back into her throat like a shark's mouth. "The radio," she said, "is just vibrations, sound waves, shaped into, patterns, easy to, copy, like wearing, a voice, the way I'm wearing, this." She reached up and touched her face. Her fingers sank into the skin like it was clay, reshaping her features with wet, squelching sounds that carried clearly across the parking area. Daniel watched, his rational mind screaming that this was impossible, as Lauren's face melted and reformed into his face. His narrow nose, his 5-day stubble, the small scar above his left eyebrow from a childhood bicycle accident. The thing wearing his face smiled with his mouth. "Much harder," it said in his voice, "to copy. The inside, the meat, the bones, takes time, takes practice." Lauren screamed, "For so long, while I practiced." Daniel's hand found his radio. "Tom, I need immediate backup at Spider Rock. Officer down, repeat, officer down. Situation is..." What? Impossible? Supernatural? He was a skeptic, had built his entire career on rational explanations, had literally been mocking the Skinwalker legends minutes before this started. "Situation is extreme. Be advised. Subject is armed and dangerous." Tom Begay's voice came through calm and steady. "Warren, I'm 5 minutes out. Can you confirm the threat?" The thing at the overlook edge was changing again, Lauren's uniform splitting open as the body beneath expanded, joints reversing, limbs elongating into configurations that defied anatomy. It dropped to all fours, all sixes, and Daniel saw with crystalline horror that it was growing additional appendages, emerging from the torso like tree branches from a trunk. The face cycled through shapes. Lauren, Daniel, Tom Begay, tourists Daniel had met, people he didn't recognize, flickering faster and faster until it was just a blur of human features melting into one another. "Negative," Daniel whispered into the radio. "Cannot confirm. Tom, listen to me. The stories, the ones you told me about Yanald Lushi, the ones I said were bullshit. I need to know if they mentioned how to..." "Run," Tom's voice cut through. "Don't engage. Don't look at it directly. Don't let it touch you. And for God's sake, Daniel, don't let it speak to you in voices you love. That's how it gets into your head." The creature that had been Lauren launched itself forward with impossible speed, covering the 30 feet between them in a single fluid movement that involved too many joints bending in too many directions. Daniel threw himself sideways, rolling behind his truck as something that felt like fingers, but moved like tentacles grasped for his ankle. He kicked backward, felt his boot connect with flesh that had too much give, like striking a balloon full of meat. His truck. The keys were in the ignition. Daniel scrambled around the front bumper, yanked the door open, and threw himself inside. The creature was already there, somehow having circled the vehicle faster than physics allowed, pressing its faces against the passenger window. The glass fogged with its breath, and in the condensation symbols appeared, spirals and angular shapes that hurt to look at, that seemed to rotate even though they were static. Daniel slammed the truck into reverse, tires spraying gravel. The creature clung to the passenger door, fingers that were too long and had too many knuckles scrabbling at the window frame. He swerved hard left, trying to shake it off, but it adjusted its grip with liquid ease, now climbing onto the hood, now staring at him through the windshield with eyes that were all pupil, black and reflective and containing depth that shouldn't fit inside a human skull. It spoke with Lauren's voice, but also Tom's and Daniel's mother's and his dead father's. "You explained to tourists that we aren't real, that we're cautionary tales. But Daniel, what if the caution was real and the tale was just how humans tried to make sense of us. Daniel floored the accelerator, racing backward down the unpaved road. The creature flowed across the hood like liquid, reforming itself to maintain balance. Through the windshield, Daniel saw its torso split open, revealing not organs but more faces, smaller ones, child-sized, all screaming silently. He recognized one of them, Thomas Ashkey, a Navajo teenager who'd gone missing from the reservation 6 months ago. The case was still open, assumed to be a runaway. "Oh, Jesus," Daniel breathed. "You're collecting them. You're wearing people." "Wearing," the creature agreed. And now it was speaking in Thomas Ashkey's voice, a 16-year-old boy's voice cracking with puberty and terror. At first, then becoming, then forgetting. Which was the mask and which was the face. "Daniel, I used to be one person. Now I'm 17, and I can't remember which one was me." A vehicle appeared in Daniel's rearview mirror. Tom Begay's truck, light bar flashing. The older ranger pulled alongside Daniel's backward trajectory and leaned out his window. "Brake right," he shouted. "Give me a shot." Daniel wrenched the wheel. His truck fishtailed, tires losing grip in the loose gravel. The creature on his hood turned toward Tom's vehicle, faces cycling faster now. A strobe effect of human features that made Daniel's eyes water trying to process. Tom raised something, not a gun but a leather pouch, old and worn, tied with red cord. He threw it with practiced accuracy. The pouch struck the creature's torso and exploded in a cloud of yellow powder. Corn pollen, Daniel's educated brain supplied uselessly, sacred to the Navajo, used in blessing ceremonies. The creature shrieked, a sound that came from all its mouths simultaneously, harmonizing in frequencies that made Daniel's inner ear spasm. It released its grip on the truck and fell, hitting the ground and immediately sprinting on appendages that kept multiplying, 4 legs becoming 6, becoming 8, scrambling toward the canyon edge and launching itself over the rim into 300 feet of empty air. Tom's truck screeched to a halt. The older ranger jumped out, pulling Daniel from his vehicle with hands that shook despite his calm expression. "You okay? Did it touch you? Did it speak to you in anyone's voice you recognized?" "Multiple voices," Daniel managed. His own hands were shaking, his carefully constructed worldview shattered like the windshield of his truck, which he now noticed was spiderwebbed with cracks radiating from where the creature's faces had pressed against it. "Tom, what the fuck was that? What the actual fuck?" "Yenald Lushi," Tom said simply. He was already moving toward the canyon edge, pulling out his own radio. "Station, this is Begay. We have confirmed sighting of hostile indigenous entity at Spider Rock. I'm declaring the area a cultural emergency zone. Evacuate all visitors from canyon access points and seal the monument until further notice. Contact the tribal council immediately. We're going to need a sing." "A sing?" Daniel followed him to the overlook. Below, the canyon stretched for miles, its walls carved into fantastic shapes by centuries of erosion. There was no sign of the creature, no body at the bottom, no movement on the cliff faces, just empty air and red rock and the lengthening shadows of approaching sunset. "A ceremonial healing," Tom explained, "the kind that requires a hatali, a medicine man. Daniel, you need to understand something. What you just saw, what took Lauren, this doesn't happen randomly. Skinwalkers are made, not born. Someone performed the forbidden rituals, violated the deepest taboos of my people. Someone chose to become that thing by killing someone they loved." Daniel's mind spun. That's anthropology, cultural belief systems. You're telling me it's literal?" Tom turned to face him, and Daniel saw something in the older ranger's eyes that might have been pity or might have been anger. "You spent 15 years explaining to tourists that our stories were metaphors, that the Yenald Lushi was a cautionary tale about the corrupting nature of dark ambition. You were half right. It is about corruption. But it's not a metaphor, Daniel. It's a documentation. Our ancestors weren't primitive people creating myths to explain natural phenomena. They were trying to warn future generations about real dangers, and you've been telling everyone those warnings were bullshit. The sun was setting now, painting the canyon walls in shades of orange and crimson that looked uncomfortably like fresh blood. Daniel stared at the shed skin still lying in the parking area, already beginning to decay in the heat, dissolving into a sticky residue that would probably be gone by morning. Evidence that would evaporate before he could collect it properly, leaving him with just his GoPro footage and his shattered certainty. "Lauren," he said, "is she dead?" Tom didn't answer immediately. He walked to the shed skin, careful not to touch it, and examined it from multiple angles. "This was the discarding," he finally said, "the final stage. The skinwalker wears its victim's form while consuming their essence, their memories, their identity. When the wearing is complete, when there's nothing left of the original person to sustain, the skin is shed and the creature moves on to the next victim. So yes, Daniel. Lauren Daniels is dead. She's been dead since sometime this morning, probably. What you saw, what spoke to you, that was the thing that ate her, wearing her like a costume, while it learned to be her." Daniel's legs gave out. He sat down hard in the dust, his back against his truck's rear tire. Somewhere in the canyon, a raven called, or something imitating a raven. The sound echoed off the rock walls, multiplying and distorting until it became a chorus of artificial bird cries that faded into silence. "The radio transmission," Daniel said. "She called for help. Was that really her?" "Probably the last of her," Tom said quietly. "The final fragments of consciousness, trying to warn you while the skinwalker was still integrating her memories. They're not perfect copies, especially at first. The mimicry takes practice. That's why the speech was wrong, the body language was off. It was still learning how to be Lauren Daniels. And now it knows how to be me too." Daniel touched his face, the face that the creature had copied with such casual precision. "It studied me, copied my features, my voice. Why?" "Because you're next." Tom held out his hand, helping Daniel to his feet. "It wanted you to see what it could do, wanted you to understand what's coming. Skinwalkers don't just kill, Daniel, they terrorize first. They break you mentally before they break you physically. It's going to use Lauren's face, your face, the faces of everyone you've ever loved, to get inside your head. And when you're vulnerable enough, when you can't trust your own eyes anymore, that's when it'll strike." The tribal council meeting took place in a concrete building in Chinle, the nearest town to Canyon de Chelly. Daniel sat in a folding chair, his GoPro footage playing on a laptop screen, while 3 elderly Navajo men and 2 women watched with expressions that ranged from grim to resigned. Tom translated when necessary, though most of the council members spoke fluent English. They'd been speaking Navajo among themselves when Daniel arrived, conversations that stopped abruptly when he entered. "This is the 3rd incident in 18 months, one of the councilwomen said after the footage ended. Her name was Betty Tsinny, and she wore a turquoise squash blossom necklace that looked older than the building they sat in. "The Ashkey boy, that hiker from Texas, now your ranger. And there will be more unless we act." "Do you know who's creating them?" Daniel asked. His voice sounded hollow to his own ears. He'd been awake for 27 hours, sustained by coffee and adrenaline, and the horrible understanding that everything he'd believed about reality was wrong. Tom said skinwalkers are made by people who violate taboos. Someone local is doing this. The council members exchanged glances. Betty Tsinny spoke carefully. "We have suspicions, but the person we suspect disappeared into the canyons 3 weeks ago. Left their home, their family, everything. By the time we realized what they might have done, might have become, they were gone. And now they're hunting," another council member added. "Collecting faces, collecting power. The old stories say that skinwalkers grow stronger with each person they consume. First, it's just mimicry, copying appearances and voices. Then it's taking memories, skills, knowledge. Eventually, if they consume enough, they can become anyone perfectly. Walk among us undetected. That's when they're most dangerous. Daniel thought about the faces he'd seen in the creature's torso, screaming silently. Thomas Ashkey. Others he didn't recognize. And soon, if the creature succeeded, Lauren Daniels, his own face, integrated into that writhing collection of stolen identities. How do we stop it? He asked. Tom and the council members looked at each other. Betty Sinney finally answered, Traditionally, a skinwalker can only be killed by speaking its true name while it wears its true face. But if it's been 3 weeks since the transformation, it may not remember its true face anymore. It may not remember its true name. And then what? We just wait for it to kill more people? We perform a sing, Tom said, a ceremony that will draw it out, force it to confront what it's become. If we're lucky, if the person it used to be is still buried somewhere inside, we might be able to reach them, make them remember their humanity, make them choose to end what they've become. And if we're not lucky... Silence. Betty Sinney stood up. We'll perform the ceremony at Spider Rock tomorrow night. It's a sacred site, a place of power. Spider-Woman is said to have taught our people many things. Weaving, yes, but also how to recognize patterns, how to see the threads that connect us to our ancestors, to the land, to each other. If anywhere can show a skinwalker what it's lost, what it's destroyed by becoming a monster, it's there. You're using me as bait, Daniel said. It wasn't a question. You're what it wants next, Tom confirmed. Your face, your identity. And yes, we're using that. The Hatali will perform the ceremony, but you'll need to be present. You'll need to confront it directly. Face what you've always refused to believe was real. Daniel wanted to refuse. Every rational bone in his body screamed at him to refuse, to drive back to Flagstaff and resign from the Park Service and move somewhere without legends, somewhere where reality behaved according to the rules he'd spent his life learning. But Lauren Daniels was dead. Thomas Ashkey was dead. Others he'd never meet were dead, their faces trapped in that creature's torso, screaming forever. I'll do it, he said. The ceremony began at sunset. Daniel stood at the Spider Rock overlook, the same spot where he'd encountered the creature 24 hours earlier. Around him, a circle of corn pollen had been laid out in intricate patterns by Harrison Yazzie, an elderly Hatali who'd arrived from Window Rock with a leather case full of ceremonial materials. Tom Begay stood outside the circle with 3 other Navajo Rangers, all of them carrying pouches similar to the one Tom had used to drive off the creature. The pollen is a barrier, Harrison explained as he worked. He spoke English with only a slight accent, his voice a deep rumble that seemed to harmonize with the canyon winds. It represents life, growth, blessing. The skinwalker is the opposite. Death, decay, curse. It can't cross the circle as long as the pattern remains intact. But you, Ranger Warren, you'll need to step outside it when the time comes. You'll need to face the creature without protection. Why can't we just destroy it? Daniel asked. Shoot it, burn it, whatever it takes. Because it used to be a person, Harrison said simply. He was creating a sand painting now, using colored sands to form symbols that resembled the disturbing spirals the creature had breathed onto Daniel's truck window. They made a terrible choice, violated sacred laws, became something monstrous. But they were human once. They had a family, friends, a name. If we can reach that person, remind them of who they were, there's a chance, small but real, that they'll choose to end their own existence, that they'll step into the sun, or fall onto a blade, or simply will themselves to stop. That's the only true death for a skinwalker. They have to choose it. And if they don't choose it? Harrison met his eyes. Then many more people will die, and one of them will be you. The sun touched the horizon, turning the canyon walls into curtains of fire. Daniel's shadow stretched long and thin behind him, pointing east like an accusation. His hands were shaking again, though whether from fear or exhaustion or simple acknowledgement of how completely his worldview had collapsed, he couldn't say. Harrison began to sing. The words were in Navajo, ancient and rhythmic, building in complexity as he circled the pollen barrier. Other voices joined, Tom and the Rangers, their harmonies weaving through Harrison's lead in patterns that seemed to pull at something in the air itself. Daniel felt it, a thrumming in his bones, a resonance that grew stronger as the ceremony intensified. The creature came at full dark. It walked out of the canyon on 2 legs, wearing Lauren Daniels' face, but making no attempt to hide what it was. The ranger uniform hung in tatters from a body that had too many joints, too many places where flesh folded in on itself in anatomically impossible configurations. But the face, Lauren's face, was perfect. Every freckle, every line, every subtle expression copied with absolute fidelity. "Daniel," it said in Lauren's voice, "why are you making them sing? It hurts. The sounds, they hurt." "Because you killed her," Daniel said. His voice steadied as he spoke, anger burning away fear. "You killed Lauren and Thomas Ashkey, and God knows how many others. You're wearing their faces like trophies." The creature tilted its head, Lauren's head. "Trophies, no, not trophies, memories. I collect memories when I wear their faces. I remember what they remembered, their childhood, their loves, their fears. I know everything. Lauren Daniels, knew, I know about. Her daughter, in Portland, the one she doesn't talk to because of the incident at Yosemite." Daniel's stomach twisted. Lauren had never mentioned a daughter. "I know about your father," the creature continued, stepping closer to the pollen circle. "The one who died when you were 12. The one you blame yourself for. Because you were supposed to be watching him take his medication, but you were playing video games instead." "Stop," Daniel whispered. "I know about Tom Begay's wife, the one who left him because she couldn't live on the reservation anymore, couldn't stand being Navajo in a world that wanted her to be invisible." Tom's singing faltered for just a moment before he caught himself, voice strengthening with visible effort. "These are the things I collect," the skinwalker said. It was at the pollen circle now, standing just outside the barrier, Lauren's face cycling through expressions, grief, joy, fear, desire, like someone flipping through photographs. Not trophies, memories, proof that they existed, that their lives mattered. When I consume them, they don't disappear. Daniel, they become part of something larger. They become eternal. "You're rationalizing murder," Daniel said. "You're a monster trying to pretend there's meaning in what you do." The creature's face went blank. Then it smiled with too many teeth. "Yes," it said, and now its voice was different, younger, male, uncertain. "Yes, I suppose I am. Do you want to know what I remember about being human, Ranger Warren? I remember being hungry, so hungry, not for food, but for more life, more time, more everything. I performed the forbidden rituals because I was dying, cancer, stage 4, 6 months, to live, and I thought if I could just have a little more time." Harrison's singing grew louder, more insistent. The other voices joined in crescendo, harmonizing in ways that made the air shimmer. The creature flinched, Lauren's face contorting. "They told me, the old stories, that if I violated the taboos, killed someone I loved, wore their skin, I could take their life, their time. So I did. I killed my brother. I wore him, and it worked. The cancer disappeared, but so did I so did. Everything. That made me human. Now I'm just hunger. For more. Faces, more memories, more proof that I still exist. The voice was cracking now, harmonics bleeding through. Lauren's alto, Thomas Ashke's tenor, others Daniel didn't recognize, all speaking simultaneously in imperfect synchronization. My name was Robert Bennerly. I was 37 years old. I had a wife, 2 children. I taught mathematics at Chinley High School. I liked hiking and photography and green chili, stew. I was someone. Once. Harrison stopped singing. In the sudden silence he spoke. Robert Benally, you violated Ya'at-e. You took your brother's life. You became the thing our ancestors feared most. But you still remember your name. You still remember who you were. That means you can still choose to end this. Step into the barrier. Let the blessing destroy what you've become. Give your victims peace. The creature, Robert Benally, stood at the edge of the pollen circle. Its body rippled, faces emerging and disappearing across its torso. The brother it had killed first, Lauren, Thomas, others. Each face opened its mouth in a silent scream. Each face was a life stolen, a memory trapped, a person who would never go home. If I step into the circle, Robert said, I die. For real. Forever. Yes, Harrison confirmed. And the people I consumed, do they go free? We don't know, Harrison said honestly. Maybe they're already free, and only your guilt keeps their faces. Maybe they're trapped and will be released. Maybe death is just death and there's nothing after. But Robert, right now, you're choosing to keep killing, keep consuming, keep becoming more of a monster. That's the only certainty. If you continue, more people die. Daniel watched the creature's, Robert's face cycle through emotions. Fear, grief, rage, resignation. He thought about Lauren's daughter in Portland, who would never get the chance to reconcile with her mother. About Thomas Ashke's family, who'd spent 6 months hoping he'd come home. About the mathematics teacher, who'd loved green chili stew and hiking, and had made the worst choice a human could make, and then kept making it over and over, until he forgot he'd ever been human at all. I don't want to die, Robert whispered. And for a moment it was just a man's voice, single and afraid. I don't want to stop existing, even like this, even as a monster. Existence is better than nothing, isn't it? No one answered. The question hung in the desert air as the stars emerged overhead, thousands of them, indifferent and ancient. Robert stepped back from the circle. I'm sorry, he said. I'm sorry to all of them, to my brother, to Lauren, to Thomas, to everyone. But I can't. I'm too afraid, I'm too hungry for more. He turned and ran, body flowing into a 4-legged configuration that carried him across the sandstone with impossible speed. Tom raised his arm to throw another pollen pouch, but Harrison stopped him. Let him go. He'll kill again, Tom protested. Yes, Harrison said, but not tonight. Tonight we reminded him of who he was, planted doubt, made him question. That's the first step. Sometimes that's all we can do. Daniel slumped to the ground, exhaustion finally overwhelming him. The ceremony was over. Lauren Daniels was still dead. The skinwalker was still out there, and tomorrow he'd have to write a report that would make him sound insane, documenting events that defied every principle of rational investigation he'd ever learned. You did well, Harrison said, beginning to carefully sweep up the sand painting. Faced your fear, stood your ground. I didn't do anything, Daniel said. It walked away. Lauren's still dead. Her face is still trapped in that thing. You acknowledged the truth, Tom said quietly. You, Daniel Warren, who spent 15 years telling people that our stories are metaphors. You stood in a ceremony, watched a skinwalker confess its crimes, and you didn't try to rationalize it away. You didn't insist there had to be a scientific explanation. You saw the truth, and you accepted it. That's not nothing. Daniel thought about that as they packed up the ceremonial materials. About his presentation to the tourists that morning. Had it really only been 24 hours ago? Explaining that skinwalkers were cautionary tales. About his certainty that legends were just primitive people's attempts to explain natural phenomena. About his arrogance. "I was wrong," he said. "Yes," Tom agreed. "You were, but now you know better. The question is, what are you going to do with that knowledge?" Daniel Warren continued working at Canyon de Chelly. He stopped giving presentations about how the Navajo legends were metaphors. When tourists asked about skinwalkers, he told them the truth. "I don't know much about them. Talk to the Tribal Cultural Center. Listen to the stories from the people who've kept those stories alive for centuries. Don't dismiss what you don't understand." He filed his report about Lauren's disappearance, listing her as lost to hostile wildlife, body not recovered. The Park Service accepted it. Lauren's daughter in Portland eventually stopped calling, asking for updates that Daniel couldn't give. Thomas Ashkey remained on the missing persons list. The hiker from Texas was never found. Robert Benally, the man who'd become a skinwalker, was spotted twice more in the following months. Once, wearing a tourist's face, he tried to lure a child away from a tour group. Tom and 2 other Navajo rangers drove him off with pollen and prayers. Another time, he appeared to a couple camping illegally in the restricted zones, wearing Daniel's face, and told them to leave the canyon and never return. They did. The tribal council continued their ceremonies. Harrison Yazzie performed 4 more sings, trying to reach Robert, trying to remind him of his humanity. Each time, Robert got closer to the pollen circle. Each time, he turned away at the last moment, too afraid to choose death over existence. On the anniversary of Lauren's death, Daniel returned to Spider Rock. He placed a small memorial, her ranger badge, which had been found in the canyon, and a photograph of her daughter that the woman in Portland had sent, hoping it might provide closure, at the overlook. As he knelt there, watching the sun set over the red cliffs, he felt it, the sensation of being watched. He turned slowly. Robert Benally stood 50 feet away, wearing his original face, or something like it, aged by months of living as a monster. The face was haggard, stretched, barely human, but it was singular, not the shifting collection of stolen features. "I remember you," Robert said, his voice almost normal. "From the ceremony, you asked me to choose death." "I asked you to end the killing," Daniel corrected. "Death was just the method." "Same thing." Then Robert moved closer, and Daniel noticed he was walking on 2 legs, human posture, human gait. "Do you know what it's like? Wearing other people's faces? You start to forget which thoughts are yours and which thoughts you stole. Which memories really happened to you and which ones you just absorbed. I don't know if I actually like green chili stew, or if that's my brother's preference. I can't remember if my wife's name is Sarah, or if that's what Lauren's daughter was called." "Your wife's name is Maria," Daniel said quietly. "She still lives in Chinle. She's been waiting for you to come home. Not the monster. You." Robert's face twisted. "There is no me anymore. There's just this collection of stolen people wearing a name that used to mean something, but I wanted you to know I haven't killed anyone in 3 months. I'm trying. Every day I'm trying not to take another face. Some days I succeed." He turned to leave, but Daniel called out, "Robert, the offer's still open. The ceremony, whenever you're ready to choose." Robert paused at the canyon's edge, silhouetted against the dying light. "I know," he said, "but I'm not brave enough yet. Maybe someday. Maybe when I can't remember my name anymore, when there's nothing left of Robert Benally but hunger. Maybe then I'll find the courage to step into the circle." He fell backward off the cliff, body twisting in mid-air, reforming into something with wings that wasn't quite a bird and wasn't quite a bat. Daniel watched him disappear into the shadows of the canyon, carrying Lauren's face and Thomas's face and his brother's face and dozens of others into the darkness. The sun set, the stars emerged, and Daniel Warren drove back to the ranger station, where he would write another report that explained nothing, documented everything, and filed the truth away where no tourist would ever read it. The skinwalker was still out there. Maybe it would find the courage to die, maybe it wouldn't. But Daniel had learned something that all the education and rational thinking in the world couldn't teach. Some stories aren't metaphors, some warnings are literal, and some monsters are just people who made the worst possible choice and then couldn't unmake it, no matter how much they wanted to. He thought about Lauren often, about her daughter who would never know what really happened, about the memorial at Spider Rock that would weather and fade, forgotten by everyone except the rangers who knew the truth, about Robert Benally, slowly losing himself in the collection of stolen lives, trying every day to be brave enough to stop. And Daniel thought about belief, real belief, not the polite anthropological interest he'd once passed off as respect. He thought about the Hatta Ali who'd sung for hours to reach a monster, about Tom Begay, who'd patiently tolerated Daniel's skepticism and never said, "I told you so," about the Navajo people who'd kept these stories alive for centuries, not as entertainment, but as warning. "I believe you now," Daniel whispered to the empty desert night. "I believe every word." Somewhere in the canyon, something howled. It might have been a coyote. It might have been something wearing a coyote's voice, trying to remember what it meant to be wild and free and simple. Daniel didn't go to investigate. Some things he'd learned were better left in the darkness where they belonged. He drove home. He locked his doors. He slept with the lights on. And when he woke the next morning to give another tour, he told the tourists the truth. The legends are real. The warnings are real. Respect what you don't understand, and never ever assume that human beings can't become monsters if they're afraid enough of dying. Most of them thought he was joking. A few didn't. Those few nodded, understanding in their eyes, and stayed close to the group for the rest of the tour. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened.
The photographs were still wet. Robert Fitzgerald found them hanging from a low branch on the Hall of Moss's trail, clipped to a length of fishing line like prints developing in a darkroom. Water beaded on their glossy surfaces, dripping onto the moss below in a rhythm that didn't match the rainfall that had stopped 3 hours ago. 4 Polaroids, the old kind that didn't exist anymore except in thrift stores and nostalgia. He'd been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 12 years, and in that time he'd seen plenty of strange things left behind by hikers, prayer flags, cremated remains, painted rocks with messages, but never this. Never photographs that couldn't have been taken where they hung because the angle was wrong, because the perspective showed the exact spot where he was standing. Taken from a position 15 feet above the forest floor where no platform existed, the first photo showed the trail marker he'd passed 10 minutes ago. The second showed the suspension bridge over Willoughby Creek, its cables silvered with morning mist. The third showed his own truck parked at the Hoh Rainforest Visitor Center, license plate visible, taken yesterday morning. He knew it was yesterday because he remembered the coffee cup on the dashboard, the one he'd forgotten and found dried out when he returned at shift's end. The fourth photograph showed Olivia Rhodes. Robert's hands began to shake. The paper crinkled under his grip, water soaking into his gloves. Olivia Rhodes had been missing for 6 days. Her last known location was the Hoh River Trail, approximately 4 miles from where he stood. She'd been hiking alone, something the Park Service advised against but couldn't prevent. 26 years old, marine biology graduate student from Seattle, researching old-growth forest ecosystems. The photo showed her sitting on a nurse log, arms wrapped around her knees, staring directly at the camera with an expression Robert had seen before, in his nightmares, in the mirror during the bad months after David died. It was the expression of someone who knew they were already gone. He'd been the one to find David's body 3 years ago in Mount Rainier National Park, after the fall that shouldn't have killed him. Except David had been climbing alone despite protocol. Except Robert had been the one who was supposed to go with him that day and called in sick with a hangover he was too ashamed to admit. David had lain at the bottom of that crevasse for 18 hours before Robert found him. And in that time something had changed in David's face. A knowledge written in the frozen muscles that Robert couldn't articulate but recognized on a level deeper than conscious thought. The certainty of death arriving early, settling into features still technically alive. Olivia Rhodes wore that same expression. Robert pulled out his radio, then stopped. What would he report? That he found impossible photographs hanging from a tree. That one of them showed the missing woman everyone was searching for but offered no clue about where she actually was? He'd already been on psychiatric leave once. His supervisor, Margaret Vance, had been understanding but firm. One more episode and he'd be doing desk work permanently. The Park Service didn't take chances with rangers who saw things that weren't there, who woke up screaming in the bunkhouse, who requested transfers away from their assigned sectors because the trees felt wrong. He pocketed the photographs and continued down the trail. The Hoh rainforest was a temperate rainforest that received over 12 feet of rain annually, creating a landscape unlike anywhere else in the continental United States. Sitka spruce and western hemlock grew to massive proportions, their trunks draped in club moss and hanging gardens of ferns. The canopy was so dense that the forest floor existed in permanent twilight, even at noon. Sound behaved strangely here, muffled by the vegetation bouncing off wet bark in unexpected directions, creating echoes where none should exist. Robert had always loved this forest before David, before the night terrors, before he'd started seeing David's face in the patterns of lichen on tree trunks. Now it felt like a throat slowly closing. The trail wound through a gallery of giants, trees that had been ancient when the Mayflower landed. The Hoh people, the indigenous tribe for whom the river was named, had stories about this forest, about spirits that lived in the oldest trees, about paths that appeared and disappeared, about the dead who walked on moonless nights. Robert had attended a cultural sensitivity training where an elder had spoken about these traditions, and he'd listened politely while planning his grocery list in his head. He'd been a man of science then, someone who understood hypothermia and dehydration and the statistical likelihood of hikers making fatal mistakes. He'd believed the forest was dangerous only in the ways that mountains and rivers were dangerous, through indifference rather than intention. That was before David's autopsy report came back with findings that made no sense. Abrasions that predated the fall, traces of plant matter in his lungs from species that didn't grow at that elevation, and a core body temperature taken 3 hours after death that was 15 degrees lower than it should have been. The medical examiner had noted these anomalies and then filed them under inconclusive environmental factors, because what else could she do? Robert had read the report 17 times, memorizing every impossible detail, until his therapist had gently taken it away and told him that searching for meaning in tragedy only created more pain. But he'd kept searching anyway. His radio crackled. "Fitzgerald, you copy?" Margaret's voice, professional and clipped. Robert unclipped the radio from his belt. "Copy. We've got another witness report. Hiker claims they saw a woman matching Rhodes's description near the Blue Glacier Trail junction yesterday evening. Can you sweep that sector?" The Blue Glacier Trail junction was 9 miles away, in the opposite direction. "That's outside my assignment today. Jackson called in sick. You're closest." A pause. "You okay handling this?" The question beneath the question. "Are you stable enough to handle a search for a missing woman, given your history?" "I'm fine," Robert said. "Heading there now." He turned back the way he'd come, and that's when he noticed the tree. It was a Sitka spruce, maybe 200 feet tall, its trunk 8 feet in diameter. He'd passed it on the way in. He was certain he'd passed it, because there was a distinctive burl on the left side, shaped like a human face in profile, except now the burl was on the right side, or he'd gotten turned around, or the forest was denser than he remembered, the path narrower, the light different. Robert pulled out his Garmin GPS unit and checked his location. The device took longer than usual to acquire satellites, the screen flickering. When it finally stabilized, it showed his position as 40 feet west of the trail. That was impossible. He was standing on the trail. He could see the wooden boardwalk sections installed to protect sensitive vegetation. He could see his own boot prints in the mud from 20 minutes ago. The GPS showed him in the middle of unmarked forest. He looked up from the screen. The trail was still there. But when he looked at the GPS again, his position hadn't changed. 40 feet west, in an area the map designated as impassable old growth. Robert turned off the GPS and turned it back on. Same result. He tried his radio. "Vance, I'm having equipment issues. My GPS is showing incorrect positioning." Static answered him. Heavy, textured static that sounded almost like breathing. "Vance, do you copy?" More static. Then, cutting through it, a voice. Not Margaret's. A woman's voice, speaking in a language Robert didn't recognize, syllables that rose and fell like water over stone. Japanese, maybe? Or something older. The voice continued for 5 seconds, then cut off abruptly, replaced by silence so complete that Robert realized he couldn't hear anything. No birds. No wind. No distant murmur of the Ho River. The forest had gone completely, impossibly quiet. He'd experienced this once before, at Mount Rainier, in the hours before he found David. This same suffocating silence, as if the world had been wrapped in cotton, as if he'd gone deaf, but could still hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears. Robert started walking fast, then jogging, following the trail markers even though his GPS claimed he was moving through solid forest. His breath came harsh and ragged. The photographs in his pocket seemed to burn against his chest. Behind him, he heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, accompanied by a sound like wet fabric dragging across wood. He didn't look back. Looking back was how people died in these situations. He'd read the reports, the ones that never made it into official files but got passed around among rangers late at night. Stories of hikers who'd felt watched and turned around to see something standing between the trees. Stories of people who'd heard their names called in familiar voices and followed the sound-off trail. Stories of bodies found in impossible positions, in places no human could have reached, wearing expressions of terminal horror. The footsteps kept pace with him, never closer, never farther away. Robert broke into a full run. The trail twisted and rose, crossing a small creek on a log bridge. He pounded across it, his boots thudding on the wet wood. The footsteps behind him didn't change rhythm. They maintained that same measured pace, unhurried, inevitable. He burst into a clearing he didn't recognize. No, not a clearing, a campsite. There were the remains of a fire, carefully constructed with a rock ring. A tent, blue and orange, its rainfly secured against weather. A backpack leaning against a tree, brand name visible. Osprey Atmos 65. Everything neat and organized, the way an experienced hiker would leave a camp when going for a short day hike. Everything except that the tent fabric was wrong. It was moldy, degraded, the color faded in a way that suggested months or years, not days. Robert approached slowly. His heart was still racing, but the footsteps had stopped when he entered the clearing. The tent's zipper was closed. He knew he shouldn't open it. Every instinct screamed at him to back away, to radio for support, to wait for daylight and backup, even though it was already noon. He opened it anyway. The smell hit him first, decay and something sweeter, like incense. The tent's interior was empty, except for a sleeping bag and a small pile of belongings. A journal, its pages swollen with moisture, a Washington State driver's license in a clear plastic case. Robert picked it up with shaking hands. Olivia Rhodes smiled at him from the photo, her expression nothing like the knowledge-haunted look from the Polaroid. This was a DMV photo, taken in boredom and mild irritation, the smile perfunctory. Date of birth, April 3rd, 1985. He did the math. She'd turned 26, 3 months ago. Robert opened the journal. The first entry was dated 6 months ago. The handwriting was careful and precise. The words those of a scientist documenting observations. Olivia had been studying nitrogen cycling in old-growth forests, collecting soil samples, measuring rainfall, tracking decomposition rates. The entries were mundane until he reached one dated 2 weeks ago. Something's wrong with the North Grove. The trees are dying, but the leaves are still green. Found a circle of stones that doesn't match any historical documentation of Ho settlements. Doctor, Matsumoto would find this fascinating. It looks like a kamidana, but why would there be a Shinto shrine this deep in the forest? The stones are covered in offerings, coins, flowers, origami cranes, all of them recent. The next entry was 1 week ago. I keep hearing singing at night, a woman's voice. I don't know the language, but it makes me feel cold inside, like the sound is pulling heat from my body. I found more offerings today. Someone's been maintaining this shrine. I took photographs, but they came out wrong, overexposed as if there's a light source I can't see. 5 days ago, I saw her last night. A woman in white. She was standing at the edge of my tent, not moving, just standing there. I could see her shadow through the fabric. When I opened the tent, she was gone, but there were wet footprints leading into the forest. I followed them. I shouldn't have followed them, but I did. They led to the shrine. There was fresh blood on the stones. 4 days ago, the last entry. She's angry. I don't know how I know this, but I can feel it. Something terrible happened here. Something that hasn't been forgiven. I need to leave, but I can't find the trail. My GPS keeps showing me in different locations. The maps don't match the terrain. I'm walking in circles. I tried to reach the ranger station, but my radio only picks up that voice, singing the same song over and over. I think I'm going to die here. I think she wants me to die here. I look like someone she hates. I saw my reflection in the river yesterday, and for just a moment it wasn't my face. It was an Asian woman's face, older, with hair down to her waist. When I blinked, I was myself again. But she's in my head now. I can feel her. The journal ended there. Robert set it down carefully and backed out of the tent. The clearing was still silent. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just that oppressive, waiting silence. He pulled out his radio again and tried to call for help, but all he got was static, and that voice singing in Japanese, the melody rising and falling like a lament. He pulled out the Polaroid of Olivia and looked at it again. In the photograph, she was staring at something off camera, her expression frozen in recognition of something awful. Robert tilted the photo, trying to see what she was looking at, and that's when he noticed the shadow. There was a shadow on the ground beside Olivia in the photograph, a human shadow, but Olivia was alone in the frame. The shadow was too tall, too thin, with hair that pooled on the ground like spilled ink. Robert's hands went numb. The photograph fell into the mud. Behind him, someone whispered his name. Not his ranger name, not his professional identity, but the name David had called him in private, the nickname only one person in the world had used. He spun around. The clearing was empty, but now he could see what he'd missed before. Scratches on the trees surrounding the campsite, symbols carved deep into the bark. Japanese characters, he thought, but degraded, violent, hacked into the wood with something that left ragged edges. The trees were bleeding sap from the wounds, fresh and sticky. And there, at the edge of the clearing, barely visible between two massive hemlocks, stood a figure in white. Robert froze. The figure was tall and thin, wearing what might have been a kimono or burial shroud. Her hair hung down to her waist, black and wet, obscuring her face. She wasn't moving, just standing there, but Robert could feel her attention on him like physical pressure, crushing the air from his lungs. She took a step forward. Her feet made no sound on the forest floor. Robert backed away, his hand fumbling for the canister of bear spray on his belt, even though he knew it would be useless. Another step. The woman's hair swayed, though there was no wind. He could see her hands now, pale and long-fingered, hanging at her sides. "I'm sorry," Robert heard himself say. "Whatever happened here, I'm sorry." The figure tilted her head, a movement too smooth, too controlled. When she spoke, her voice was the same one from the radio, syllables flowing like water, like mourning, like rage given sound. Robert didn't understand the words, but he understood the meaning. You are not forgiven. You will never be forgiven. This place remembers. She raised one hand and pointed at him. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant. Robert's breath misted in front of his face. Ice crystals formed on the tense rainfly, crackling as they spread. The trees groaned, their trunks contracting in the sudden cold. And Robert saw with horrible clarity what had happened here. Not a vision, not exactly. More like a memory that wasn't his own, downloaded directly into his consciousness. A Japanese woman, early 20th century, living in a logging camp when Japanese immigrants worked the Olympic Peninsula forests. Her name was Yuki. She'd married a white foreman who'd promised her safety, promised her a home, promised her dignity. Instead, he'd betrayed her, publicly humiliated her, and when she'd threatened to leave, when she'd threatened to expose his financial crimes, he'd killed her. Not quickly. He'd brought her to this grove, tied her to a tree and left her to die slowly over 3 days while the forest bore witness. She'd died hating him, died cursing him, died swearing that she would never leave, that her rage would saturate this ground, that anyone who reminded her of her suffering would share it. And Olivia Rhodes, with her Asian features, her black hair, her presence in this grove, Olivia had become the target of a century of rage. Robert understood now. The shrine Olivia had found wasn't a kamidana. It was a warning, offerings left by someone who knew this forest's history, trying to appease an onryo, a vengeful spirit, trying to prevent exactly what had happened. The woman in white took another step forward. She was 10 feet away now, close enough that Robert could see beneath the wet hair, could see that her face was wrong, was incomplete, was showing bone through translucent skin, close enough that he could smell earth and rotting flowers. Where is she? Robert forced the words out. Where's Olivia? The spirit's head tilted further, impossibly far. When she spoke again, her voice was layered, multiple voices speaking in harmony, all of them filled with anguish and fury. The words shifted, becoming English, becoming something Robert could understand. She walks. She walks as I walked. She dies as I died. She becomes what I became. No, Robert said. No, that's not, you can't. But the spirit was pointing now, pointing past him, deeper into the forest. Robert turned, following the gesture, and saw what she wanted him to see. A figure was walking through the trees, moving with the same measured, inexorable pace as the footsteps he'd heard earlier. The figure wore a Park Service uniform, carried a radio and GPS unit, looked exactly like Robert Fitzgerald, except that its eyes were empty holes and its mouth hung open in a scream that never ended. Robert watched himself walk past, dead but still moving, trapped in an eternal loop of searching for something that could never be found. He saw David standing behind a tree, his body broken from the fall, but still walking, still looking for the partner who'd abandoned him. He saw other rangers, other hikers, all of them caught in this place, all of them victims of their own guilt and the forest's long memory. The spirit's voice came again, softer now, almost gentle. You feel her, the one you failed. You carry him, the one you abandoned. This forest keeps such things. This forest never forgets. Robert fell to his knees. The cold was absolute now, burning his exposed skin. His thoughts were fragmenting, his sense of self dissolving. He could feel David's presence not as memory but as tangible weight, the accusation of his death wrapping around Robert's throat like hands. I'm sorry, Robert whispered. David, I'm so sorry. The spirit crouched before him, her movement fluid and terrible. Up close he could see that her burial shroud was rotting, could see the rope marks on her wrists from where she'd been bound to the tree, could see the hatred in what remained of her eyes. But when she touched his face, her hand was surprisingly gentle. You did not kill him, she said, her English perfect now, almost kind. But you carry his death, as I carry mine, as she carries hers. This forest is built on such carrying, on grief that has nowhere to go, on rage that cannot be satisfied, on guilt that eats and never fills. Her fingers were ice against his skin. Robert could feel his heartbeat slowing, his body temperature dropping, his consciousness beginning to fade. "Let me show you where she waits," the spirit whispered. "Let me show you what you came here to find." The world inverted. Robert was standing. No, he was walking. No, he was everywhere at once, his consciousness stretched thin across the forest like morning fog. He saw through the trees' perspective, felt their roots drinking from soil mixed with human remains, tasted the memories stored in moss that had absorbed a century of decay. The forest was alive in a way he'd never understood. A vast, interconnected network of consciousness that remembered everything that happened within its boundaries. And there, at the heart of it, was Olivia Rhodes. She was standing in a grove he'd never seen before, though his GPS would probably claim it didn't exist. The trees here were different, twisted, their trunks spiraling in patterns that hurt to perceive. And in the center of the grove, the shrine Olivia had written about. Not a Shinto shrine, a containment, a prison, a place where someone long ago had tried to bind Yuki's spirit and failed. Olivia was standing before it, her back to Robert, her Park Service uniform torn and muddy. She'd been here for days, maybe longer, walking in circles around the shrine, following the same path over and over. When she turned, Robert saw that her face was no longer entirely her own. Yuki's features were bleeding through, the spirit's rage wearing Olivia's body like an ill-fitting mask. "Help me," Olivia said, but the voice was layered, two women speaking at once. Robert tried to move toward her and found he couldn't. He was back in his own body, back in the clearing, the spirit still crouched before him with her hand on his face. Frost was forming where she touched him, ice crystals spreading across his cheek. "You cannot save her," Yuki said. "She is already mine. She carries the face of those who looked away when I screamed. She carries the silence of those who knew and did nothing. She will walk here forever as I walked until someone pays the debt." "What debt?" Robert's voice was barely a whisper. "What do you want?" The spirit's expression changed. The hatred flickered, revealing something underneath. Not mercy, but a kind of terrible understanding. "I want what was taken. I want justice. I want recognition. I want the man who killed me to be punished, but he died 80 years ago in his sleep, unpunished, unmourned by anyone who knew the truth. I want time to reverse. I want my life returned. I want the impossible." She released his face and stood. "And so I take what I can. I take the guilty. I take those who carry death on their souls. I take those who look like me, sound like me, remind me of what I was. I take, and it never fills the emptiness." Robert struggled to his feet. His legs barely supported him. "Then stop. Choose to stop. You don't have to." "I do not choose." The spirit's voice rose to a shriek that made the trees shudder. "I am what was made of me. I am rage given form. I am the price of being forgotten." The forest erupted with sound. Birds burst from branches in panic. Small animals fled in waves. The ground itself seemed to pulse with anger. And Robert understood finally what he was dealing with. Not a ghost. Not really. Not a conscious entity making decisions. Yuki had been dead so long that she was no longer a person. She was a force, a phenomenon. Grief and fury calcified into something that could only repeat and consume. But Olivia wasn't gone yet. Olivia was still alive, still trapped, still fighting. Robert pulled out his radio one more time. "Vance, if you can hear me, I need backup at..." He checked his GPS, but the screen was solid ice now, cracked and useless. "I'm in the North Grove, beyond the Hall of Mosses trail. I found Rhodes. She's alive, but in critical condition. I need medical evac and..." Static drowned him out. But this time, instead of Yuki's voice, he heard something else. A helicopter, distant but real, responding to some earlier call. Hope surged in his chest. Yuki's spirit turned toward the sound, her head tilting, sensing the approach of the living world. For just a moment, her form wavered, becoming less solid. Robert ran. He didn't know which direction he was going, just away from the clearing, toward the helicopter sound. The forest tried to stop him. Branches snagged his clothes, roots materialized underfoot. The path twisted back on itself. But he kept running, driven by pure animal panic and something else. Something he'd lost 3 years ago when David died. The belief that saving someone might save himself. Behind him, Yuki shrieked. The sound was everywhere, resonating from every tree, a wail of abandonment and fury. Robert felt her attention focus on him like a searchlight, burning cold, pulling heat from his body. He burst through a wall of ferns and found himself on a trail he recognized, the main route, marked with official Park Service signs. He was back in the real forest, the one that operated by natural laws. Behind him, deeper in the trees, he could hear the helicopter getting closer. His radio crackled. "Fitzgerald, respond, we have your last known position." "I'm here," Robert shouted into the radio. "North Grove, I found Rhodes's camp. She's still in there, but there's..." He stopped. What could he say? That there was a vengeful ghost? That the forest itself was hostile? That Olivia was being possessed by a woman who died in 1923? "There's something wrong with her mental state," he said instead. "Possible exposure, hypothermia, psychological break. She's not alone in there." He meant Yuki, but it could be interpreted as another person. "Request immediate extraction and medical support." "Copy that, Fitzgerald. Helo is 2 minutes out. Light a flare if you can mark the position." Robert pulled a flare from his pack and lit it, the red smoke billowing up through the canopy. The helicopter circled overhead, rotors thudding. It couldn't land in the dense forest, but it could drop a rescue team. Robert ran back toward the grove. He had 2 minutes, maybe less, to find Olivia and get her to the extraction point. He followed his own trail back through the ferns, back through the twisting path, back to the clearing where Olivia's tent sat rotting. Yuki was there, waiting. But now Robert could see her more clearly, could see the woman beneath the rage. She'd been young when she died, maybe 30. She'd had a life, had dreams, had loved someone before betrayal and murder twisted her into this thing. The hatred in her eyes was real, but so was the sorrow underneath. "I can't give you justice," Robert said. "I can't give you your life back. But I can acknowledge what happened to you. I can make sure you're not forgotten." The spirit regarded him silently. "Tell me," Robert said. "Tell me your story. Your real name, not just Yuki. Where you came from, what you loved, what you lost. Tell me, and I'll make sure it's recorded. I'll make sure the Park Service knows this grove's history. I'll make sure you're not just a warning in a journal, not just a ghost story. I'll make sure you were real." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the spirit's form began to change. The rage drained from her features, leaving only exhaustion. When she spoke, her voice was human again, tired and infinitely sad. "Tanaka Yukiko. I came from Hiroshima in 1919. I loved poetry and the ocean. I lost everything when I trusted a man who saw me as less than human. I died alone in pain, calling for help that never came. I was 28 years old." "I'm sorry," Robert said. "I'm so sorry that happened to you." Tanaka Yukiko nodded slowly. "Your friend, David, he did not blame you. He knew you carried guilt you did not earn. He wants you to know that." Robert's eyes burned with tears he'd been holding for 3 years. "Is he here? Can I..." He was never here. He left cleanly, without rage to bind him. What you saw was only your guilt, given form by this place. I showed you your fear, not his truth." She paused. "I am sorry for that. I hurt from hurting others. But I cannot stop. The rope around my wrists, the betrayal in my heart. These things have no ending." The helicopter was directly overhead now. Robert heard shouting, saw figures rappelling down through the canopy. "Where is she?" Robert asked. "Where's Olivia?" Tanaka Yukiko pointed deeper into the forest. "She walks where I walked. She follows the path I made in dying. But she is not dead yet. There is still time." Robert ran. The forest opened before him now, the path clear, as if Yukiko was showing him the way. He burst into the shrine grove and found Olivia walking in circles, her eyes distant, her lips moving in silent repetition of words she didn't understand. She was freezing, hypothermic, her skin gray. Robert grabbed her, breaking the pattern of her walking. Olivia collapsed into his arms, her body temperature shocking in its coldness. He stripped off his jacket and wrapped it around her, lifting her in a fireman's carry. She weighed almost nothing, as if the ghost had been draining her substance as well as her will. The rescue team found him halfway back to the extraction point. They took Olivia from him, checking vitals, starting emergency warming protocols. Someone was talking to him, but Robert couldn't hear them over the sound of his own heartbeat. He turned back toward the grove one last time. Tanaka Yukiko stood at the edge of the trees watching. As Robert looked, she bowed, a formal, respectful bow, and then faded like morning mist, dissolving into the forest that had been her prison and tomb for nearly a century. The helicopter lifted off, Olivia strapped to a stretcher, Robert and 2 SAR members riding back toward civilization. Below them, the whole rainforest stretched out in every direction, green and ancient and full of secrets. 3 weeks later, Robert stood in Margaret Vance's office at park headquarters. Olivia Rhodes is recovering, Margaret said. Physically, anyway. She's got some frostbite damage and significant weight loss, but she'll survive. Psychologically, she shook her head. She doesn't remember most of what happened. Says the last clear memory she has is setting up her tent 6 days before we found her. Everything after that is fragments. She keeps talking about cold and singing and someone who wanted her to stay. Robert nodded. He'd written his report carefully, documenting the tent, the journal, the hypothermia. He'd left out the impossible parts, the ghost, the supernatural cold, the visions, but he'd included something else. I've been researching the grove where we found her camp, Robert said. There's an incident from 1923 that didn't make it into official records. A Japanese woman named Tanaka Yukiko who disappeared in that area. Her body was never found. I think we should install a memorial, something that acknowledges what happened there. Margaret studied him. Based on what evidence? Local historical society has records, newspaper clippings. It happened. Robert met her eyes. Someone should remember her. And you think this will help Rhodes recover? Knowing the history? I think it matters, Robert said. I think the forest remembers things we've forgotten. I think acknowledging that is part of respecting the land we're supposed to protect. Margaret was quiet for a long time. You're different, Fitzgerald, since you came back from that search. More settled somehow. Robert thought about David, about the 3 years he'd spent haunted by guilt that wasn't his to carry. He thought about Tanaka Yukiko, trapped by rage she couldn't release. He thought about the forest's long memory and the weight of things left unsaid. I think I understand something now, he said, about letting go, about forgiveness, about the difference between honoring the dead and being consumed by them. Margaret nodded slowly. I'll look into the memorial. But Fitzgerald, if you ever feel like you're losing it again, if the forest starts feeling wrong, if you're seeing things, you come talk to me, immediately. No heroics. Understood? Understood. Robert left her office and walked out into the October afternoon. The sun was setting early now, autumn turning toward winter. He had a shift starting tomorrow, back in the backcountry, back to the trails and the ancient trees, and the silence that was sometimes just silence and sometimes something more. But tonight, he was going home to his small apartment in Forks, where he'd cook dinner and maybe call his sister, who he hadn't talked to in 6 months. He'd write in the journal his therapist had suggested, documenting not the horrors but the ordinary moments, the ones worth living for. He'd sleep, and maybe he'd dream of David, but not as accusation, as memory, as someone who'd been loved and lost, but not betrayed. The forest would still be there tomorrow, patient and eternal, keeping its secrets. But Robert Fitzgerald had learned something in that grove. Some debts could never be repaid, some wrongs could never be righted, some ghosts could never be laid to rest. The only choice was whether you let them consume you, or whether you acknowledged them and kept walking anyway. He chose to keep walking. Olivia Rhodes was released from the hospital 6 weeks after her rescue. She left Olympic National Park and never returned. She abandoned her research, changed her focus to marine ecosystems far from any forest. When asked about her experience, she would say only that she'd gotten lost, gotten cold, gotten confused. The details were gone, thankfully gone. But sometimes late at night in her Seattle apartment, she would wake from dreams of a woman singing in a language she didn't know, of cold that reached bone deep, of walking in circles while something watched from the trees. And she would find long black hairs on her pillow that weren't hers, strands that dissolved like smoke when she tried to pick them up. The forest had released her, but it hadn't forgotten. Robert Fitzgerald continued working at Olympic National Park for 7 more years. He led the campaign to install a memorial for Tanaka Yukiko in the North Grove, a simple stone marker with her name and dates, acknowledging a life stolen and a death unmourned. He never told anyone about what he'd really seen that day, about the spirit who'd shown him his own ghosts so he could learn to live without them. But sometimes when he walked the Hall of Moss's trail alone, he would hear singing, faint, distant, no longer full of rage, but something else, something like peace slowly, impossibly approaching. And he would stop and bow, a silent acknowledgement to a woman who'd waited nearly a century to be seen as human again. The Hoh rainforest keeps its secret still. Hikers report strange experiences sometimes, voices in languages they don't recognize, cold spots on warm days, the feeling of being watched by something that isn't hostile, but isn't entirely friendly either. The Park Service logs these reports and files them under environmental confusion and psychological stress. But the rangers who work there, the ones who've been there long enough to feel the forest's age, know differently. They know that some places remember, that some sorrows saturate the ground too deeply to ever fully fade, that the line between the natural and supernatural is thinner than maps suggest. They know that the forest is patient, that it waits, that it witnesses everything, forgives nothing, and forgets even less. And they walk carefully in the old groves, especially the ones where the trees grow twisted and the moss hangs heavy, and the silence feels like listening. They walk carefully, and they respect what they cannot see, and they remember that some debts are paid not in justice but in acknowledgement, not in forgetting but in bearing witness. The photographs Robert found that day were never explained. They weren't in his report because he couldn't explain them, but he kept them, tucked into the back of Tanaka Yukiko's historical file, evidence of something that couldn't be proven but couldn't be denied. Sometimes he would take them out and look at them, at the impossible angles, at Olivia Rhodes's expression of knowledge without understanding, at the shadow that shouldn't exist. And he would think about the forest's memory, about how it stores everything, pain and joy, death and life, rage and forgiveness all layered together in soil and root and leaf, about how the supernatural isn't separate from the natural but woven through it like water through earth, visible only when conditions align. He would think about Tanaka Yukiko, who'd wanted only to be seen, to be real, to matter. And he would think about David, who'd never blamed him, who'd been gone all along, whose death was tragedy but not betrayal. And then he would close the file, put the photographs away, and go back to work protecting a forest that protected its own secrets, that punished some and spared others according to mathematics he'd never fully understand. The forest would still be there tomorrow, patient, eternal, remembering everything, and Robert Fitzgerald would still be there too, walking carefully through the shadows between the trees, carrying his dead but no longer carried by them, a ranger who understood that sometimes the best you can do is witness the pain, acknowledge the grief, and keep walking anyway. The Hoh River flows on, indifferent and ancient. The trees grow, die, and feed new growth. The moss absorbs rain and memory in equal measure, and somewhere in the North Grove a stone marker bears a name that was almost forgotten but now, finally, is remembered. Tanaka Yukiko, 1895-1923. May she rest in peace. But the forest knows what the stone doesn't say, that some rest isn't peaceful, that some peace is only exhaustion from endless rage, that some spirits never truly rest but only wait, watching the living with eyes that have seen too much and forgiven too little. The forest knows, The forest remembers. The forest keeps its secrets. And the rangers walk carefully through the green twilight, respecting what they cannot see. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The trees in the Ho had been weeping for 6 days straight. Not rain. David Ramirez knew rain. This was something else, something that made the moss hang heavier, made the silence between drops feel like held breath. He stood at the trailhead of the Ho River Trail, staring into the cathedral darkness of the temperate rainforest, and felt the old familiar weight settle into his chest. The weight that had been there since Cascade River, since Miguel, since the water. 3 years. 3 years since he'd watched his partner's hand slip from his grip in the current, since he'd surfaced alone. Lungs burning, Miguel's name tearing from his throat until it was just raw sound. 3 years of therapy-mandated desk work, of incident reports that never felt complete, of waking up reaching for someone who wasn't there. 6 months since they'd let him back in the field, back to doing what he'd sworn he'd never do again. And now this. Megan Price, 26, solo hiker. Last seen 4 days ago heading toward Blue Glacier. Her satellite beacon had activated briefly on day 2, then gone silent. Her GPS coordinates placed her somewhere along the upper trail, past the ranger station, deep in the old growth where the Sitka spruce reached heights that made you forget the sky existed. David adjusted his pack. Osprey Ether 70, 60 pounds of gear that felt like nothing compared to what he carried inside, and checked his radio. Motorola XPR 7550, fully charged, though signal would be intermittent at best once he passed Lewis Meadow. His Garmin GPS Map 64 showed the trail stretching ahead like a promise the forest didn't intend to keep. Base, this is Ramirez. Beginning trail ascent at 0847 hours. Static answered him, then Sarah's voice, the new dispatcher, young enough that she still believed missing hikers were just lost. Copy that, David. Weather's supposed to hold, but you know the Ho. Stay sharp. Stay sharp, as if he'd been anything but since Cascade River. As if the edges of his awareness hadn't been honed to the point of pain. Every shadow a threat. Every silence a scream waiting to happen. He started walking. The Ho River Trail was supposed to be easy, relatively flat, well-maintained, popular enough that you rarely went more than an hour without seeing day hikers. But it had been raining for almost a week, and the usual foot traffic had dried up. David passed empty campsites, abandoned fire rings that looked like they hadn't been used in days. The nurse logs, massive fallen Sitka spruce hosting entire ecosystems on their decaying backs, seemed to pulse with a life that had nothing to do with the ferns and seedlings growing from their bark. By mile 3, he knew something was wrong. The forest was too quiet. No birds, no squirrels chittering in the canopy, no rustling in the undergrowth, just the sound of water dripping from every surface, each drop timed to an irregular heartbeat that made his skin prickle. At mile 5, he found her pack. It sat in the middle of the trail, carefully positioned, not discarded. David approached slowly, hand moving instinctively to the canister of bear spray on his belt, even though he had always known, that there were worse things in these woods than bears. The pack was a Gregory Diva 60, women's fit, teal and gray. Megan's name was written in Sharpie on the top flap. David pulled on his gloves. Evidence protocol, even though something in his gut told him this had moved beyond protocol, and opened it. Everything was still inside. Sleeping bag, tent, food, water filter, first aid kit. Her wallet with her ID and credit cards. Her phone, dead, but present. Nobody abandoned a pack like this, not with everything they needed to survive. Nobody except someone who didn't need it anymore, or someone who'd been taken. David keyed his radio. Base, this is Ramirez. Found the missing hiker's pack at approximately mile 5, trail marker 52. Pack is intact, all gear present, proceeding to last known coordinates. Silence answered him. He checked the radio. Full signal, according to the display. But only static came back when he tried again. He looked up at the canopy. The Sitka spruce towered overhead, their trunks wider than truck beds, their branches creating a gloom that felt less like shade and more like the forest closing its eyes. Moss hung in curtains, thick as rope, swaying in a breeze that David couldn't feel. And there, carved into the nearest tree, barely visible under the moss, Japanese characters, kanji. David had seen enough international hikers to recognize the script, but he couldn't read it. The carving was old, the bark healing around it, but still visible, still deliberate. He took a photo with his camera, protocol again, though his hands shook slightly as he did it, and continued up the trail. The coordinates Megan's beacon had transmitted placed her another 3 miles ahead, past Lewis Meadow, approaching the glacier. David's pace quickened despite every instinct screaming at him to turn back. He'd failed Miguel. He wouldn't fail another. The trail began to climb, switchbacks cutting through terrain that grew increasingly wild. The moss thickened, the trees pressed closer, and everywhere on nearly every other tree, those carved characters, always the same ones, always at chest height, as if someone had walked this trail marking it, claiming it. David's breath came harder, and not from exertion. The temperature was dropping. In June, in a temperate rainforest where the climate stayed relatively mild year-round. He could see his breath now, small clouds that dissipated into the green darkness like ghosts. At Lewis Meadow, he found the first photograph. It was pinned to a tree with a long, thin needle. No, not a needle, a hairpin. Black lacquer, decorated with a small white flower. The photograph showed a woman, Asian, young, smiling at the camera. She wore a white dress, simple, elegant. Behind her, David recognized the Ho River Trail. This trail, this exact location. He removed the photograph carefully, bagged it, and saw what had been behind it. More kanji carved into the bark. And below that, fresher, still bleeding sap, English words. She waits in the water. David's radio crackled. Not static this time. Something else. A voice, distant, distorted, female, speaking Japanese. The words rose and fell in a cadence that sounded less like communication and more like incantation. Base, do you copy? Sarah, are you there? Only the Japanese voice answered, growing clearer, closer. David recognized one word, repeated over and over. Modot. Come back. Return. He turned off the radio. His hands were shaking openly now. The air had grown colder still, cold enough that the moisture on the trees was beginning to frost. In June, at sea level. Impossible. David forced himself forward. Another mile. The beacon coordinates were close now. Megan was close. The trail opened onto a clearing, and David stopped so abruptly he nearly fell. The trees formed a perfect circle. Inside the circle, the ground was covered in photographs. Hundreds of them, thousands, all showing the same woman from different angles, different days, different years. Some were old, faded, the colors bleeding into sepias. Others were fresh, printed on modern photo paper. All showed the woman in white. And in the center of the circle, standing perfectly still, was Megan Price. She faced away from David, her hair hanging wet and dark down her back. She wore what she'd been reported missing in: North Face jacket, Columbia hiking pants, Merrell boots. But she stood in a way that made David's throat close. Too straight, too still. Like a mannequin, like something waiting. Megan? His voice came out hoarse. Megan Price? She didn't turn, didn't move, but she spoke, and the voice that came from her mouth wasn't hers. It was the voice from the radio. Clear now, close, speaking English with an accent that seemed to come from another era entirely. You came back. I'm Ranger David Ramirez. I'm here to help you. Are you injured? You came back. The same words, same inflection. You promised you would come back. David's training told him to approach, check for injuries, assess the situation. But every instinct, honed by loss, sharpened by grief, screamed at him to run. He took a step forward anyway. The temperature plummeted. His breath came in clouds so thick he could barely see through them. The photographs on the ground began to rustle, lifting in a wind that David still couldn't feel, swirling around Megan like leaves, like snow, like words written in a language he couldn't read. Megan turned. Her face was white, not pale. White, like paper, like bone, like the absence of blood. Her eyes were open but filmed over, milky, seeing nothing and everything. Her mouth moved, and though her lips shaped words, the voice came from somewhere else, somewhere deeper. I waited. You said you would come back. You said. And then David saw what was behind her. The woman in white stood at the edge of the clearing. Not translucent, not ghostly. Solid, real, more real than anything else in the forest. She wore the same dress from the photographs, but it was wet now, clinging to her frame, dripping water that didn't soak into the ground but pooled and spread like blood. Her hair fell forward, covering her face completely, reaching almost to her waist, black and glistening and somehow wrong. David's hand moved to his radio by instinct, but he knew it wouldn't work. Knew that whatever this was, it existed outside the reach of radio waves and emergency protocols and search and rescue procedures. The woman in white tilted her head, an inhuman movement, too sharp, too precise. And then she began to walk toward Megan, not stepping exactly, gliding, the water spreading beneath her feet with each impossible stride. No, David's voice cracked. Leave her alone. The woman stopped. Slowly she raised one hand, pale, long-fingered, nails painted white, and pushed her hair aside. David had seen death before, had seen Miguel's face in the water, lifeless, had pulled bodies from rivers and ravines and crevasses, but nothing had prepared him for this face. It was beautiful and terrible, perfect and ruined, alive with a hatred so pure it felt like heat despite the cold. Her eyes met his, and David understood. She wasn't here for Megan. She'd never been here for Megan. She was here for him. The memories hit like a physical blow. Not his memories. Hers. A woman named Keiko Tanaka, 24, exchange student at University of Washington, hiking the Ho River Trail in 1997, meeting a man, a ranger, someone she trusted. Promises made, promises broken, and then the water, the cold water of the Ho River, hands pushing her under, holding her down, her lungs filling as she tried to scream his name. Miguel Rodriguez, David's partner, David's friend. Except Miguel had never been just David's friend. Before the transfer to North Cascades, Miguel had been stationed here at Olympic, and there had been an incident, a closed investigation, a female hiker found drowned. Accidental death, the report had said. Tragic. The woman's family in Japan had protested, claimed it was murder, but there was no evidence. The case went cold. Miguel transferred north. And then, 3 years ago, in the Cascade River, Miguel had slipped. David had tried to hold on, had reached for him, had watched the water take him. But maybe it hadn't been an accident. Maybe the water had been taking back what was owed. I didn't know, David whispered. I didn't know what he did. The woman, Keiko, tilted her head again. The hatred in her eyes never wavered. You let him go. Her voice was a whisper that filled the entire clearing. You pulled him from the water once. I pulled him back. And still, you mourn him. He was my partner, my friend. He was a murderer. The truth of it settled into David's bones, the pieces clicking into place. Miguel's drinking, his nightmares, the way he'd always refused to talk about his time at Olympic, the way he'd looked at the water that day on Cascade River just before he fell, not afraid but resigned, as if he'd been expecting it. Why Megan? David's voice was steady now, though everything inside him was breaking. She's innocent. So was I. Keiko moved closer, the water spreading, rising, pooling around Megan's feet. But I learned that innocence does not protect us from those who wear righteousness like a mask. He wore his ranger uniform. He spoke of conservation, of sacred duties. And then he drowned me because I threatened to expose what he had done to others. Others? How many? How many hikers who'd gone missing over the years, written off as accidents, as exposure, as bad luck? "Take me," David said. The words came without thought, but once spoken, he knew they were right. "Let her go. Take me instead." Keiko stopped, studied him with those terrible eyes. "You would trade yourself?" "Yes." "Why?" "You did not know her. She is nothing to you." "Because I couldn't save him." David's voice broke. "I couldn't save Miguel. Not from drowning. Not from whatever drove him to do what he did. But I can save her." For a long moment, nothing moved. The forest held its breath. The photograph suspended in the air like frozen rain. Then Keiko spoke, and her voice was different, softer, sadder. "You truly did not know. No. You grieved him. Yes. You would have saved him, even knowing." David closed his eyes. "Yes." The cold began to recede. When David opened his eyes, Megan was crumpling to the ground, color flooding back into her face, and Keiko stood directly in front of him, close enough that he could see the water dripping from her hair wasn't water at all, but tears. "He never came back," she whispered. "He promised he would come back, and then he drowned me. I waited, in the water, in the dark, waiting for him to keep his promise." "I'm sorry," David said, and meant it. "I'm so sorry." Keiko reached out one pale hand, pressed it against David's chest, over his heart. The cold was absolute, reaching into him, freezing the guilt and grief and weight he'd carried since Cascade River. "You let him go," she said. "Let me go too." "How?" "Remember me, not him. Remember Keiko Tanaka. Remember that I loved this forest. Remember that I did not deserve to die. Remember that I waited, and no one came." "I'll remember," David whispered. "I promise." The woman in white smiled. "It was terrible and beautiful and human. Then I can rest." She began to fade, not vanishing but dissolving like mist in morning sun. The photographs fell from the air, scattering across the ground. The temperature rose. The sound of birds returned to the forest, tentative at first, then growing in confidence. And David stood in a clearing full of evidence of a death that had been covered up for 12 years, with an unconscious hiker at his feet and a promise to keep. Megan woke in the hospital 2 days later with no memory of anything after the second day of her hike. Hypothermia, the doctor said. Exposure. Lucky that Ranger Ramirez found her when he did. She'd been in a fugue state, wandering, delusional, common with severe cases. She'd recover fully. David filed his report meticulously, described finding Megan in the clearing, described the hypothermic symptoms, did not describe the woman in white, the photographs, the impossible cold, but he included everything else. The location, the coordinates, the carved kanji on the trees. And he made a phone call to a family in Osaka, Japan, told them that their daughter, Keiko Tanaka, had not died by accident, that there had been a cover-up, that he had evidence, photographs, carvings, enough to reopen the case, that their daughter deserved justice. The investigation took 6 months. Miguel's personnel file was reviewed. Other cases from his time at Olympic were examined. 3 other female hikers, all international, all ruled accidental drownings. The pattern was undeniable. Miguel Rodriguez was posthumously stripped of his badge and benefits. The families were notified. Keiko's body, never recovered from the Ho River, was memorialized with a plaque at the trailhead. David requested the placement, made sure the kanji on the plaque matched the characters carved into the trees, made sure Keiko Tanaka's name was there, permanent, remembered. He left Olympic National Park after that, took a position at Mount Rainier, somewhere without rivers, without the weight of water and broken promises. But he visited the memorial twice a year, in spring and in fall, and each time he left flowers, white chrysanthemums traditional for mourning in Japan, and spoke her name aloud. Keiko Tanaka. I remember you. You did not deserve what happened. You loved this forest, and you waited, and I came, even if I was not who you were waiting for. Rest now, please rest." The forest never answered, but sometimes on the clearest days when the light filtered through the Sitka spruce just right, David could have sworn he saw a figure in white between the trees. Not threatening, not vengeful, just watching. Just there. And sometimes, very rarely, when the wind moved through the moss, he heard a voice whisper in Japanese, "Arigato." Thank you. David learned the word, kept it close, let it replace the weight he'd carried since Cascade River, because he'd finally understood something Miguel never had, that the ghosts we carry aren't always our own, and that sometimes the greatest act of courage isn't holding on. It's knowing when to let go and when to remember. The Ho River keeps flowing, the forest keeps growing, and Keiko Tanaka's name remains carved into the memory of Olympic National Park, not as a victim forgotten, but as a woman remembered. A promise kept, even if it took 12 years and a ranger who couldn't save his partner but could finally save someone else, to make it true. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. James Whitmore's thermometer read -42 degrees, but his coffee was boiling over. He stared at the impossibility for 3 full seconds before his training kicked in. Check the equipment, verify the malfunction, document the anomaly. The digital thermometer mounted outside the ranger cabin's window displayed 42-degree air in bright red numerals that didn't flicker or fade, functioning normally, as far as he could tell. But the coffee in his titanium camp mug bubbled and steamed like it was sitting on a burner, condensation fogging his reading glasses despite the brutal January cold that should have frozen the moisture in the air. 18 years as a backcountry ranger in Glacier National Park, and James had never seen anything his experience couldn't explain. Equipment failures, sure. Paradoxical undressing and hypothermia victims, absolutely. But this, localized thermodynamic impossibility, didn't fit any framework he'd developed across nearly 2 decades of winter patrols in some of the most hostile wilderness in the lower 48. He set the mug down carefully on the cabin's rough-hewn table, watched steam continue rising in defiance of the temperature differential that should have frozen it solid. Outside, the January sun hung low over the Continental Divide, turning snow-covered peaks the color of dried blood. Glacier National Park in deep winter was a study in extremes. Beauty so profound it hurt to witness, and cold so absolute it could kill an unprepared hiker in under an hour. James had come to check on the seasonal research cabin at the head of Kintla Lake, a routine patrol that took him 23 miles into backcountry accessible only by snowshoe this time of year. The cabin was maintained jointly by the NPS and University of Montana for wildlife studies, but in January it sat empty, or should have. 3 days ago, a graduate student named Megan Price had filed a permit for a solo winter wildlife observation trip, studying lynx predation patterns on snowshoe hare populations. Her faculty advisor had called yesterday, concerned that Megan wasn't responding to scheduled check-ins via satellite phone. James had volunteered immediately, not because he doubted Megan's competence. Her permit application showed solid winter camping experience, but because he knew these mountains in ways that couldn't be taught in any outdoor education program. He knew how the wind could strip heat from exposed skin in seconds, how the snow could swallow a person without trace, how the winter dark in these valleys could make even experienced outdoors people question their sanity. What he didn't know was why his coffee was boiling at -42 degrees. He pulled out his incident log, a weatherproof notebook he'd filled with thousands of entries over the years, and documented the observation with the same methodical precision that had made him one of the most respected rangers in the region. 14:30 hours, Kintla Research Cabin, thermometer reading 42 degrees, observed boiling in hot coffee, approx 190 degrees when poured 5 minutes prior, possible equipment malfunction, We'll verify with backup analog thermometer. The backup confirmed the digital reading. -42. And getting colder. James stepped outside, his breath crystallizing instantly into ice particles that fell like diamond dust. The silence was absolute. No wind, no birds, no sounds except the crunch of his pack boots on wind-packed snow. The research cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by subalpine fir so heavily laden with snow that their branches bent nearly to the ground, creating caverns of shadow beneath each tree. Beyond the clearing, the forest stretched in all directions, a maze of white and black and the deep green of conifers that looked almost artificial against the snow's brightness. Megan Price's snowshoe tracks led northeast from the cabin, toward the drainage that fed into Kintla Creek. James followed them for 50 yards, noting the competent stride, the proper spacing, the efficient kicksteps where she'd ascended a small rise. Everything about the tracks suggested someone who knew what they were doing. They were also 3 days old, filled partially with wind-blown snow but still clearly visible. Then they stopped, not gradually, not with any indication of turning around or deviating. One moment, the tracks proceeded in a clear line toward the drainage. The next moment, nothing. Just undisturbed snow stretching in every direction. Wind sculpted into sastrugi patterns that would have taken hours to form. James's pulse kicked up despite his experience. This was wrong. People didn't vanish mid-stride. There had to be an explanation. Wind fill, drifting, some optical illusion created by the angle of light and shadow. He circled the area carefully, searching for any indication of where the tracks resumed, but found only that perfect snow surface, unmarred except by his own fresh boot prints. He pulled out his Garmin GPS unit, marked the coordinates, and activated his Motorola radio. Whitmore to base, come in. Static then. Base here. Go ahead, James. I'm at Kintla Research Cabin. Found anomalous track evidence for missing hiker Price. Tracks terminate approximately 50 yards northeast of cabin with no continuation. Advise. A pause, longer than normal. Then, copy that. Weather's moving in fast, James. Front's ahead of schedule. You've got maybe 2 hours of clear before it hits. Advise you secure the cabin and wait it out rather than continuing search in deteriorating conditions. James looked at the sky. Clear blue, no clouds visible, but he trusted the meteorologist more than his own observations. Weather in Glacier could change in minutes, storms materializing from apparently clear skies with lethal speed. Understood. We'll secure location and resume search after front passes. Whitmore out. He returned to the cabin, his mind working through possible explanations for the vanishing tracks. Megan could have retraced her steps exactly. Difficult, but possible for someone with solid orienteering skills. She could have climbed a tree, though James saw no disturbance in the snow around any trunks nearby. She could have been picked up by helicopter, though no flight plans had been filed, and he'd have heard the rotors even in his sleep. Or something else had happened, something his 18 years of experience didn't provide framework for. Inside the cabin, his coffee had frozen solid in the mug. The temperature reading now showed 47 degrees F and dropping. James's unease crystallized into something harder, colder. He'd survived nearly 2 decades in backcountry because he paid attention to his instincts, and every instinct he possessed was screaming that something fundamental had broken in this small corner of wilderness. The rules that governed thermal dynamics, that explained human behavior, that made the natural world predictable, those rules had stopped applying somewhere between Megan's last footprint and the undisturbed snow beyond. He checked the cabin thoroughly, looking for any sign Megan had returned. Her gear was still there. Sleeping bag rated to 40-degree Irwines, camp stove with full fuel canisters, food supplies carefully stored in bear canisters despite it being winter, when bears were hibernating. Her satellite phone sat on the table beside her field notes, battery dead. James plugged it into his solar charger, waiting for it to power up while he read through her observations. The notes started normally. Lynx tracks observed, scat analysis, prey remains documented with photographs. Megan wrote in a clear, scientific hand, her observations precise and professional. But the entries from 3 days ago showed a change in tone. Unusual thermal readings, camera batteries dying in minutes despite being warm, Local Blackfeet legends mention winter that eats in this drainage. Asked cabin maintenance worker about it. He laughed, said scientists don't believe in Wetico. When I asked what that meant, he said I should leave before the solstice moon. That was 4 days ago. It's just folklore, but the cold here feels different. Hungry. James's stomach tightened. Wetico. He knew the word, though not well. Some kind of creature from Blackfeet or other Algonquian traditions. He'd heard it mentioned occasionally by tribal members who worked with the Park Service, usually in context that made it clear they weren't joking, even if they wouldn't elaborate to outsiders. Something about cannibalism, about winter, about hunger that couldn't be satisfied. The satellite phone finally powered on, beeping with a backlog of messages. James scrolled through them. Increasingly concerned texts from Megan's advisor, her roommate, her parents. The last message she'd sent was brief. Something outside, not animal, moving wrong, cold, getting worse. We'll document and report. No photos attached, no further clarification. The timestamp was 72 hours ago, right around the time her tracks would have been made. James stood abruptly, moved to the cabin's single window. Outside, the light had changed. Not darker exactly, but thinner, as if the sun's warmth had been filtered out while the illumination remained. The shadows under the snow-bent firs seemed deeper, more absolute, and in those shadows, James saw movement, fast and angular, too quick for his eye to follow, there and gone between one heartbeat and the next. He grabbed his binoculars, scanned the tree line. Nothing. Just snow and silence and that peculiar quality of light that made distances impossible to judge. But he'd seen something. His eyes didn't lie, even if his mind was struggling to process what they'd reported. The thermometer now read 53 degrees. Functionally impossible. The historical record for this area in January bottomed out around 35 degrees. This was entering Siberian territory, temperatures that required specialized gear and protocols James didn't have. His clothing was rated for 30 degree, adequate for typical glacier winter patrols, but catastrophically insufficient if the thermometer was accurate. Yet he wasn't cold. That was the thing his mind kept snagging on. He should be hypothermic by now, shivering violently, his core temperature dropping into dangerous ranges. Instead, he felt comfortable, almost warm, as if his body had stopped responding appropriately to the environmental temperature. Or as if the cold wasn't physical, as if it was something else entirely, masquerading in familiar form. James forced himself to think methodically. Equipment malfunction remained the most likely explanation, a short in the thermometer, creating false readings. The boiling coffee could have been residual heat from pouring, misperceived in the stress of searching for a missing person. The vanishing tracks, wind fill. The movement in the trees, probably a pine marten or snowshoe hare, glimpsed peripherally and magnified by isolation anxiety. Except he'd never experienced isolation anxiety. Not in 18 years. Not even on solo winter patrols that lasted a week or more. James Whitmore didn't panic. He assessed, planned, executed. That reliability was what made him valuable, what made him the ranger supervisor sent into backcountry when situations got complicated. But this situation wasn't complicated. It was impossible. And impossibility didn't exist in James's understanding of how wilderness worked. The sun dropped toward the western peaks, and with it the temperature. 58 degrees. James's breath should have been crystallizing into sheets of ice. His extremities should have been going numb. Instead, he felt that strange warmth, and underneath it something else. Hunger. Not ordinary hunger, the kind that came from a long snowshoe trek burning calories. This was different. Deeper. Like his stomach had become a vacuum that no amount of food could fill. He forced himself to eat anyway. Trail mix, jerky, a freeze-dried meal heated with his camp stove. The food tasted like ash, like it had been dead for years, like chewing on something that had never been alive to begin with. He ate mechanically, fueling his body because training said he should, but deriving no satisfaction or sustenance from it. The hunger remained, growing sharper with each swallow. Outside, Full dark settled over the cabin. James had his headlamp, his backup flashlight, candles, and a kerosene lamp for extended light. But when he looked out the window, he saw that the darkness wasn't uniform. Patches of deeper black moved through the forest, zones where even starlight couldn't penetrate. And in those zones he glimpsed shapes that moved like humans but weren't, that stood upright but had proportions all wrong. Too tall, too thin, limbs that bent at joints that shouldn't exist. His radio crackled without him transmitting. A voice, but not the dispatcher's. Not any human voice. It spoke in a language James didn't know. Guttural, clicking, sounds that seemed to come from a throat not designed for human speech. The words meant nothing to him, but the tone was clear. Mockery, invitation, hunger, recognizing hunger. James turned off the radio with hands that shook despite his years of experience. This was beyond equipment failure, beyond hallucination induced by altitude or cold or stress. This was something real and predatory and intelligent, something that had taken Megan Price and was now circling him like a wolf testing prey, looking for weakness. He remembered fragments from training sessions on indigenous perspectives, cultural sensitivity workshops the Park Service mandated. The Blackfeet elder who'd spoken about the land having memory, about certain places being dangerous not because of terrain or weather, but because of what lived there. Things that had been here long before humans, that would be here long after, that sometimes noticed people in ways that were never good. Wetiko. The word kept surfacing in his mind. The winter that eats. Cannibalism spirit. Hunger without end. James had dismissed it as metaphor, as cultural narrative not meant to be taken literally. But metaphors didn't leave gaps in snow, didn't make temperatures drop to impossible lows, didn't speak through radios in languages that predated English by millennia. He barricaded the door with everything movable, the table, benches, supply crates, not because barriers would help if something truly wanted in, but because action kept panic at bay, gave his hands something to do while his mind raced through options that all ended badly. He couldn't wait out the weather if the weather wasn't natural, couldn't navigate back to headquarters if something was hunting him, couldn't radio for help if the radio was compromised. The window shattered inward without warning, not breaking, not cracking, but simply ceasing to exist, as if the glass had decided to stop being solid and become scattered fragments on the cabin floor. Frigid air poured through the opening, and with it the smell. Decay and cold, and underneath both, the copper-sweet scent of blood so fresh it was still warm. James grabbed his bear spray, useless against what he was facing but the only weapon he carried, and backed against the far wall. Through the empty window frame he saw it clearly for the first time, and his mind tried desperately to categorize it as something known, something explainable, even as every cell in his body recognized it as other. Taller than any human, 8 feet at minimum, skeletal but somehow massive as if its bones were denser than they should be, heavier with accumulated cold and hunger. Its skin, if it had skin, was the gray-white of freezer burn, stretched too tight over a frame that suggested starvation taken to its absolute extreme. But the eyes were worst. Human eyes, intelligent and aware and filled with a ravenous need that went beyond physical hunger into something existential, metaphysical, a void that consumed not just flesh but meaning itself. It didn't climb through the window. It was simply inside, occupying space that had been empty a moment before, bringing with it that impossible cold that froze James's breath in his lungs, even as his body insisted he was warm, comfortable, safe. When it spoke, the words were English, but the voice was wrong, layered as if multiple throats were forming sounds in rough approximation of human speech. The woman tasted of fear and ambition. What will you taste of, Ranger? 18 winters in these mountains, 18 years thinking you understood what lived here. You know nothing. You've understood nothing. And now you'll learn. James sprayed the bear spray directly into the creature's face. The orange mist hung in the air for a moment, then froze solid, falling as crystalline powder. The thing that had been called Wetiko, that his grandmother's stories had warned about even though she wasn't Blackfeet or Algonquian, but her own people had similar legends under different names. It didn't even blink. Iron and steel, it said, reaching out with fingers that were too long, too many jointed. Silver and salt, fire and prayer. Your people have forgotten the old defenses, forgotten why we were feared. The hunger remembers, Ranger. The hunger never forgets. James ran. Not out the door. That was blocked by his own barricade and would take precious seconds to clear. Through the window, glass fragments slicing his jacket as he dove into snow so deep it swallowed him to the chest. He floundered, fought his way upright, lunged toward the tree line where at least the forest would provide cover. Obstacles. Something between him and the thing that moved through the cabin doorway with the casual ease of a predator who knew its prey had nowhere to go. The snowshoes were back in the cabin. His GPS was in the cabin. His radio, his emergency beacon, his survival gear, all back in the cabin with the thing that wore hunger like a second skin. James had his headlamp, the clothes on his back, and approximately 2 hours before the cold killed him if the Wedico didn't. He ran anyway because stopping meant dying, and at least movement created the illusion of agency. The snow dragged at him, each step requiring full effort to lift his legs high enough to clear the depth, his heart hammering in his chest from exertion and terror in equal measure. Behind him, movement, not footsteps. The Wedico didn't leave tracks, he realized, didn't displace snow or break branches or create any of the normal signs that indicated passage through wilderness. It simply was, occupying different positions as if teleporting short distances, closing the gap between them with casual inevitability. James's headlamp beam caught it in stroboscopic flashes. There, between two firs, limbs splayed at impossible angles. There, ahead of him, somehow despite having been behind seconds ago, there crouched in snow that showed no depression, no evidence anything physical rested there. His lungs burned, his legs screamed, and underneath the exertion, that hunger grew, spreading through him like infection, making his mouth water at the thought of warm meat, fresh blood, the sustenance that was running just ahead of him. James stumbled, horror overriding exhaustion as he realized what he was thinking. About himself, about his own flesh as food. The Wedico didn't just hunt. It corrupted, transformed, made its prey into itself through that insatiable hunger that recognized no boundary between self and other, predator and prey. He forced the thoughts down, focused on surviving. There, ahead, barely visible in his headlamp beam, a jumble of boulders forming a small cave, probably a hibernaculum for marmots or bears in warmer months. James dove for it, squeezed into the opening, pressed himself against stone that radiated cold like a physical force. The Wedico stopped outside, its form silhouetted against starlight that seemed to bend around it, creating an absence rather than a presence. When it spoke again, its voice came from everywhere and nowhere. The woman tried hiding too, in a hollow tree, like a frightened animal. It took 3 days for hunger to drive her out. How long will you last, Ranger? How long before the cold stops being cold and starts being truth? Before you understand that flesh is just fuel, that survival requires sacrifice, that the taboo exists because the temptation is real? James didn't answer. Couldn't answer. His mind was racing through every survival technique he'd learned, every protocol for backcountry emergencies, and finding nothing that addressed supernatural predators that violated thermodynamics and spoke in riddles about cannibalism. Wait. Cannibalism. That was the key. The Wedico was created by humans who violated the ultimate taboo, who ate human flesh in desperation or madness, who crossed the line that separated human from animal. The story said it took people who were vulnerable to that temptation, who could be corrupted into joining the hunger. James wasn't starving, wasn't desperate, wasn't in any situation that would drive him to consider cannibalism even as metaphor. The Wedico had no leverage except fear, and fear alone wasn't enough to transform someone into. His stomach cramped violently, a pain so intense he doubled over, gasping. The hunger surged, no longer background sensation but overwhelming need. His body convinced it was starving despite having eaten less than 2 hours ago. His mouth watered, his teeth ached, and the thoughts came faster now, unbidden and horrible. Warmth inside flesh, nutrients that could sustain him through the winter, The simple biological fact that humans were made of the same proteins and fats as the animals he ate without moral complication? No. James gritted his teeth, bit his own tongue until he tasted blood. His own blood, not food, not sustenance, just proof he was still human. "I'm not starving," he said aloud, voice shaking. "I have supplies. I have training. I don't need to." The woman said the same thing. The Wetico interrupted. "For 3 days she said it, while the cold worked into her bones and the hunger made promises. On the 4th day she stopped saying it. On the 5th day she stopped being human, and now she hunts with me, Ranger. Now she understands that hunger is the only truth, that everything else, civilization, morality, the thin line between human and animal, all of it is illusion we maintain only when our bellies are full." James's headlamp flickered, dimmed, went out. His backup batteries were in his pack, in the cabin, with the thing that spoke about Megan Price in past tense. That suggested she'd become what it was. That implied transformation was inevitable, and resistance only delayed the end. In the absolute darkness of the cave, James felt, rather than saw, the Wetico move closer. Heard its breath, or what approximated breath, moving air that should have been still. And underneath his horror, that hunger continued growing, reshaping his thoughts, making him calculate the caloric value of his own extremities. Wonder how long he could survive if he sacrificed a few fingers to the cold, and he screamed. Not from pain, but from the violation of having those thoughts, those calculations emerge from his own mind. Screamed until his throat was raw, until the sound echoed back from stone walls that seemed to press closer, until the Wetico's laughter filled the spaces between echoes. "Yes," it said. "Yes, that's the moment. When you realize the hunger isn't external, it's in you. It's been in you since your species learned to fear winter, to understand that survival sometimes requires horror. I don't create the hunger, Ranger. I just remove the barriers that keep you from acknowledging it." James fumbled with numb fingers for his emergency supplies. A single flare in his jacket pocket, saved for worst-case scenarios. This qualified. He struck it against stone, the magnesium igniting with painful brightness that made him squint, that pushed back the darkness and with it some of the oppressive hunger that had been crushing him. In the flare's light, he saw the Wetico clearly. Not one creature, but two, because Megan Price stood beside it. Her face gaunt and hollow-eyed, her hands tipped with fingers that had grown too long, too sharp, her clothing torn and stained with something dark that could have been dirt or dried blood. She looked at James with expression that held both recognition and something beyond humanity. A hunger that had burned away whoever she'd been and left only appetite. "I'm sorry," she said. And her voice was her own, still recognizably the graduate student who'd filed a careful research permit and documented lynx predation with scientific precision. "I didn't mean to. I was so hungry, and it kept saying the cold would kill me unless I ate, and there was..." She gestured vaguely at her own body. Parts that weren't essential, toes that were already frostbitten, fingers that couldn't feel anything. It seemed logical. It seemed like survival. And once I tasted warm flesh and fresh blood, the hunger it grew. It's all I am now. All I'll ever be. And I'm so hungry. The flare had maybe 2 minutes of burn time remaining. James had no weapons, no radio, no way to call for help, even if help could arrive in time. The temperature inside the cave was dropping. Impossible, but happening anyway. His breath crystallizing into ice that stuck to his beard and eyebrows. He had only his 18 years of experience, his knowledge of these mountains, and one desperate realization. The Wetico hunted in winter because winter amplified hunger, created desperation, provided conditions where the taboo against cannibalism might be breached. But winter ended. Spring came. And with warmth, the hunger lost its leverage. "Fire," James said, the word emerging from some instinct deeper than training. "You're creatures of winter, of cold and hunger. Fire negates both." The Wetico's expression didn't change. If it had expressions, its face was too skeletal to show them. But it stepped back slightly, and Megan Price flinched, her corrupted hands moving to shield her face. James thrust the flare forward like a weapon, gaining his feet, advancing from the cave. "I'm not hungry," he said, forcing conviction into his voice even as his stomach cramped again, protesting the lie. "I'm warm. I have supplies. I have options, and I'm not dying in these mountains giving you the satisfaction of proving humans are just animals with pretensions." "Everyone is hungry," the Wetico said. But its voice had lost certainty, its form becoming less solid, as if James's rejection of its premise had weakened some fundamental aspect of its existence. Everyone can be corrupted. Everyone breaks eventually. "Maybe," James acknowledged, "but not tonight, not here, and not by you." The flare sputtered, its light failing. James braced himself for the attack he knew was coming, the final lunge when darkness returned, and with it the full weight of the Wetico's hunger. He wouldn't survive. He understood that with perfect clarity, but he could die human, die refusing the transformation, die proving that 18 years in these mountains had taught him something essential about what separated him from the predators that shared this wilderness. The flare went out. In the darkness, James waited for teeth, for claws, for the hunger to overwhelm him in those final moments. Instead, he heard helicopter rotors, distant but approaching, and with them, light. Searchlights cutting through the trees, powerful beams that carved the darkness into retreat, illuminating the forest with artificial brightness that had nothing to do with fire or heat, but everything to do with humans refusing to surrender to winter. The Wetico screamed, a sound that wasn't language or rage but pure hunger denied, a void trying to swallow light and failing, and vanished. Not retreating, not running, simply ceasing to exist as if it had never been there except as nightmare given temporary form. Megan Price remained, collapsed in the snow, her form flickering between the corrupted thing she'd become and the young woman she'd been. In the searchlight's glow, James saw her hands return to normal proportions, her face regain human softness, her eyes clear from the void hunger that had consumed them. She looked at him with desperate clarity and whispered, "Kill me, please. I can still feel it inside, the hunger. It's waiting. When winter comes back, when I'm alone and cold and desperate, it'll return. I don't want to become that again. I don't want to—" "No," James said, moving to her side, wrapping his jacket around her shoulders even though his own body was shutting down from cold exposure, adrenaline crash, the accumulated trauma of the last few hours. "You fight it. You survive. You bear witness to what happened here so others know, so they don't dismiss the warnings as superstition." The helicopter landed in the clearing near the cabin, rangers spilling out with medical gear and thermal blankets and questions James couldn't yet answer because he didn't understand himself what had happened, what he'd faced, what he'd barely survived. They evacuated both of them, James and Megan, flying through winter darkness toward lights and warmth and civilization. In the helicopter, wrapped in blankets but still feeling cold that had nothing to do with temperature, James looked at Megan Price and saw someone who would never be the same, who would carry the memory of transformation like a scar that never healed, who had learned exactly what humans could become when pushed beyond the boundaries that defined humanity. He understood, because he carried it too now. The knowledge that hunger wasn't just biological imperative, but existential threat. That the line between human and monster was measured in circumstances, in choices made when survival warred with morality, in the terrible fragility of the taboos that kept civilization intact. The investigation that followed was inconclusive. Equipment failure, hypothermia-induced hallucinations, trauma response to extreme cold exposure. The official report checked boxes that explained nothing essential. Megan Price withdrew from her graduate program, moved somewhere warm, somewhere the winters were mild and hunger never accumulated into the crushing weight that invited corruption. James Whitmore returned to work after 3 weeks of psychological evaluation and medical clearance. But he filed for transfer out of backcountry patrol, took a desk job coordinating from headquarters, never went more than a few miles into wilderness alone. The supervisors were disappointed. His experience was valuable, his instincts reliable, but they didn't argue. Something in his eyes told them that whatever had happened at Kintla Lake had broken something fundamental in the veteran ranger who'd survived 18 winters without question or doubt. He kept a journal now, documenting the things his official reports couldn't include. The Blackfeet elder who visited him in the hospital, who spoke about Wetiko without surprise, who confirmed that some places in the mountains were thresholds where hunger took form, where humans learned what they were capable of when winter stripped away all comfort. The research he'd done into Algonquian legends, finding similar stories across dozens of tribal traditions. The Witiko, the Windigo, the Witiko, all variations of the same essential truth, that humans contained the capacity for monstrous transformation, and that winter, with its cold and scarcity and isolation, had always been the season when those capacities manifested. On the anniversary of the incident, James returned to Kintla Lake. Not alone. He brought 3 other rangers, a satellite phone, emergency beacons, enough gear to supply a small expedition. They found the research cabin burned to the foundation, though no fire had been reported, and the surrounding forest showed no char marks. They found Megan Price's research notes scattered across the snow, each page documenting her transformation in clinical detail until the handwriting degraded into symbols that looked almost like writing, but conveyed nothing except hunger. And they found, carved into a massive subalpine fir at the edge of the clearing, words in a language James didn't know but understood anyway. A warning, or perhaps an invitation, suggesting that the Wetiko waited still, that winter would return, that hunger never truly ended for those who'd tasted what Megan Price had tasted, what James himself had almost tasted in that cave, when his mind calculated the caloric value of his own flesh. He documented everything, added it to the growing file he kept at home, separate from official NPS records. Maybe someday someone would need this information. Maybe someday another ranger would face what he'd faced, and the knowledge that Wetiko was real, that the hunger could corrupt even experienced wilderness professionals, would make the difference between survival and transformation. Or maybe not. Maybe each person had to face that particular horror alone, had to measure their own humanity against the void, and hope their refusal held when biology and circumstance conspired to break every moral boundary that separated them from their ancestors who huddled around fires, fearing the dark and the cold and the hunger that waited in both. James Whitmore never went back to Kintla Lake after that anniversary trip, but he thought about it constantly, especially in winter, especially when the temperature dropped and the hunger that lived in all humans grew a little sharper, a little harder to ignore. He thought about Megan Price, wherever she'd gone, and hoped she found warmth and food and circumstances that never tested her the way those 5 days at Kintla Lake had tested her. And sometimes, in the depths of January when the cold pressed against his windows and made the house creak with contraction, James wondered if he'd actually escaped the Wetiko, or if he'd simply postponed transformation. If the hunger waited patient as winter itself, confident that eventually, inevitably, everyone broke. He didn't know the answer, wasn't sure he wanted to. Some knowledge extracted too high a price, and the cost of understanding what humans became when winter stripped away everything except the will to survive. That cost might be humanity itself. The mountains didn't care. The cold didn't care. And the hunger, that ancient voice that had whispered to humans since they first learned to fear starvation, waited patient as stone, knowing that winter always returned, that hunger never truly ended, that the line between human and monster was thinner than anyone wanted to believe. James Whitmore had survived, but he'd never stopped running from what he'd almost become in the moment. His mind calculated how much warmth his own fingers might provide, how long he could survive on the flesh he was born with, how logical and necessary and inevitable cannibalism seemed when hunger grew large enough to swallow all other considerations. That was the real horror, not the monster in the forest, but the monster in himself, waiting patient as winter for circumstances that would let it emerge. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The wolves were eating in formation. Lisa Hoffman had been observing Yellowstone's wildlife for 16 years, and she'd never seen anything like it. 5 gray wolves surrounding an elk carcass in Lamar Valley. But they weren't feeding the way wolves fed. They weren't tearing, competing, establishing hierarchy through aggression and submission. They were taking turns. Precise, deliberate turns. Each wolf stepping forward, taking exactly 3 bites, then stepping back while the next moved in. Like soldiers. Like humans pretending to be wolves. Lisa adjusted her Bushnell spotting scope, zooming in from her position on the hillside. September 2007, early morning. The kind of clear day that made tourists think Yellowstone was a petting zoo instead of one of the most dangerous ecosystems in North America. She'd already radioed in 2 separate incidents of people trying to approach bison for photos. But this was something else. The wolves' movements were synchronized, unnatural. When one finished feeding, it didn't simply withdraw. It backed away without turning around, maintaining eye contact with the carcass as if performing a ritual. The others waited motionless until it was their turn. No body language, no communication Lisa could identify. Just eerie, mechanical precision. She pulled out her Motorola radio. "This is Hoffman to base. I'm observing abnormal wolf behavior in Lamar Valley, approximately 2 miles northeast of the Institute, requesting any recent reports of wildlife acting unusual." Static, then the voice of Tom Chen, the dispatcher on duty. "Define unusual, Hoffman." "Coordinated feeding pattern. No aggression, no pack hierarchy visible. It's like they're..." She paused, aware of how ridiculous this would sound. "It's like they're following instructions." A longer pause. "You feeling okay out there?" Lisa grimaced. This was the problem with being a veteran. People assumed you'd seen everything, that nothing could surprise you. And if something did surprise you, maybe you were losing your edge. "I'm fine, Chen. Just documenting aberrant behavior. Has anyone reported sick or rabid wolves in this sector?" "Negative. All wildlife health reports normal for the season." A crackle of static. "Hey, you're still looking for that missing hiker, right? Carr?" Lisa's attention sharpened. "Sophia Carr, yes. Day 4 of the search." "Why?" "Just got a call from a backpacker who says he found a campsite that looked abandoned in a hurry, about 3 miles from your position, near Slough Creek. Thought you'd want to check it out before we send a full team." "Send me the coordinates." Lisa copied down the GPS coordinates, then looked back through her scope. The wolves had finished feeding and were walking away. Not running, not trotting, but walking in single file like a military unit. The last wolf in line stopped, turned its head toward Lisa's position on the hillside, and stared directly at her despite being over 400 yards away and downwind. Its eyes caught the morning light wrong. Instead of the typical eye shine of a predator, the reflection was different, almost golden, almost human. Then it turned and followed the others into the tree line. Lisa packed her gear with practiced efficiency, trying to ignore the unease settling in her gut. 16 years in Yellowstone had taught her to trust her instincts, and her instincts were screaming that something was fundamentally wrong with those wolves. But she had a missing person to find, and Sophia Carr had already been gone too long. Sophia Carr, 23 years old, anthropology graduate student from the University of New Mexico, had been researching Native American historical sites in Yellowstone when she'd failed to check in 4 days ago. Her faculty advisor had finally called it in yesterday after multiple missed phone calls. Standard missing hiker case, except that Sophia had been experienced, well-equipped, and had left a detailed itinerary. She wasn't the type to just wander off trail. Lisa hiked the 3 miles to the coordinates, her Garmin GPS guiding her through terrain she knew by heart. The landscape here was different from the Olympic forest she'd worked before transferring to Yellowstone. Open, exposed, dominated by vast grasslands and scattered lodgepole pines. Wildlife was visible everywhere. Bison herds, elk, pronghorn, making Lamar Valley one of the best wildlife viewing spots in North America. But that visibility cut both ways. There was nowhere to hide, which meant if Sophia was out here, someone should have spotted her by now. The campsite was exactly where the backpacker had reported it. Lisa could see immediately that something had gone wrong. The tent was still standing, but the rainfly was partially detached, flapping in the wind. A backpack lay on its side. Contents spilled across the ground. A sleeping bag was half unzipped. One corner dark with something that might have been mud, or might have been blood. Lisa pulled on latex gloves and approached carefully, documenting everything with her digital camera. No obvious signs of bear activity, no claw marks, no scat, no cached food. No signs of a struggle exactly, but definite signs of hasty departure. Sophia's hiking boots were still in the tent. Her water bottles were full. Her journal was open to a page dated 3 days ago. Lisa read the entry, her unease deepening with each line. Day 6 of fieldwork. Found something incredible. A rock formation near Specimen Ridge that matches descriptions of a Navajo ceremonial site, which shouldn't exist this far north. The local Crow and Shoshone tribes have completely different traditions. This doesn't match any documented migration patterns. I need to document this, but something feels wrong about the place. The rocks are arranged in a specific pattern, and there are offerings, recent ones. Coins, tobacco, feathers. Someone is maintaining this site. When I got close, I heard something moving in the brush. Large animal, maybe elk, but it circled my position 3 times without showing itself. Could see the grass moving, hear it breathing. When I called out, it stopped. Complete silence for maybe 2 minutes. Then I heard my own voice calling back to me from the trees. My exact voice, saying my exact name. I left immediately. The next entry was shorter, dated 2 days ago. It followed me back to camp. I can hear it outside the tent at night. It walks on 2 legs sometimes, 4 legs other times. The footprints change. I took photos, but they came out wrong. Nothing but white light where the animal should be. My phone battery drains within minutes of charging. My radio only picks up static and something that sounds like chanting in a language I don't recognize. I think it's Navajo, but that's impossible. I need to hike out at first light. I need to leave. The final entry was just 3 words, written in shaky handwriting. It knows names. Lisa photographed the journal pages, then searched the rest of the campsite. Sophia's phone was there, battery completely dead despite being a nearly new Motorola Razr that should hold a charge for days. Her radio was there too, a professional-grade Motorola XPR unit identical to Lisa's own. Lisa tried to turn it on. Nothing. The battery compartment was corroded, as if the radio had been submerged in water, except everything else in the tent was dry. Lisa keyed her own radio. Chen, I'm at the car campsite. I need a full search and rescue team mobilized. Also need you to pull any historical records we have on Native American sites near Specimen Ridge. Carr's journal mentions a ceremonial site that shouldn't exist here. Copy that. But Hoffman? That area's outside Carr's stated itinerary. Why would she go there? That's what I'm going to find out. Lisa spent the next hour securing the campsite and searching the immediate area for tracks. She found them 30 yards from the tent. Boot prints heading northeast toward Specimen Ridge and something else. Animal prints that started as wolf tracks, then shifted mid-stride to something else. Coyote, maybe, except the spacing was wrong. Then the prints became human footprints. Bare human feet, adult-sized, walking alongside Sophia's boot prints. Then the human prints vanished and the wolf prints returned. Except now they were on the opposite side of Sophia's trail, as if whatever was making them had jumped over her without disturbing the ground between steps. Lisa had seen a lot of strange things in 16 years. She'd seen bear tracks that seemed to vanish mid-trail, probably due to hard ground or wind covering them. She'd seen patterns in snow that suggested impossible movements, usually explained by multiple animals passing through at different times. She'd developed a healthy skepticism toward supernatural explanations because nature was weird enough without adding mysticism. But this was different. These tracks were fresh, probably from this morning, and they were impossible. Lisa photographed everything, then followed the trail. The tracks led northeast for 2 miles, crossing Slough Creek and climbing toward the ridge. The boot prints were clear and consistent. Sophia walking, not running, not panicked. But the animal prints kept changing. Wolf to coyote to something with cloven hooves like an elk to something with paws too large to be any native species. And all of them circled Sophia's path, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, always at a distance of 15 to 20 yards. Like something was pacing her, herding her. The trail led to the rock formation Sophia had described in her journal. Lisa spotted it from a quarter-mile away, a circle of standing stones about 40 feet in diameter, partially hidden by scrub pine. As she got closer, she could see that the stones weren't natural. They'd been placed deliberately, arranged in a pattern that created passages and chambers. The rocks themselves were wrong for this area. Red sandstone, the kind you'd find in Arizona or New Mexico, not Wyoming. This wasn't a historic site. This was recent. Maybe decades old, maybe less. Lisa approached cautiously. The offerings Sophia had mentioned were there. Coins scattered around the base of the stones, feathers tied to branches, small bundles of tobacco wrapped in red cloth, and something else. Fresh flowers. Wildflowers that shouldn't still be blooming this late in September, arranged in bundles around what looked like the entrance to the circle. Lisa pulled out her camera and started documenting. As she photographed the site, she noticed something disturbing. There were tracks everywhere inside the circle. Human footprints, all barefoot, all adult-sized, walking in spirals around the center. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, layered over each other. Some fresh, some old. All following the same clockwise pattern, spiraling inward to the center where the ground was dark and stained. Blood. Old blood, soaked into the earth. Lisa's radio crackled. She grabbed it, expecting Chen's voice. Instead, she heard static layered with something underneath. Singing. Low rhythmic chanting in a language she didn't recognize. The words rose and fell in patterns that made her teeth ache, made her vision blur at the edges. She turned off the radio. The singing continued. Not from the radio, from everywhere. From the rocks themselves resonating through the stone, vibrating in her bones. Lisa backed away from the circle. As she did, she saw movement in her peripheral vision, something large, moving through the trees to her left. She turned, hand on the bear spray at her belt, and caught a glimpse of something that made her brain stutter. A wolf. A gray wolf, walking upright on its hind legs. Its front paws dangled uselessly, but it moved with perfect balance, head tilted at an angle that was completely wrong for canine anatomy. It wore something around its neck, a necklace made of what looked like human finger bones. The wolf turned its head toward Lisa. Its eyes were human. Not like human eyes. They were human eyes, brown and aware and full of intelligence that no animal should possess. It opened its mouth, and Lisa heard her own voice come out. Lisa Hoffman, 16 years, Yellowstone, never believed. The wolf smiled. Wolves couldn't smile, but this thing smiled, pulling its lips back to reveal teeth that were too sharp, too many, arranged in rows like a shark. Lisa ran. She crashed through the brush, abandoning protocol, abandoning her careful documentation, abandoning everything except the primal need to get away. Behind her, she heard laughter, her own laughter, echoing from multiple directions. The ground shook with footsteps, too heavy to be a wolf, too fast to be human. Lisa burst out of the trees onto an open hillside and risked a look back. 3 wolves were following her, but they were running wrong. Their gaits were synchronized, mechanical, the same eerie precision she'd seen at the elk carcass. And they were faster than any wolf should be, closing the distance with impossible speed. Lisa keyed her radio while running. Chen, emergency. I need immediate extraction at Specimen Ridge. Coordinates. She read off her GPS position while gasping for air. I am being pursued by hostile wildlife. I need... Static drowned her out. Then her own voice coming through the radio speaker. Lisa Hoffman is lost. Lisa Hoffman is gone. Lisa Hoffman will not be found. The radio went dead. The battery indicator showed full charge, but the screen went black and stayed black. Lisa dropped the useless radio and focused on running. She was in good shape, maintained her fitness for exactly these situations, But the wolves weren't tiring. They paced her perfectly, maintaining a distance of about 50 yards, not trying to catch her yet, playing with her. She pulled out her bear spray, knowing it was useless but needing something, anything that felt like a weapon. The wolves watched her do it and made sounds that might have been laughter, might have been words in that same chanting language she'd heard at the stone circle. Then one of them did something impossible. It stood up on its hind legs, reached up with its front paws, and pulled. The wolf skin split down the middle like a costume. Underneath was a human figure, naked, emaciated, covered in scars and symbols carved into its flesh. The figure's face was wrong, features blurred and indistinct, but its eyes were sharp and focused and utterly malevolent. It spoke in Lisa's voice. "You came to find her. You want to know what happened? I'll show you." The figure pointed back toward the trees. Lisa looked and saw something hanging from a branch. A body. Sophia Carr's body, or what was left of it. She'd been suspended upside down, her skin removed in careful strips, her body positioned like the offerings at the stone circle. Lisa turned and vomited. When she looked up, all three wolves had shed their skins and were walking toward her as humans that weren't humans, moving with that same synchronized precision. Their faces kept shifting, sometimes Sophia's features, sometimes Lisa's own face, sometimes something else entirely. The center figure spoke, and this time its voice was its own, ancient, dry, full of hunger. "Ye Nald Lushi, you have no word for what we are. Skinwalkers, your legends call us. Witches who broke the greatest taboos to gain the greatest powers. We wear the skins of animals and the names of the dead. We consume identities the way you consume food. What do you want?" Lisa forced the words out. "What we have always wanted. To hunt. To feed. To persist." The figure gestured at the landscape around them. "This land remembers when we walked freely, when we were feared, when offerings were made to keep us satisfied. Then your people came with their parks and their rangers and their belief that nature could be managed, controlled, made safe. But some things cannot be managed." "Sophia Carr," Lisa said. "Why her?" "She found our place. She documented it, photographed it, planned to tell others. We could not allow that. So she became an offering, a warning, a meal." The figure's face shifted to Sophia's exact features. "And now you've found it too." Lisa's mind raced. 16 years of experience, 16 years of crisis response training, all of it screaming at her to stay calm, think tactically, find a solution. She looked at her surroundings. Open hillside, no shelter, no weapons, no help coming. Her radio was dead. Her GPS showed her position but couldn't call for rescue. The nearest other humans were miles away. She was alone with 3 shape-shifting predators who could move faster than she could run and apparently consume people's identities. But they were talking. They hadn't killed her immediately. That meant they wanted something. "You want me to keep quiet," Lisa said. "About the site, about what you are." The figures glanced at each other. When they turned back, all 3 wore Lisa's face. "We want you to understand. Your colleagues will search for you. They will find your truck, your equipment, your notes about abnormal wolf behavior. They will search and eventually conclude that you vanished, like so many others have vanished in Yellowstone's history. Another ranger lost to the wilderness. And if I agree, if I keep quiet, then we might let you live. We might even return the Carr girl's remains for proper burial. We are not without mercy." The center figure stepped closer. "But you would carry us with you. Part of us would live in you, in your memories, in your dreams. You would never be quite certain what was real and what we showed you. You would never be quite yourself again." Lisa looked at the 3 identical versions of herself, all wearing her face with an expression she'd never made. Hungry, predatory, ancient. She thought about Sophia Carr, 23 years old, researching Native American history, who'd found something she shouldn't have found and paid for it with her life. She thought about 16 years of service, of believing she understood this wilderness, of confidence built on experience that was now revealed as arrogance. She thought about the wolves eating in formation, about the tracks that changed species mid-stride, about her own voice coming from a wolf's mouth. And she made a decision. No. The figures tilted their heads in unison, curious. No. No deal. Lisa pulled out her camera. You're right that my colleagues will search for me, and they'll find my documentation. All my photos of the stone circle, the tracks, the offerings, I uploaded them to the park database before I followed Sophia's trail. If I don't check in by sunset, protocol requires them to investigate my last known position. It was a bluff. She hadn't uploaded anything, but the figures didn't need to know that. They'll find the site, Lisa continued. They'll investigate. They'll bring in experts. Maybe they won't believe in skinwalkers, but they'll document everything. Your hiding place will become a tourist attraction, a historical landmark, a subject of study. You'll have researchers, park rangers, tourists crawling all over it. Is that what you want? The figures stopped moving. Their faces rippled, Lisa's features melting away to reveal something underneath. Not human, not animal. Something in between that hurt to look at directly. You're clever, one of them said. Clever enough to lie to buy time to hope rescue comes. But there is no rescue. Your radio is dead. Your GPS will fail. Your colleagues will search in the wrong places because we will lead them there. We are patient. We have waited decades. We can wait a few more days. Maybe, Lisa said, but you're making a mistake. What mistake? You're assuming I came out here alone. She hadn't. That was another lie. But she said it with enough confidence, enough certainty, that the figures hesitated. They glanced at each other, some wordless communication passing between them. You're bluffing, one said, but it didn't sound certain. Lisa pressed her advantage. I've been a ranger for 16 years. I've seen veteran rangers die because they worked alone, got overconfident, thought they knew better than protocol. I always work with a partner in remote areas. Always. He's about a mile south, checking another sector. We radio each other every 30 minutes. I missed the last check-in. He's already hiking this direction. More silence. The figures were completely still now, frozen in a way that was more unsettling than their movement. Then one of them laughed, a sound like bones breaking. 16 years, and you've learned to lie like us. Perhaps there is more of the witch in you than you realize. The figures began backing away, their bodies shifting and flowing. In seconds, they were wolves again, gray and lean and deadly. But their eyes remained human, fixed on Lisa with an expression she couldn't read. We will not forget you, Lisa Hoffman, one of them said in her voice. You carry our attention now. You carry our interest. This is not mercy. This is a promise. Then they were gone, melting into the landscape so quickly and completely that Lisa couldn't track their movement. She stood alone on the hillside, breathing hard, waiting for them to return. Minutes passed. The sun crossed the sky. Birds began singing again. She hadn't noticed when they'd stopped. The normal sounds of Yellowstone resumed, as if nothing had happened. Lisa waited another hour before she trusted herself to move. Her legs shook as she hiked back toward Sophia Carr's campsite, taking a different route, moving through open ground where she could see in all directions. Every shadow made her flinch. Every bird call made her reach for the bear spray that would be useless against what she'd seen. She reached the campsite at sunset. Her original radio was still there, lying where she'd dropped it. She picked it up, tried the power button, and was shocked when it actually turned on. Chen, this is Hoffman. Do you copy? Static. Then Chen's voice, annoyed. Jesus, Hoffman, where have you been? You missed 3 check-ins. I've got a search team mobilizing. Stand down, the team. I'm code 4. She took a breath. But we need to close the Specimen Ridge area to hikers, immediately. I found evidence of Carr's presence, but no sign of her alive. Terrain is dangerous, possibly structurally unstable. I'm recommending we bring in a full SAR operation at first light with ground-penetrating radar. Copy that. You okay? You sound rattled. Lisa looked at the journal still lying in Sophia Carr's tent. She thought about the stone circle, the offerings, the impossible tracks. She thought about 3 figures wearing her face, 3 wolves that walked like humans, 3 voices that spoke in prophecy and threat. "I'm fine," she said. "Just tired. Heading back to the truck now." "Copy. Get some rest, Hoffman. We'll brief the SAR team in the morning." Lisa gathered her equipment and hiked back to her truck, taking main trails, staying in open areas, moving fast despite her exhaustion. She reached her vehicle 2 hours after dark and sat in the cab with all the doors locked, windows up, checking and rechecking that nothing had followed her. Her camera was still in her pack. She pulled it out and reviewed the photos she'd taken at the stone circle. Every single one was corrupted, white light obscuring the stones, digital artifacts making the images unreadable. The photos of the tracks, the campsite, the journal entries, all corrupted. The only clear photos were the ones she'd taken before reaching the circle. Lisa deleted them all, every single one. Then she reformatted the memory card, destroying any possibility of recovery. She filed her report the next morning. Missing hiker, evidence of campsite, no signs of foul play, possible fall or animal attack. The SAR team searched for 3 days and found nothing. No body, no equipment, no further traces. Sophia Carr was officially listed as missing, presumed dead due to environmental exposure. Lisa didn't mention the stone circle, didn't mention the offerings, the tracks, the figures. She'd learned in 16 years that some things couldn't be explained in official reports without damaging your credibility, your career, your future. But she requested a transfer. Not immediately. That would raise questions. She waited 6 months, applied for a position at Acadia National Park in Maine, as far from Yellowstone as she could get while staying with the Park Service. She cited burnout, need for change, family considerations. Her transfer was approved. She left Yellowstone in March 2008, and she never went back. But the dreams followed her. Dreams of wolves walking upright, of figures wearing her face, of voices speaking in languages she didn't know but somehow understood. Dreams of Sophia Carr hanging from a tree, not dead but sleeping, waiting for someone to cut her down. And sometimes in crowds or in mirrors or in photographs, Lisa would see her own face but wrong. Eyes too sharp, smile too wide, expression too hungry. And she would remember the promise, "You carry our attention now." She never spoke about what happened at Yellowstone. Not to colleagues, not to friends, not to the therapist she saw after the nightmares got too bad. She carried the knowledge alone, the way she suspected others had carried it before her, the way others would carry it after. Because that was the thing about Yellowstone, about any wilderness this old and vast and deep. It kept secrets. It protected certain truths because those truths were too dangerous to acknowledge. And if you were smart, if you valued your sanity and your life, you learned to keep those secrets too. Lisa Hoffman worked at Acadia for 3 more years before leaving the Park Service entirely. She moved to Boston, got a job in environmental consulting, married a man who knew nothing about her past, except that she'd once been a ranger. She had a daughter, bought a house, built a normal life, but she never went camping, never hiked alone, never visited any national parks, not even the safe ones, the popular ones. The ones with paved trails and visitor centers and rangers who believed the wilderness could be controlled. Because she knew better now. She knew that some places remembered older laws than the ones humans wrote. She knew that some things lived in the spaces between civilization and wildness, wearing skins that weren't their own, speaking names they'd consumed. And she knew that they kept their promises. On her daughter's 5th birthday, Lisa received a package with no return address. Inside was a single item. A small bundle of wildflowers tied with red thread, the same kind of offering she'd seen at the stone circle in Yellowstone. The flowers were fresh, as if just picked. Lisa burned them in the kitchen sink, then scattered the ashes in running water according to instructions she didn't remember learning. She never received another package, but she knew they were watching, would always be watching. Because that's what it meant to carry their attention, to be marked, to be remembered by things that existed before memory itself. The wilderness had taught Lisa Hoffman its final lesson. There are beings that cannot be managed, controlled, or explained. There are only two choices when you encounter them: die or survive. And if you survive, you carry them with you forever. She chose to survive. She chose to carry them. And she never, ever spoke their name aloud again. The stone circle at Specimen Ridge was never found by subsequent investigations. The coordinates Lisa had recorded led to empty hillside. No rocks, no offerings, no signs of habitation. Some researchers suggested Lisa had been mistaken about the location. Others suggested she'd experienced environmental stress-induced hallucination. Lisa never corrected them. She let them believe what they needed to believe, because the alternative was worse than ignorance. The alternative was knowledge that would drive you to the same places, the same circles, the same offerings. Knowledge that would make you see wolves walking upright in your peripheral vision. Knowledge that would make you question every voice you heard, every face you saw, every moment of certainty you'd ever had. Lisa chose ignorance for everyone else, and for herself, she chose silence. The wilderness kept its secrets. Lisa kept hers. And the Yinald Lushi kept walking, kept hunting, kept wearing the skins and names of those who ventured too deep into places that predated human understanding. Yellowstone remained beautiful, vast, and deadly. Tourists came and went, saw wildlife, took photos, left satisfied. Rangers patrolled the trails, managed the resources, believed they understood their domain. And deep in the backcountry, in places marked on no map, maintained by no official body, the old circles remained. The offerings accumulated. The skins were worn and shed and worn again. And if you listened carefully, if you knew what to listen for, you could hear singing in the wind. Low, rhythmic chanting in a language older than English, older than Navajo, older than any human tongue. The song of those who walked in skins not their own. The song of hunger that never sleeps. The song of wilderness that will never be tamed. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Thomas O'Brien found the teeth at 8,000 feet, arranged in a perfect circle around what used to be a person. Not all the teeth were human. That was the first thing his mind cataloged, the part of his brain that had earned him a master's in wildlife biology before he'd ever put on a ranger uniform. Molars, yes, human molars, 32 of them, placed with surgical precision in the alpine grass, but interspersed between them, canines too large, incisors too sharp, something that looked like it had come from a wolf but was the wrong color, wrong shape, wrong in ways Thomas couldn't articulate even with his vocabulary of taxonomic classification. The body, what remained of it, sat in the center. Thomas had seen bear attacks, had documented mountain lion kills, had written incident reports on exposure deaths and climbing accidents and one unfortunate encounter with a bull moose during rutting season. This was none of those things. The bones had been stripped clean, but not by scavengers. The flesh hadn't been torn. It had been removed with purpose, almost surgically. What little remained of the soft tissue showed signs of having been gnawed by human teeth. Thomas could see the distinctive pattern of human dental marks on what was left of a femur. His Garmin Montana 680 put him at exactly 7,987 feet elevation, 3 miles up the Iceberg Lake Trail. The coordinates matched where Olivia Rhodes's spot beacon had last transmitted 3 days ago. She'd been reported missing by her hiking partner, who'd become ill and turned back at the trailhead. Olivia had continued alone. Standard solo hike, experienced outdoors woman, all the right gear. Thomas keyed his radio. Motorola APX 4000, theoretically good for 20 miles line of sight. Base, this is O'Brien. I need you to patch me through to the Flathead County Sheriff. We have a situation. Static. He was too high, too deep in the glacial cirque. The mountains blocked transmission. Thomas checked his phone, iPhone 6, supposedly the latest technology, but the single bar of service he'd had at the ranger station was long gone. He took photographs, documented everything, the teeth arrangement, the bones, the location. Then he noticed what else was wrong. It was July. At 8,000 feet in Glacier National Park, July meant wildflowers and meltwater and temperatures in the 60s, sometimes 70s. Thomas could see his breath. The grass around the body was rimmed with frost, delicate crystalline structures that shouldn't exist when the ambient temperature, he checked his thermometer, read 68 degrees. Localized phenomenon. Had to be. Cold air sinking from the glacier above. Some meteorological quirk. Thomas's mind immediately began cataloging explanations even as something deeper, more primal, whispered that he was wrong. He circled the site, careful not to disturb potential evidence. That's when he saw the tracks. Human footprints, bare, pressed deep into the soil. Stride length approximately 6 feet. Whoever had made them was either running or had legs too long for a normal human gait. The prints led away from the body, heading higher up the trail toward Iceberg Lake, and beside them, carved into a piece of birch bark that shouldn't exist this high above tree line. Symbols. Not English, not any European language Thomas recognized. The curves and angles looked almost Native American, possibly Blackfeet. This was their ancestral land after all. But the arrangement was wrong, chaotic, like someone had carved them in a frenzy. Thomas photographed those too. Then he followed the tracks. The rational part of his mind screamed at him to mark the site, descend, get help. The part that had spent 6 years as a park ranger, that had pulled injured hikers off mountains and talked down suicide attempts at overlooks, told him that if Olivia Rhodes was still alive, if somehow this wasn't her in the center of that tooth circle, he had a duty to find her. The tracks led higher. The temperature dropped. Thomas zipped his North Face jacket, pulled on gloves, and kept climbing. Iceberg Lake Trail was supposed to be spectacular. Wildflowers in July, glacier-fed lake so blue it looked artificial, mountain goats on the cliffs above. Thomas had hiked it dozens of times, led naturalist walks, given talks about the geology and ecology. He knew every switchback, every overlook, every place where pikas nested in the talus slopes. He didn't recognize this trail. The vegetation was wrong, stunted. Alpine firs that should have been vibrant with new growth looked desiccated, as if winter had never released its grip. Wildflowers lay withered in patches of frost. Even the lichens on the rocks looked gray, lifeless. And it was so quiet. No marmots whistling warnings, no birds, not even the sound of insects. Just Thomas's breathing, growing labored in the thin air, and the crunch of frost under his Salomon hiking boots. At the overlook point, where tourists usually stop to photograph the lake still a mile ahead, Thomas found the second body, or what was becoming a second body. The woman sat cross-legged on a flat boulder facing the glacier. She was naked, her clothes torn and scattered around her like she'd shed them in haste. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched too tight over bones that jutted at angles that suggested malnutrition, but her stomach was distended, swollen, like advanced starvation or pregnancy. She was eating. Thomas's gorge rose as he realized what she held in her hands. A human arm, partially consumed, the hand still intact enough that he could see the fingernails painted purple. Olivia Rhodes' missing person report had mentioned purple nail polish, a detail her hiking partner remembered because they joked about it, about wearing polish on a backpacking trip. "Ma'am?" Thomas's voice came out strangled. Olivia Rhodes. The woman's head turned. Not her body, just her head, rotating with a flexibility that no human cervical spine should allow. Her eyes were wrong. Too large, too dark. All pupil with just a thin ring of white around the edges. Her mouth was smeared with blood, and when she smiled, Thomas saw that her teeth were different. Longer, sharper. "So hungry," she whispered. Her voice sounded like wind through dead trees. So hungry, always hungry, never full. Thomas's hand went to his bear spray, then stopped. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't anything he'd been trained for. His mind raced through explanations. Psychotic break, drugs, some kind of prion disease like what happened to the cannibals in Papua New Guinea. But none of them explained the teeth, the eyes, the impossible angle of her neck. "Olivia, my name is Ranger Thomas O'Brien. I'm here to help you. Can you tell me what happened? When to go?" The word came from behind him. Thomas spun, An old man stood on the trail, though Thomas hadn't heard him approach. He was Native American, Blackfeet. Thomas guessed from the region, wearing modern hiking clothes but carrying a bundle wrapped in what looked like deer hide. His face was deeply lined, weathered by decades of mountain weather, but his eyes were sharp and clear. "That's Algonquian," Thomas said automatically. "This is Blackfeet territory." "Wrong." He stopped himself. "You shouldn't be here. This is a crime scene." "No." The old man shook his head. "This is a hunting ground. Has been for longer than your parks, longer than your maps. The Wendigo hunts here." The woman, Olivia, made a sound that might have been laughter or sobbing. She returned to eating, tearing at the flesh with teeth that definitely hadn't been in her mouth when she'd started this hike. "That's not..." Thomas struggled for words. "That's a legend. Folklore. There's no such thing as..." "You're looking at it." The old man moved closer, but not too close. "She violated the taboo, ate human flesh. Now she's transforming. By tomorrow, maybe tonight, she won't be human anymore. Just hunger. Endless hunger in the shape of something that used to be a person." Thomas's scientific training warred with what he was seeing. "She's suffering from exposure and delirium, possibly hypothermia-induced psychosis combined with extreme malnutrition leading to her eating her hiking partner's arm." The old man's voice was gentle, pitying. "Ranger, how long have you worked these mountains?" 6 years. I've walked them for 70. My grandfather walked them for 80 before me. His grandfather before him. We know what lives here, what hunts when winter comes too early, when the cold settles into your bones and the hunger becomes so strong you'd do anything to fill it." Olivia stood. The movement was wrong, joints bending in ways that made Thomas's stomach clench. She dropped the arm. It landed with a wet sound that would haunt his dreams and began walking toward them. "So hungry," she whispered again. "You smell warm, warm and full. Share, please share." The old man unwrapped his bundle. Inside, dried herbs that Thomas didn't recognize. A knife made of obsidian and what looked like bones carved with symbols. "My name is Henry Runningcrane," the old man said, still in that gentle voice that suggested he was explaining something to a child. "I'm what you might call a medicine man, though that's a white word for something more complex. My family has been hunting Wendigos for 7 generations. This is the 3rd I've tracked to Glacier. This is insane." But Thomas's hand was shaking as he pulled out his own knife. Bench-made bushcrafter 4-inch blade meant for clearing trail and processing firewood, not for whatever this was becoming. "She needs medical help, psychiatric evaluation. She needs mercy." Henry began walking a circle around them, dropping pinches of the dried herbs. Where they fell, the frost receded slightly. "And you need to decide, Ranger. You can keep trying to explain this with your science, or you can help me save whatever's left of her soul." Olivia, the thing Olivia was becoming, lunged. Thomas's training took over. He sidestepped, muscle memory from defensive tactics courses, and she stumbled past him. But when she recovered, the movement was too fast, too fluid. No human moved like that. She came at him again, and this time Henry was there, the obsidian knife flashing. Not to kill. The blade traced symbols in the air, and where it passed, Olivia flinched back as if struck. "The Wendigo is spirit and flesh," Henry said, his voice steady even as he moved with a precision that belied his age. "Fighting the flesh does nothing. You have to fight the spirit." He began to chant. Not in English, not in any language Thomas knew. The words had a rhythm that seemed to match the pulse Thomas could feel in his temples, in his chest. And as Henry chanted, Olivia screamed. It wasn't a human sound. It was the cry of something starving, something that had been hungry for so long that hunger had become its entire existence. The sound echoed off the mountains, and Thomas heard other sounds answer from higher up the trail. From the glacier. From the peaks. How many? How many people had come to these mountains and never come back? How many missing hikers and presumed accidents were actually this transformation into something that existed in the space between folklore and nightmare. "Help me!" Olivia's voice broke through the Wendigo's cry. For just a moment, Thomas saw the woman in the hiking report. College student, 22, environmental science major, wanted to see the glaciers before they melted. "Please, it hurts. I'm so hungry. I didn't want to, but I was so hungry." Thomas made a decision that violated every regulation, every protocol, every piece of training he'd ever received. He stepped into Henry's circle. "Tell me what to do." Henry's eyes met his, and Thomas saw respect there and sadness. "Hold her. Keep her still. This will hurt her, but it's the only way." Thomas had restrained violent individuals before. Drunk tourists, people in mental health crises, but Olivia fought with strength that shouldn't exist in a body that looked half-starved. Her fingers, no, claws. When had they become claws? Tore at his jacket, leaving gouges in the North Face fabric that should have been impossible. Henry pressed symbols carved into bone against her forehead, her chest, her palms. Where they touched, her skin blistered, smoking in the cold air. She screamed, and Thomas held on, his rational mind completely shattered, operating on pure instinct and a desperate hope that the old man knew what he was doing. The temperature dropped further. Thomas could see ice forming on Olivia's skin, in her hair. Henry's chanting grew louder, more urgent, and suddenly Thomas understood. He was seeing the spirit. The Wendigo, a shadow that overlaid Olivia's body, skeletal and massive, antlers sprouting from a skull that was part deer and part human, and part something else entirely. Eyes like frozen lakes reflecting nothing. Mouth open in an eternal howl of hunger. "It's already too far," Henry said, and his voice broke. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She's too far gone." "No." Thomas tightened his grip. "There has to be something. The only thing left is to free her, before she becomes fully Wendigo. Before she loses everything that made her human." "You mean kill her?" "I mean grant her mercy before she kills and transforms others." Olivia, what was left of Olivia, looked at Thomas with eyes that were mostly Wendigo now, but still held a spark of human awareness. "Please," she whispered. "I don't want to be hungry anymore." Thomas had never killed anything larger than the injured elk he'd had to put down last winter, and that had haunted him for weeks. But he looked at Olivia Rhodes, college student who'd wanted to see glaciers, and saw that Henry was right. Whatever was happening to her was worse than death. How? His voice was steady despite the tears freezing on his cheeks. Henry handed him the obsidian knife. "Through the heart. The spirit knife will cut both flesh and Wendigo. Make it quick." Thomas took the knife. It was surprisingly light, edges sharp enough that he could feel them through his gloves. Olivia tilted her head back, exposing her throat, her chest, offering herself. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for not letting me become..." Thomas drove the blade home before he could think about it, before rationalization and doubt could stop him. The obsidian slid through her sternum as if her bones were made of ice, and Olivia gasped once, a sound of relief rather than pain. The Wendigo shadow screamed and thrashed, trying to hold on to her. But Henry's chanting intensified, and the herbs he'd scattered began to smoke. The spirit pulled away, dissolving into the cold air, leaving only Olivia's body cradled in Thomas's arms. She looked peaceful, human. The distension in her stomach had vanished. Her teeth were normal. She looked like she was sleeping. Thomas held her as the warmth left her body, as Henry finished his prayers, as the sun dropped toward the western peaks and cast everything in shades of gold and red. "The other body," Thomas finally said. "The one with the teeth in a circle. Her hiking partner, Kyle Morrison. He turned completely, became full Wendigo." Henry gestured higher up the trail. "He's up there, in the glacier. I tracked him for 3 days before I tracked her." "You killed him?" "I sent him on." "Yes." Thomas looked at the body in his arms, looked at his hands, still holding the obsidian knife, still covered in blood that was steaming in the cold air. "I just committed murder. You committed mercy. I'm a park ranger. I enforce federal law. Thomas stopped, started again. How do I report this? How do I explain any of this? Henry began gathering his things, wrapping the knife and bones and herbs back in their deer hide. You tell the truth. That you found Olivia Rhodes deceased from exposure and malnutrition. That she'd suffered a severe psychotic break, probably induced by hypothermia. That she'd engaged in post-mortem cannibalism on her hiking partner's body due to extreme starvation. It's documented in survival situations won't raise too many questions. That by the time you found her, it was too late to save her. And Kyle Morrison? Bear attack. Probably the same bear that led to Olivia's psychological break. Very tragic. These things happen in the wilderness. It was all lies. All of it. But Thomas looked at the obsidian knife still in his hand, at the frost that was already creeping back now that Henry's herbs had stopped smoking, at the mountains that suddenly felt ancient and full of things his education had never prepared him for. The Wendigo, he said. Are there more? Always. Henry shouldered his pack. Every winter, every time someone gets too hungry, too desperate, and crosses the line. The taboo exists for a reason. Not all of them become full Wendigo. Most die first, thank the Creator. But some survive long enough to transform. And then they hunt until someone like me stops them. Why didn't you warn people? Put up signs. Tell the Park Service. Would you have believed me? Henry's smile was sad. You're an educated man, Ranger O'Brien. Master's degree. 6 years of experience. You didn't believe until you saw. Until you held her. Would a sign that said beware of Wendigos have done anything except made people laugh? Thomas had no answer to that. Henry started down the trail, then paused. You'll see it now. The cold spots in summer. The places where nothing grows. The missing hikers who don't fit the usual patterns. You'll understand what the old stories are really warning about, and you'll have a choice. Keep explaining it away or accept that there are things in these mountains older and stranger than your science accounts for. I'm a ranger, Thomas said. I'm supposed to protect people. Then protect them. Just know that sometimes protection requires methods the Park Service manual doesn't cover. Henry disappeared down the trail, and Thomas was alone with Olivia's body and a knife made of volcanic glass, and the growing understanding that everything he thought he knew about the natural world was incomplete. It took him 4 hours to carry her down. By the time he reached the trailhead where other rangers and the county sheriff were waiting, he'd constructed a plausible story. Exposure, hypothermia, psychotic break leading to cannibalism of deceased hiking partner. Bear attack on partner. Solo hiker found too late to save. They believed him. Why wouldn't they? Thomas O'Brien was known for his rationality, his scientific approach, his detailed reports. If he said it was exposure and bears, it was exposure and bears. The investigation took 2 weeks, closed the trail for 5 days. Helicoptered in a bear management team that found and killed a grizzly with human remains in its stomach. Thomas tried not to think about how convenient that was, how the old medicine man might have arranged it. The official report cited multiple factors: inadequate preparation, solo hiking in remote terrain, unfortunate encounter with wildlife, exposure leading to impaired judgment. Thomas signed off on all of it, filed his reports, gave his statements, and never mentioned obsidian knives or Wendigo spirits or medicine men who hunted things that shouldn't exist. But he kept the knife. Henry had left it with him, wrapped in deer hide, with a note. You'll need this eventually. They always come back. 3 months later, in October, when the first real snows came to Glacier, Thomas got a call about a missing hunter on the North Ridge. The man's friends reported he'd been acting strangely the day before he vanished, complaining of hunger even after eating, talking about cold spots in the forest, hearing voices calling him higher into the mountains. Thomas requested the assignment, packed his gear, added the deer hide bundle to his emergency kit, tucked in with the first aid supplies and storm gear. The ranger station supervisor asked if he wanted backup. Thomas said no. Some things you had to face alone. Some things required tools that couldn't be explained in an incident report. He found the hunter at 9,000 feet already changing, eyes going dark and teeth beginning to shift. Thomas used the obsidian knife, said the prayers Henry had taught him, made it quick and as merciful as he could. The official report cited another bear attack. The hunter's family got closure. The mountains kept their secrets. And Thomas O'Brien, who had spent 6 years believing that science could explain everything, learned to recognize the signs. The cold in summer, the hunger that nothing could fill. The moment when a person stopped being human and became something else, something that lived between legend and reality. He never spoke to Henry Running Crane again, but sometimes he found offerings on the trail. Dried herbs, carved bones, small acknowledgments from someone who knew that Thomas was keeping watch now, protecting hikers from threats the Park Service manual couldn't account for. On his days off, Thomas read, not his old biology texts, but anthropology papers on Algonquian mythology, Blackfeet oral histories, academic analyses of taboo behaviors across cultures. He learned that the Wendigo existed in many forms, under many names, wherever humans pushed into territories they weren't meant to occupy without proper respect. And he understood finally that the forests held more than trees and wildlife. They held memory, held spirits, held consequences for those who forgot that nature wasn't just backdrop for human recreation, but a living system with rules older and stranger than federal regulation. Thomas O'Brien never stopped being a ranger, never stopped believing in science and evidence and rational explanation. But he added another layer to his understanding, a recognition that some truths lived in the space between explanation and experience, in the places where folklore and reality overlapped. And when the cold came early, when the frost appeared in July, when hikers went missing with that particular wrongness that meant they'd crossed a line they shouldn't have crossed, Thomas packed his gear, grabbed the deer hide bundle, and went hunting, not for bears, not for natural threats, for the hungry things that wore human shapes until hunger consumed everything else, for the Wendigos that proved some legends existed for reasons no laboratory could measure. And sometimes, late at night in his cabin, Thomas thought about Olivia Rhodes, about her purple nail polish and environmental science degree and the moment she'd looked at him with human eyes and begged for mercy. He thought about the obsidian knife and Henry Running Crane's sad smile and the realization that protecting people sometimes meant doing things that couldn't be written in reports. The mountains remembered. The forests remembered. And now Thomas remembered too. He kept watch, and when the cold came early, he was ready. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The trail camera captured frame 2847 at 11:43 p.m. Empty desert. Frame 2848 at 11:43 p.m. 7 figures standing motionless, facing the lens. Lisa Hoffman cycled through the images 3 times on her laptop screen, searching for the glitch that would explain the impossibility. Motion-activated Reckonix trail cameras didn't malfunction like this. She'd set up hundreds across her 7 years as a wildlife biologist with the National Park Service, documented everything from mountain lions to illegal ATV traffic, and never once had she seen a frame where human figures simply materialized between 1 second and the next, in a location she'd personally verified was empty when she'd installed the camera 6 days ago. The figures weren't blurred by movement, weren't partially visible at frame edges suggesting they'd walked into shot. They were simply there, 7 adults standing in a rough semicircle 20 feet from the camera, their postures identical, arms at sides, heads tilted at the same 15-degree angle, faces catching the infrared flash in a way that made their features seem flat, featureless, like masks of human skin stretched over something that didn't quite understand facial structure. Lisa zoomed in on the nearest figure. The image pixelated but retained enough detail to make her stomach turn. The person, if it was a person, wore hiking clothes that looked wrong, as if someone had dressed a mannequin based on description rather than observation. The boots were on the correct feet but unlaced. The shirt was buttoned but the buttons were in the wrong holes. And the hands hung too low, knuckles almost brushing knees, proportions that suggested the arms contained an extra joint somewhere between elbow and wrist. Equipment failure, Lisa said aloud to her empty ranger station office, her voice carrying the authority of someone who'd built a career on measurable data and peer-reviewed methodology. Sensor malfunction creating composite image from multiple frames. Memory card corruption. Something explainable. But the metadata was clean. Single frame, captured at 11:43:17 p.m. on August 4, 2013. Exposure and focus both within normal parameters. And frame 2849, captured 1 second later, showed the semicircle empty again. Just desert sand and creosote bushes, and the red sandstone wall of the canyon beyond. Lisa pulled up the incident report that had prompted her to review the camera footage. Connor Burke, 32, experienced desert hiker from Moab, had filed a permit for a 4-day solo backpacking trip through the Needles district of Canyonlands National Park. His vehicle was found 3 days past his expected return date at the Elephant Hill trailhead. Keys in the ignition, wallet and phone on the dashboard, like he'd stepped out intending to come right back, and simply never did. The trail camera was positioned at mile marker 8 along his planned route, a junction where the Chesler Park Trail intersected with the Joint Trail through a narrow slot canyon. If Connor had followed his permit, he'd have passed the camera on his second day out, but there was no footage of him. Just that single impossible frame of 7 figures who appeared and vanished like they'd been edited into reality itself. Lisa had seen the missing person posters around Moab, the Facebook groups demanding answers, the conspiracy theorists suggesting everything from alien abduction to government cover-up. She'd dismissed it all with the casual contempt of someone who dealt in facts, who understood that people got lost in wilderness through mundane failures of preparation and judgment, not supernatural intervention. The desert killed through dehydration, heat stroke, falls in slot canyons, rattlesnake bites, all statistically documented, all explainable. What the desert didn't do was make 7 people materialize and dematerialize on trail cameras, while leaving 0 physical evidence of their presence. Lisa exported the images to her phone, grabbed her field pack, and headed for the trailhead. It was 6 a.m., early enough to hike 8 miles before the August heat became dangerous, late enough that she'd have full daylight to examine the camera site. She'd find the rational explanation. Teenage pranksters, tribal members conducting ceremonies they didn't want documented, even art installation by someone making a statement about surveillance. Something that didn't require abandoning the epistemological framework that had guided her through undergraduate at UC Davis, master's at Colorado State, and 7 years of professional field biology. The Needles district earned its name from the red and white sandstone spires that jutted from the earth like teeth, erosion carving the landscape into a maze of canyons, arches, and narrow passages that could disorient even experienced navigators. Lisa had worked this section of Canyonlands for 3 years, knew the trails well enough to hike them in her sleep, had published 2 papers on desert bighorn sheep population dynamics, using data collected from these exact canyons. She passed the 4-mile marker at 7:30, the temperature already climbing toward 90. Her Garmin GPS showed she was precisely en route, following Connor Burke's planned path with the methodical precision that made her valuable to the NPS. At mile 6, she found the first anomaly, boot prints in the sand that started mid-stride, as if the person making them had dropped from the sky. She photographed them with her phone, noted the size, men's 10, consistent with Connor Burke's equipment list, and followed their direction. The prints led toward the canyon wall, then stopped. Not at the wall, but 3 feet before it, in open sand. Lisa circled the area, searching for where the trail resumed, and found nothing. Just those impossible prints, beginning nowhere and ending nowhere, violating the basic principle that footprints required continuous contact between feet and ground. She pulled out her field notebook and documented the observation, her handwriting precise despite the unease building in her chest. Aero 7, 45 hours. Mile 6.2. Discovered discontinuous track evidence, consistent with missing hiker Burke. Size 10 hiking boot. Track origin point shows no approach indicators. Terminus shows no departure indicators. Possible explanations: wind erosion, unlikely given depth and definition. Animal disturbance, no paw prints present. human fabrication for unknown purpose. The sun climbed higher. Lisa's water consumption increased. And the desert, which she'd always understood as hostile but comprehensible, began revealing patterns that violated her understanding of how physical space worked. At mile 7, she found another camera, not hers, older model, the kind serious wildlife photographers used. It was mounted to a juniper tree. Lens pointed toward a game trail bighorn sheep used to access a seep spring. Lisa checked the memory card and found it full. 8,000 images spanning 3 weeks. She scrolled through them rapidly on the camera's display screen, watching the usual parade of wildlife: mule deer, coyotes, ravens, the occasional bighorn. Then, starting 2 weeks ago, the pattern changed. Every image captured after sunset showed the same thing. Figures in the background, barely visible, standing motionless in positions that suggested they'd been there for hours. As the days progressed, the figures moved closer to the camera, their numbers increasing. 2, then 4, then 6, then 12, until the final images showed nothing but bodies pressed against the lens, faces filling the frame with that same flat, mask-like quality Lisa had seen in her own camera's footage. The timestamp on the final image was August 4th at 11:43 p.m., the same moment her camera had captured the 7 figures. As if whatever these things were had moved between locations instantaneously, been photographed simultaneously by cameras 8 miles apart. Lisa's rational mind offered explanations: coordinated prank, multiple people working together, clever editing. But her body, the part of her that evolution had tuned to recognize predators and threats, understood something her intellect refused to accept. She was being hunted, had been since she entered the Needles. Maybe since she'd reviewed that first impossible frame and decided to investigate rather than file it as equipment malfunction and move on. She continued toward mile marker 8, her hand resting on the bear spray at her hip, despite knowing that whatever she was dealing with wouldn't be deterred by capsaicin. The slot canyon that led to the camera site narrowed progressively, red sandstone walls rising 50 feet on either side. The sky reduced to a ribbon of blue overhead. In the confined space, sounds echoed strangely. Her footsteps seemed to come from ahead and behind simultaneously, creating the illusion of company where she knew she was alone. The trail camera was exactly where she'd mounted it 6 days ago, still secured to its anchor bolt in the sandstone. But the camera itself had been opened, the memory card removed and placed carefully on the ground beside it. And written in the sand beneath the camera, in letters formed by what looked like finger dragging, was a message in a language Lisa didn't know but somehow understood anyway. You don't believe. Good. Easier when they don't believe. Lisa's skepticism, her armor of scientific methodology and empirical evidence cracked. Not broken, she wasn't ready to abandon rationality, but fissured, letting in the possibility that reality contained more than her education had prepared her for. She photographed the message, collected the memory card, and turned to retrace her route back to the trailhead. Connor Burke stood blocking the canyon. Lisa's breath caught. She knew it wasn't actually Connor, had never seen him in person, only photos from the missing person report, but the resemblance was perfect. Same height, same build, same sun-bleached hair and sun-darkened skin. He wore hiking clothes identical to what his gear list specified: blue synthetic shirt, khaki pants, Vask boots. Even his posture matched the confident stance of someone comfortable in wilderness. But when he spoke, multiple voices emerged, his own layered with others, men and women and children, dozens of voices speaking in unison. You're the scientist, the one who measures everything, the one who thinks counting sheep makes you understand the desert. Lisa's hand moved to her radio, muscle memory overriding the surreal horror of the moment. This is Ranger Hoffman requesting immediate assistance at... The thing wearing Connor Burke's face smiled, and the smile was wrong, the lips pulling back too far, revealing teeth that were human-shaped but the wrong color, wrong texture, like they'd been carved from sandstone rather than grown from calcium. Radio won't work. We're not where you think you are. Not when you are. Time runs different in the spaces between places. Lisa pressed the transmit button anyway. Static answered. But underneath the static she heard voices, her own voice, repeated hundreds of times, all saying, requesting immediate assistance, in slightly different tones as if she'd been trapped here making the same call for hours or days or years. She ran, not back toward the trailhead. The thing blocked that direction, but deeper into the slot canyon, toward the technical section where the walls narrowed to shoulder width and required sideways shuffling to navigate. Behind her, footsteps that didn't sound like footsteps, more like something with too many joints trying to approximate human locomotion. The canyon twisted, branched again. Lisa had mapped these passages, knew the route that led to Chesler Park and from there to multiple exit points. But the landmarks were wrong. Arches appeared in walls where no arches should exist. Side canyons opened onto vistas that showed desert stretching to horizons in directions that didn't correspond to any geography she'd studied. She emerged into a chamber she'd never seen despite 3 years working these canyons. A circular space 50 feet across, walls carved with petroglyphs that looked ancient but showed modern figures. People with cameras, people with phones, people with the equipment of 21st century tourists. And in the center of the chamber, arranged in that same semicircle from the trail camera footage, 7 bodies lay in the sand. Not dead. Not exactly. Their chests rose and fell with respiration, but their eyes were open and empty, their faces slack, their bodies positioned with that same identical posture Lisa had seen in the photographs. And she recognized 2 of them from missing person reports, hikers who'd vanished in canyonlands over the past year. Their cases unsolved, their bodies never recovered, because they'd been here, in this place that existed in the desert, but not quite of it. Connor Burke was the 3rd body. Lisa knelt beside him, checked his pulse, thready but present. His skin was cool despite the desert heat, his pupils responsive to light but tracking nothing. Whatever had happened to him, it had left his body functioning but taken something essential, some quality that separated living human from biological machine going through motions without consciousness. They walk between shapes, a voice said behind her. And Lisa spun to find an elderly Navajo woman sitting on a boulder at the chamber's edge, her presence so natural, it was like she'd always been there and Lisa had only just noticed. That's what Yinald Lushi means, the ones who walk on all 4s. But it's not about 4 legs. It's about wearing different skins, being one thing and another thing, existing in spaces that aren't quite here or there. Lisa's skepticism surged back, reflexive and defensive. That's folklore, skinwalker legends, cultural stories, not what? Not real? The woman's expression held pity rather than anger. You measure the world in numbers, biologist. Count the sheep, track the predators, write your papers about population dynamics. But some things can't be counted because they're never quite present enough to measure. They exist in the gaps between observations, in the spaces your science doesn't acknowledge. Science acknowledges everything that can be empirically verified, Lisa said, hearing how absurd the words sounded in a chamber that shouldn't exist, surrounded by comatose hikers who'd been missing for months. If something exists, it leaves evidence. They leave evidence. You're standing in it. The woman gestured at the bodies, the petroglyphs, the canyon itself. Every year, people vanish in the desert. You write reports attributing it to exposure, dehydration, falls. But some of them end here, in places your maps don't show, taken by things that learned to walk upright when your ancestors were still in trees. They wear faces to hunt, biologists. They wear voices. They wear the shapes that let them get close to prey before the prey understands it's being hunted. Lisa wanted to argue, to demand evidence that met scientific standards, to maintain the epistemological boundaries that separated rational understanding from superstitious nonsense. But 7 bodies lay at her feet, including a man who'd been missing for 8 days, and her GPS showed she was simultaneously at mile marker 8 and nowhere, that corresponded to any mapped coordinates, the device flickering between readings like it couldn't decide which reality to report. How do I get them out? Lisa asked, pragmatism overriding philosophy. These people have families. They need medical attention. I need to. You can't take them. They're not fully here anymore. The Yinald Lushi took something when it took their shapes. Memory, maybe. Or the part that knows how to be human rather than just look human. They're anchors now. holding the spaces open between what is and what else might be. That's not acceptable. Lisa's voice carried the authority of federal law enforcement, the weight of institutional power, the conviction that humans with radios and helicopters and search and rescue teams could impose order on wilderness. I'm calling for medical evacuation. I'm bringing them home. The old woman shook her head slowly. You still don't understand. There is no home for them anymore. The thing wearing their shapes took that, and it's wearing your friend's shape right now, walking around Moab asking about you, learning your pattern so it can wear you too when the time comes. Connor Burke's body, the real Connor, comatose in the sand, suddenly convulsed, his back arching, his mouth opening to release a sound that wasn't quite human scream or animal cry, but something that contained both and something else. Besides, something that suggested vocal cords designed for language humans never developed. The sound echoed off the canyon walls, multiplying, until it seemed like hundreds of voices were screaming in unison from the stone itself. The other 6 bodies answered, their own voices joining the chorus, and in that moment Lisa understood what the old woman meant about shapes and skins and spaces between. These people weren't prisoners or victims in any conventional sense. They were batteries, their life force siphoned to maintain whatever impossible geometry allowed this chamber to exist outside normal space-time. Their consciousness used as fuel to power the Yi Nald Lushi's ability to walk between worlds. You're saying Connor Burke, the real Connor, is gone? Lisa heard herself ask, medical training warring with the impossibility she was being asked to accept. His body's here, but some skinwalker is walking around wearing his identity. Not just identity, memory, personality. Everything that made him copied perfectly because they've had millennia to learn how humans work. Your friend's family won't know the difference. His co-workers won't. His girlfriend won't. Only when it's hungry will the mask slip, will the thing underneath show through. And by then it'll be too late because it'll have gotten close to someone else, learned them well enough to take their shape when it's done feeding. Lisa's mind raced through the implications. If what the old woman said was true, and the evidence surrounding her suggested it was, then Connor Burke's family was currently mourning a man who was simultaneously comatose in an impossible canyon and walking around impersonating their loved one. And if there were 7 bodies here, 7 people who'd vanished in Canyonlands over the past 2 years, then there were potentially 7 skinwalkers wearing their shapes, integrated into their communities, waiting for opportunities to hunt. This is happening all over, Lisa said slowly, puzzle pieces clicking into place. The missing person statistics for Canyonlands are higher than any comparable park, not because the terrain is more dangerous, but because this is thin place, the woman finished, where the boundaries between worlds wear down. The Navajo know to avoid these canyons when the heat does strange things to the air, when the light bends wrong, when the tracks appear that don't connect to anything. But tourists don't know. Scientists don't know. So they walk into places like this and the Yi Nald Lushi take them, wear them, use them to take more. Lisa's radio suddenly crackled with her own voice. Hoffman to base, requesting immediate assistance. I've found Burke. He's alive but unresponsive. Need medical evacuation at... The voice cut off mid-sentence, replaced by Connor Burke's voice. Forget what you saw, Lisa. Chalk it up to heat stroke. Write it off as hallucination. Go back to counting sheep and pretending the world is measurable. Then a third voice, one Lisa didn't recognize. She won't forget. She's too curious, too arrogant in her certainty that science explains everything. She'll investigate, she'll document, and when she does, we'll add her to the collection. The radio died. The old woman stood, moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints protested, but whose will remained undiminished. You have a choice, biologist. Accept that your understanding of reality is incomplete, that your measurements miss what's most important, that the desert contains things your science can't acknowledge. Or maintain your skepticism, file your reports about equipment malfunction and missing hikers, and wait for the night when something wearing a face you trust comes to take your shape. Those aren't choices, Lisa protested. Those are threats dressed up as wisdom. If skinwalkers are real, if this... She gestured at the chamber, the bodies, the impossible geography. Is actually happening, then we need to respond with force. Get tribal authorities involved, FBI if it's crossing reservation boundaries, bring in specialists who measure, who document, who apply scientific method to things that exist specifically in the spaces science doesn't examine. The woman's laugh was bitter. You think you're the first educated person to stumble into this? Every few years, someone like you finds these places, sees what's really happening, and decides institutional power can solve it. Then they file reports that get dismissed, conduct investigations that find nothing, bring in experts who chalk it up to mass hysteria or environmental toxins or anything that fits existing frameworks. Because accepting the truth means accepting that human understanding is fundamentally limited, that we're not the apex predators we like to believe, that the world is stranger and more hostile than our civilizations acknowledge. Lisa wanted to argue, but the evidence surrounded her in ways that scientific methodology couldn't dispute. She'd found bodies. She'd documented impossible photographs. She'd watched her GPS give contradictory readings and heard voices emerge from her radio that shouldn't exist. At some point, maintaining skepticism became its own form of delusion, a refusal to acknowledge data simply because it violated her theoretical framework. What do I do? Lisa asked, the question costing her more than she'd expected, requiring admission that her education and experience were insufficient for the situation she'd encountered. You learn. You listen to the people whose ancestors have survived alongside these things for millennia. You stop dismissing tribal knowledge as folklore and start recognizing it as empirical observation accumulated across generations. And you protect yourself because now that you've seen this place, now that you know what's possible, the Yinald Lushi will come for you. Maybe tonight, maybe next month, but eventually, they can't let you leave knowing what you know. The old woman produced something from a pouch at her waist, a small bundle of herbs bound with red string, reeking of sage, and something else Lisa couldn't identify. Carry this. It won't stop them, but it'll make you harder to track between worlds, harder to pin down long enough to take your shape, and stay in groups. They hunt best when people are isolated, when there's no one to verify reality, when belief can be manipulated. Lisa accepted the bundle with hands that trembled despite her best efforts at control. And Connor? The others? What happens to them? They stay here, in this place that's barely a place, keeping the doorway open. That's their purpose now. That's what they gave up when they walked into canyons that bend wrong and ignored the feeling that said turn back. The woman moved toward a passage Lisa was certain hadn't existed moments ago. A gap in the sandstone that seemed to ripple like liquid stone. You should leave too, before the sun sets and the spaces get wider, before more of them come to see what caught their attention. Lisa looked at the 7 bodies one final time. Connor Burke's face was peaceful, almost serene, no indication of the horror his consciousness might be experiencing if any consciousness remained. She wanted to stay, to attempt evacuation, to apply the institutional resources she'd spent 7 years learning to deploy. But the old woman was right. Whatever these people had become, they were beyond her ability to save with helicopters and medical teams. She followed the woman through the rippling passage, her GPS screaming confusion, her radio cycling through voices that might have been other rangers or might have been something else wearing ranger frequency. The passage twisted, narrowed, and suddenly Lisa was standing at the mouth of the Joint Trail Slot Canyon, the sun overhead indicating no time had passed, despite her sense that she'd been in that impossible chamber for hours. The old woman was gone. The passage behind Lisa showed only solid sandstone. No gap or door or indication that anything existed beyond surface reality, and when Lisa checked her GPS, it showed mile marker 8, exactly where her trail camera was mounted, exactly where she should be according to the laws of geography and map-making. She hiked back to the trailhead in a daze, her mind processing what she'd seen against the framework of what she'd believed about how the world worked. By the time she reached her vehicle, the cognitive dissonance had crystallized into something harder. Determination. If skinwalkers were real, if they were hunting in canyon lands using the shapes of their victims, then Lisa's response couldn't be to dismiss or ignore or file reports that would be disbelieved. Her response had to be documentation, evidence gathering, building a case so thorough that institutional power would be forced to acknowledge what she'd found. Over the following weeks, Lisa became obsessive. She pulled missing person reports going back a decade, correlated them with lunar phases and seasonal patterns, identified clusters that suggested coordinated hunting rather than random wilderness mortality. She reviewed footage from every trail camera in Canyonlands, finding dozens of images similar to her own, figures that appeared between frames, groups that watched cameras with that same flat, mask-like quality. She interviewed tribal members, approached respectfully this time, listened to stories she'd previously dismissed as cultural narrative rather than empirical observation. The patterns emerged. Yinald Lushi hunting during new moons, targeting solo hikers who displayed arrogance or disrespect toward the land, taking shapes and wearing them for months or years before discarding them for fresh victims. But when Lisa presented her findings to the superintendent, when she laid out the evidence in careful detail with photographs and witness statements and statistical analysis, the response was exactly what the old woman had predicted. Sympathetic concern about heat stress, suggestions she take leave to recover from the trauma of searching for Connor Burke, gentle implications that her objectivity had been compromised by isolation and fear. Lisa realized then that institutional power couldn't address what she'd found, because institutions were built on consensus reality, on shared agreement about what was possible. Skinwalkers existed in the gaps of that consensus, in the spaces where belief wavered and certainty fractured. Fighting them required different tools than what her biology degree and federal badge provided. She started spending time with tribal consultants, learning protective practices and recognition signs. She modified her trail camera protocols, adding equipment the old woman suggested: silver wire around memory cards, cameras pointed at crossroads rather than straight trails, backup batteries blessed by medicine people who understood that technology and tradition weren't opposing forces, but complementary approaches to understanding. And 3 months after Connor Burke disappeared, Lisa was hiking the Needles district when she encountered him. The thing wearing his shape, still playing the role, still acting as though search and rescue would find him eventually. It smiled at her with Connor's smile, spoke with Connor's voice, asked about the investigation with Connor's casual interest. But Lisa had learned. She'd learned to see the small wrongnesses, the way its shadow fell at angles that didn't match sun position, the fact that its boots left no tracks despite walking through sand, the slight delay between its lips moving and words emerging, as if whatever intelligence controlled the meat puppet had to consciously remember how speech synchronization worked. "Hello, Connor," Lisa said carefully, her hand resting on the herb bundle in her pocket. "We've been looking for you." "I know," it replied. And for just a moment the mask slipped. The voice layered wrong, the face too still, the eyes reflecting light at an angle that suggested they weren't entirely solid. "We appreciate your concern, but some of us prefer the desert to civilization. Some of us like the space between places better than the places themselves." Lisa maintained eye contact, remembered the advice. Show fear and they feed on it, show aggression and they'll retaliate. Show neither and they get confused, uncertain how to categorize you as prey or threat. "I understand. I also prefer spaces between. That's why I became a field biologist rather than laboratory researcher." The thing wearing Connor tilted its head, studying her with interest that felt clinical rather than predatory. "You've changed, Ranger Hoffman. You used to measure everything, trust only data, dismiss what you couldn't quantify. Now you carry herbs in your pocket and avoid speaking our name directly. The old woman taught you well. She taught me that reality is larger than my education prepared me for. That ancestral knowledge accumulated across millennia might have validity my 4 years of graduate school didn't provide. That's good science, updating your model when new evidence contradicts old assumptions. And yet you still work for them, still wear the uniform, still carry the radio, still pretend that institutional power can manage what lives in these canyons." The thing's smile widened, and Lisa saw too many teeth, arranged in patterns that suggested its jaw was flexible in ways human jaws weren't. "You're caught between worlds now, biologist. Not quite believer, not quite skeptic, not quite prey, not quite threat. Useful, maybe. Or dangerous. We haven't decided." Lisa forced herself to breathe steadily, to maintain the careful neutrality that kept her alive. I'm documenting, building evidence, protecting people who don't know what they're walking into when they hike these trails. That's my job, whether you understand it or not. We understand jobs. We understand roles and purposes and functions. We're very good at wearing them, at performing humanity convincingly enough that even experts can't tell the difference. The thing stepped closer and Lisa smelled that impossible scent. Desert sun and something older, something that predated humans by enough millennia that comparison became meaningless. But understanding and caring are different things. We don't care about your job, Ranger Hoffman. We care about hunger, and you smell like someone who's learned just enough to be interesting, but not enough to be truly dangerous. Then it was gone. Not walking away, but simply absent, leaving Lisa standing alone on the trail with her heart hammering and the herb bundle burning hot against her palm like it had absorbed heat from warding off something her eyes couldn't properly see. She filed no report about the encounter, added it instead to the private documentation she maintained, the shadow case file that tracked patterns and incidents that official records couldn't acknowledge. And she continued her work, her patrols, her camera monitoring, operating now with dual consciousness, the official role that counted sheep and tracked weather patterns and performed wilderness management, and the shadow role that watched for signs of things that wore human faces without being human, that hunted in spaces her education insisted couldn't exist. Connor Burke's body was never recovered officially. His case remained open, his family held memorial services, and something wearing his shape was seen occasionally in Moab, living a life that resembled his own well enough that most people never questioned whether the man they knew was exactly who they thought he was. But Lisa questioned. Had learned to question everything, to look for the wrongnesses that indicated reality wasn't quite cohering properly, to recognize that her earlier certainty had been armor against understanding rather than tool for it. The desert had broken her arrogance the way it broke most things that entered believing they understood it. Through simple persistence, through revealing layer after layer of strangeness until resistance became exhausting, and acceptance became the path of least resistance. She never found that impossible chamber again, though she searched. Never encountered the old Navajo woman who taught her that folklore was functional rather than metaphorical. But she carried that knowledge forward, modified her work to include protection she'd once have mocked as superstition, warned hikers about things the NPS manual didn't acknowledge existed, and sometimes reviewing trail camera footage late at night in her office, Lisa would find them, frames that showed figures standing motionless, watching with patient hunger, waiting for the next solo hiker who walked into their territory without proper respect or recognition. She'd document them carefully, add them to her shadow files, and continue the work of trying to protect people from threats that institutional power refused to acknowledge. The skeptic in her, the part that had earned biology degrees and published papers about population dynamics, never fully surrendered. Still demanded evidence, still sought patterns, still tried to build frameworks that could explain what she'd experienced. But that skeptic now operated alongside something else, something that recognized there were ways of knowing that didn't require peer review. That ancestral wisdom sometimes encoded truths that took science centuries to rediscover. That being wrong about the fundamental nature of reality didn't mean abandoning the scientific method, but expanding it to include data sets her education had trained her to dismiss. Lisa Hoffman remained a ranger, remained a biologist, remained someone who measured and documented and tried to make sense of wilderness through careful observation. But she'd learned that careful observation sometimes revealed things that contradicted everything you thought you knew, and that the appropriate response wasn't to reject the observation, but to question the framework that couldn't accommodate it. The desert kept its secrets. The Yi Nald Lushi kept hunting, and Lisa kept watching, documenting, protecting what she could while acknowledging that protection had limits when the threats existed in spaces between spaces, or faces stolen from victims, and operated according to rules that predated human civilization by enough time that comparison became meaningless. That was the real horror. Not that monsters existed, but that they were patient, that they hunted in plain sight wearing familiar faces, that they'd adapted to human presence by becoming perfect mimics, indistinguishable from what they copied. Science could document them, Tribal knowledge could recognize them, but neither could eliminate them, because they existed in the gaps between belief systems, thriving precisely where certainty failed and consensus fractured. Connor Burke's family mourned. The thing wearing his shape continued playing its role. And somewhere in Canyonlands, in a chamber that existed in desert but not quite of it, 7 bodies maintained breathing and heartbeat without consciousness, their stolen selves walking around in skin they'd been born in but no longer owned. Lisa documented everything, built evidence that would be dismissed, warned people who wouldn't listen, and continued the work of trying to protect those who entered wilderness without understanding that some places were genuinely wild in ways that civilization couldn't domesticate, that some hungers couldn't be satisfied by anything humans considered food, that some things wore faces for the same reason hunters wore camouflage, to get close enough to prey before the prey realized it was being hunted. The trail cameras kept recording. The figures kept appearing. And Lisa Hoffman kept watching, the reformed skeptic who'd learned that reality was larger and stranger than her education had suggested, that some questions didn't have answers that fit existing frameworks, that the appropriate response to encountering the impossible wasn't to deny it, but to expand your understanding until the impossible became simply improbable, documented and managed as best as limited human power allowed. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Emily Sorensen found the journal at mile marker 12, its pages swollen with moisture that wasn't rain. The Hoh River Trail stretched ahead through cathedral columns of Sitka spruce, their trunks thick as cars and wrapped in velvet moss that glowed emerald even in the weak October light. She'd been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 3 seasons, long enough to know that the forest kept secrets in its bones, and short enough that the knowing still made her skin crawl in ways she couldn't explain to her supervisor. The journal lay open on a nurse log, its spine cracked at an angle that suggested violence rather than carelessness. Emily crouched beside it, her Garmin GPS unit beeping softly on her belt. 12.3 miles from the visitor center, exactly where Sophia Carr's day pack had been reported by hikers 2 mornings ago. Everything else belonging to the missing woman remained absent. Tent, sleeping bag, the expensive Canon camera Sophia's sister had mentioned during the initial report. Just this journal, and the wrongness that radiated from it like heat from coals. Emily didn't touch it immediately. She'd learned young that some objects carried weight beyond their physical mass. Her grandmother's word for it had been tsukareda, tired, worn down by accumulated emotion. Her mother had dismissed it as superstitious nonsense from the old country, but Emily had felt it her whole life. The psychic residue of human suffering clinging to places and things like oil film on water. The journal in front of her practically vibrated with it. She photographed it first, documenting its position with 3 different angles before sliding on nitrile gloves and lifting the cover. The handwriting inside was controlled, almost compulsively neat, the kind of penmanship that suggested someone fighting hard to maintain composure. Sophia Carr had been 28, a freelance photographer from Portland specializing in Pacific Northwest wilderness. Her permit indicated a solo 4-day backpacking trip along the Hoh River Trail, summiting at Blue Glacier before looping back. She'd checked in at the ranger station 72 hours ago, told Emily's colleague David Ramirez that she was chasing the perfect shot of old growth in fog. The first entry was dated 3 days prior, written in that precise hand. Mile 5. The trees here remember things. I know how that sounds, but I can feel it. Not hostile, just aware, like walking through a sleeping giant's dream. The moss absorbs all sound. It's beautiful. It's suffocating. Emily's radio crackled. She flinched at the sound, annoyed at her own jumpiness. Sorensen, this is base. Status update? She pressed the transmit button on her Motorola. 12 miles in on Hoh River Trail. Found the missing hiker's journal. No sign of Carr herself yet. Continuing search pattern northeast toward Lewis Meadow. Copy that. Weather's deteriorating. Front moving in faster than predicted. You've got maybe 4 hours of decent visibility. Understood. Sorensen out. She turned back to the journal, flipping through pages that grew progressively more disturbed. Sophia's entries became shorter, more fragmented. Mile 8. Can't shake the feeling of being watched, not by animals. Something else. The cold here doesn't make sense. It's coming from inside the trees. Then, Mile 10. Found something strange off trail. Old structure, maybe 1920s logging camp. Decay wrong. Everything rotted except one building. Wood shouldn't preserve like that in this climate. Took photos. Won't develop them. Don't want to see what might be in the windows. Emily's breath misted in the air, which shouldn't be possible. It was October in western Washington, mild for the season, temperature holding in the mid-50s according to her gear. She exhaled again, watching vapor curl from her lips like smoke. The sensation of being observed, which she'd been suppressing since entering this section of trail, suddenly intensified into something physical. Pressure against her temples, a ringing in her ears like after a concert. The next journal entry was written in a different pen, the ink darker, the letters jagged. They cut her hair first. That's what the ranger told me, the old one. The Japanese woman who isn't in any of the park records I looked up online. She said they shaved Kimiko Tanaka's head before burning the house. Said it was mercy that hair could trap the spirit. But they did it to humiliate her, didn't they? To strip away the last dignity before the fire. Emily's hands had gone numb. She wasn't cold exactly. The sensation was more like submersion, like dropping through water into a darkness that had been waiting specifically for her. Kimiko Tanaka. The name resonated in her chest cavity like a struck bell. She didn't know it, had never heard it before, but her body recognized it anyway. Some ancestral acknowledgement that made her want to run. She forced herself to keep reading. The ranger, her name tag said Sorensen, but she looked wrong, like a photograph superimposed over reality. She told me Kimiko worked as a camp cook in 1942. Unmarried, 31 years old. The only Japanese person for 50 miles after the internment orders. They didn't intern her because the logging camp was so remote, so needed. She cooked their meals and cleaned their quarters and never complained. Then someone's wedding ring went missing. Then, money from a footlocker. They blamed Kimiko because who else could it be? Strung her up from the big hemlock, the one that's still there, the one with the broken branch. But she didn't die from the rope. Took too long. They got impatient. Set the bunkhouse on fire with her inside. The journal ended there, mid-page, the rest of the book virgin paper. Emily stood abruptly, her equilibrium swinging like she'd surfaced too fast from deep water. The forest had changed while she read, or her perception of it had. The moss seemed darker, less emerald and more the color of deep bruises. The spaces between trees had multiplied, geometry that made her eyes water when she tried to focus. And the temperature continued dropping, her breath now coming in thick clouds despite the mild October air that should be holding steady. She needed to radio this in, get SAR mobilized with the journal as evidence of Sophia's mental state. But when Emily reached for her Motorola, her fingers closed on empty air. The radio was gone from her belt, though she could have sworn she'd clipped it there after the last transmission. Her GPS unit was also missing. The bear spray canister from her chest holster, gone. She patted her pockets frantically, finding only her compass, which spun uselessly without settling on any direction. Okay, she said aloud, needing to hear her own voice to anchor reality. Equipment failure, not impossible. Stay calm and retrace steps to last known position. But when she turned around, the trail had vanished. Not obscured by fog or hidden by fallen timber, simply absent. As if it had never existed. She stood in a clearing of ferns and moss that stretched in all directions, the massive trees forming walls without gaps, their roots weaving patterns that looked increasingly deliberate the longer she stared. And in the distance, barely visible through the timber, a structure emerged from the gloom. Wooden walls weathered silver, a collapsed roof, windows that gaped like empty eye sockets. The building from Sophia's journal. The one that shouldn't be preserved. The one where they burned Kimiko Tanaka alive 75 years ago. Emily's gift. curse, liability, whatever name best fit, had always been subtle before. A sick feeling in old houses, headaches at accident sites, dreams that warned her away from certain hiking trails. But this was different. This was reality bending itself around trauma so profound that it had carved permanent scars in the fabric of whatever separated the physical world from what lay beneath. And she, with her sensitivity, her cursed receptiveness to the suffering of the dead, had been marked the moment she touched that journal. She started walking toward the structure because what else could she do? The trees permitted no other direction. The moss under her boots made no sound, as if even the forest floor was holding its breath. As she approached, details resolved. A doorway listing on broken hinges, kanji characters carved into the lintel that her grandmother had tried to teach her but she'd never bothered to learn properly. Something about hair and binding. Something about return. Inside the structure, what remained of furniture had fused with the floorboards. Beds and tables melted into the wood like they'd been exposed to intense heat, though the building itself showed no char marks. In the far corner, barely visible in the failing light, a shape huddled that might have been a pile of old fabric or might have been something else. Sophia? Emily's voice cracked. Sophia Carr? The shape didn't respond, but something else did. The temperature dropped so fast that ice crystals formed on Emily's eyelashes. Her lungs seized, air too cold to process, and when she gasped, she tasted copper and ash. Then came the sound. Not quite footsteps, more like weight distributing across old floorboards, and with it the smell, decay and incense, funeral flowers left too long in stagnant water. Emily spun toward the doorway and froze. A woman stood in the entrance, silhouetted against the failing daylight. She wore white. Not the white of clean linen, but the white of bone left to weather, of snow that's absorbed pollution. Her hair hung in front of her face in a black curtain so thick that no features were visible, the strands reaching past her waist and moving independently of any breeze. When she raised one arm, the sleeve fell back to reveal skin that had the waxy, translucent quality of something long submerged. Emily's gift screamed at her, every nerve firing warnings that came 75 years too late. This was Kimiko Tanaka, or what remained after decades of rage had burned away everything human, leaving only the Onryo, the vengeance spirit from her grandmother's stories, the thing that returned when injustice went unpunished, when shame and fury outlived the body that first contained them. The figure took a step forward, and Emily saw what lay beneath the black hair. Not a face, but an absence of face. Features smoothed away by fire until only eye sockets remained, deep and dark and fixed on Emily with unmistakable recognition. I didn't... Emily's voice failed. She tried again. I didn't hurt you, that wasn't me. But that didn't matter, did it? Her grandmother had explained the rules of Onryo when Emily was young enough to have nightmares about them. They didn't discriminate. Vengeance without discretion. Punishment for proximity. And Emily, with her sensitivity, her openness to the spiritual world, was more than merely proximate. She was permeable. The spirit lunged. Emily threw herself sideways, crashed through rotten furniture, felt splinters drive into her palms. The Onryo moved in a way that violated physics, one moment in the doorway, the next directly behind Emily, that smell of decay intensifying until Emily's stomach heaved. She rolled, came up running, burst through the structure's back wall where the wood gave way like paper. Outside, the forest had changed again, or perhaps revealed its true nature. The trees stood closer together now, their branches interweaving overhead to block all but the weakest light. And everywhere, carved into bark, painted on stones, scratched into the moss, were symbols Emily recognized from her childhood. Kanji for binding, return, hair, shame. Some looked old, weathered by decades. Others were fresh, cut recently into living wood. Sophia had been here, had seen these, had written about them in her journal before whatever happened to her happened. Emily ran deeper into the trees, her ranger training screaming that she should stay put, that moving in reduced visibility was how people died in the wilderness. But staying meant facing the Onryo again, meant feeling that supernatural cold that seemed to freeze not just flesh, but the electrical impulses in her brain, the chemical reactions that sustained thought and identity. She burst into a clearing and stopped so abruptly she nearly fell. 27 photographs hung from branches like obscene fruit, each one fixed with wire through punched holes in the cardstock. Sophia's photographs, Emily recognized the professional quality, the careful composition. But the subject matter was wrong. Each image showed the same scene, the structure where Emily had found the journal, but occupied. In the windows, pale faces pressed against the glass. In the doorway, that white-clad figure, hair obscuring everything above the shoulders. And in every photograph, getting progressively closer to the camera, approaching through frames like a flipbook animation of pursuit. The final photograph showed only darkness and that hair, filling the entire frame, individual strands visible in terrible detail. Emily's radio, the one that had disappeared from her belt, lay at the base of the tree where the last photograph hung. When she picked it up, her hands shaking so badly she nearly dropped it, the device crackled with a voice that wasn't quite the dispatcher's, wasn't quite human. "They cut her hair first," the radio said, words grinding like stones, "stripped her dignity, burned her alive for crimes she didn't commit. 75 years of rage, Ranger. 75 years of hunting. Do you understand? The forest remembers. The trees remember. And I remember." "Where is Sophia Carr?" Emily demanded, her voice steadier than she felt. "What did you do to her?" "The photographer?" Laughter like wind through hollow logs. "She came looking for beauty and found truth instead. She photographed what should stay hidden. She saw me in the windows, in the reflections, in the negative space between trees. She tried to run. They all try to run." Emily thought of Sophia's journal, those final entries written in different ink, describing things she couldn't have known. She's dead, isn't she? Dead. Alive. These words have lost meaning here. The photographer is where she belongs now, keeping me company in the place where they trapped me, where they thought rope and fire could end what they started with cruelty. But shame doesn't die, Ranger. Injustice doesn't decompose, and neither do I. The radio died with a burst of static. Emily stood in the clearing, surrounded by photographs of her own approaching death, and made a decision that probably meant her own end, but was the only choice her training and her conscience would allow. She needed to find Sophia Carr's body. She needed to document this, and if she couldn't leave this forest alive, she could at least leave evidence. She pulled out the journal from her pack, clicked on her headlamp, thankfully still functioning, and began to write, documenting everything. The location, the symbols, the photographs, the encounter with the Onryo. Her hand cramped from writing so fast, words sometimes illegible in her haste, but she captured the essential facts. If another ranger found this, if someone came looking, they needed to understand what waited in these woods. As she wrote, the temperature continued dropping. Frost formed on the photographs above her head, crystals spreading across Sophia's captured images until the faces in the windows were obscured by ice. Emily's breath came in shorter gasps, each inhalation burning her throat. When she finished writing, she carefully placed the journal at the base of the tree, weighted it down with rocks so it wouldn't blow away. Then she turned to face the forest and spoke clearly, hoping the Onryo could hear, hoping some trace of Kimiko Tanaka still existed beneath the rage. "You were wronged," Emily said. "Murdered for crimes you didn't commit, left to burn while innocent. I acknowledge that. I witness it, and I'm sorry. Not for myself, because apologies from strangers mean nothing. I'm sorry that justice never came. I'm sorry that shame outlived those who should have carried it. I'm sorry that your name was forgotten while your killers probably died peacefully in their beds." Silence. Then, from behind her, "Sorry doesn't restore stolen dignity." Emily turned slowly. The Onryo stood 5 feet away, close enough that Emily could see the details her mind had tried to erase during the first encounter. The melted flesh, the exposed bone structure, the way the hair moved with purposeful intelligence like it was somehow alive, somehow the most vital part of what remained. "No," Emily agreed. "Sorry doesn't fix anything, but maybe witness does. Maybe acknowledgement does. You've been alone here for 75 years, with only victims to punish and no one to confirm that what happened to you was monstrous. I see you, Kimiko Tanaka. I know what they did. And I'm telling your story. It's written in that journal, and other rangers will find it, and your name will be remembered for something other than their shame. The spirit tilted her head, an eerily human gesture that made Emily's chest constrict. You think words in a book matter to the dead? I think rage this strong comes from wanting to be seen, Emily said, her grandmother's lessons surfacing through decades of dismissal. I think you've been screaming into silence for 3/4 of a century, and I think maybe, if someone finally listens, if someone finally acknowledges the injustice without flinching from it, maybe the screaming can stop. The photographer didn't listen, the Onryo said. She only saw material for her art. She photographed suffering like it was aesthetic. Emily's stomach turned. Where is she? The spirit gestured toward the structure. That slow movement that suggested time operated differently for her. In the place where they trapped me, where her camera captured my image one too many times, trapping me again in silver and chemicals. So I showed her what it means to be trapped, to be bound by others' perception, to have your humanity reduced to a cautionary tale. Emily started toward the structure, her legs heavy as if moving through waist-deep water. The Onryo followed, not threatening exactly, but present. A cold pressure at Emily's back that made her skin crawl. Inside the building, Emily's headlamp illuminated what she'd been too panicked to examine properly before. Sophia Carr sat in the far corner, back against the wall, camera still clutched in her hands. Her eyes were open but unseeing, her face locked in an expression of terminal terror. But she was breathing, shallow, irregular breaths that suggested something between life and death, consciousness trapped in a body that couldn't escape. Jesus Christ, Emily whispered. She knelt beside Sophia, checked her pulse. Thready, but present. Sophia, can you hear me? No response. Sophia's eyes didn't track Emily's movements, didn't respond to the light shining directly into them. Whatever the Onryo had done, it had left Sophia functionally catatonic, trapped in her own mind the way Kimiko had been trapped in this structure. Let her go, Emily said, standing to face the spirit. This isn't justice. This is just more cruelty, more injustice. You're becoming what they were. Someone who punishes the innocent because punishment feels better than powerlessness. The innocent? The Onryo's voice rose, the windows rattling in their frames. She exploited tragedy for profit, turned suffering into portfolio pieces. How is that innocent? She's a photographer, Emily said desperately. She takes pictures. That's not the same as what they did to you. That's not even close. And if you can't see the difference, then they won. They burned away your humanity so thoroughly that all that's left is rage without reason, the spirit screamed. And it was worse than any sound Emily had heard in her life, not because of volume, but because of what it contained. Decades of pain compressed into a single expression, all the words Kimiko Tanaka never got to say when they put the rope around her neck, when they shaved her head, when they watched her burn. The structure shook, boards splintering, the roof dropping chunks of rotten wood. But Emily stood her ground, even as her ears rang and blood trickled from her nose. I'm not leaving without her, she said when the sound finally stopped. If you want to trap someone, trap me instead. I'm the one with the gift, the sensitivity. I'm the one who can actually hear you, really hear you, not just photograph what I don't understand. I'll stay. I'll witness your story for as long as it takes. But let Sophia Carr go. The Onryo moved closer, that hair reaching out to brush against Emily's face. Where it touched, Emily's skin went numb, cells dying on contact with something that had been dead for so long that its corruption had become contagious. The spirit leaned in, those empty eye sockets inches from Emily's face, and whispered in a voice that might have once been beautiful before fire destroyed her throat. You would trade yourself for someone you don't even know? That's what Rangers do, Emily said, surprised by the steadiness in her voice. We protect people in these spaces, even from things we don't fully understand, even from injustices that predate our birth. Let her go, Kimiko. Let one person leave this forest with their mind intact. Show me that compassion didn't burn away completely. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the Onryo withdrew, that black hair retreating like living shadow. The temperature rose fractionally, still cold, but no longer the bone-deep freeze that suggested proximity to something that had learned to weaponize absence of warmth. Take her, the spirit said. But you'll leave something behind. That's the price of witness. Part of you stays here, part of you carries this story, and you'll never be quite warm again, Ranger. Never quite free of knowing what humans can do to each other when they're afraid, when they need someone to blame. That's the real curse, not the supernatural horror, but the banal evil that creates it. Emily nodded, understanding the terms even if she didn't fully comprehend the mechanism. She grabbed Sophia under the arms, started dragging her toward the door. The photographer was dead weight, still catatonic, but Emily pulled with everything she had, her ranger training kicking in with proper lifting techniques, distribution of weight. At the doorway, Emily paused, looking back at the Onryo one final time. Your name is Kimiko Tanaka, she said clearly. You were 31 years old. You worked as a camp cook. You were murdered in 1942 by men who needed someone to blame for their own failures. That's the truth. That's what I'll tell anyone who will listen. You weren't a cautionary tale or a ghost story or a warning. You were a person, and what happened to you was inexcusable. The spirit said nothing, but something in the quality of her silence felt less like rage and more like grief. The original emotion that fury had been protecting all these decades. Then she faded, not disappearing exactly, but receding. Her presence withdrawing to somewhere deeper in the structure, deeper in the woods, deeper in whatever dimension the truly wronged dead inhabited. Emily dragged Sophia into the forest. The trees moved aside this time, branches parting to reveal the trail, the actual trail, marked with the familiar blazes that Emily knew by heart. Her radio crackled back to life on her belt, the dispatcher's voice cutting through static with coordinates and weather updates that made sense again, time resuming its normal flow. It took her 3 hours to get Sophia to the nearest trail access point, where a SAR team was already mobilized searching for them both. The paramedics took over, loaded Sophia onto a stretcher, started asking Emily questions she couldn't fully answer because some truths don't translate into official reports. In the ambulance, under harsh fluorescent light that made everything feel brutally real, Sophia suddenly grabbed Emily's wrist. Her eyes focused for the first time in hours, terror giving way to confusion. Did you see her? Sophia whispered. The woman with the hair? Yes, Emily said simply. I couldn't stop photographing her. She was in every shot, closer each time, and I couldn't stop. It was like my camera was possessed, like she was pulling herself through the lens into the real world, using my work as a bridge. She's trapped there, Emily said, in that place where they killed her, and she's angry, but also alone. 75 years alone with no one acknowledging what happened to her. Sophia's grip tightened. You talked to her. I witnessed her, Emily corrected. I listened, and I promised to tell her story. Over the following weeks, as Sophia recovered in Harborview Medical Center in Seattle, Emily researched Olympic National Park archives, historical societies, interviews with elderly locals who remembered the old logging camps. She found Kimiko Tanaka in faded records, a single photograph from 1941, a young woman with long black hair smiling at the camera, proud and dignified. Employment records showing she worked at Camp 7 from 1939 to 1942. A death certificate listing accidental fire as cause, signed by a coroner who was also the camp supervisor, witnessed by men who later bought property with mysterious cash infusions. Emily wrote it all down, compiled it into a report that went far beyond standard NPS documentation. She sent copies to historical societies, to Japanese American community organizations, to anyone who might ensure Kimiko Tanaka's name lived somewhere other than in rage and frost and the spaces between trees. She returned to the Ho River Trail once more, 3 months later, when winter had properly settled over Olympic National Park. Snow covered the forest in silence, and Emily walked the familiar path with offerings she'd researched carefully. White chrysanthemums, incense sake in a ceramic bottle. At mile marker 12, she found the structure, now just a collapsed pile of rotting timber, no longer preserved beyond reason. Emily arranged the offerings carefully, bowed in the manner her grandmother had taught her decades ago, and spoke Kimiko's name 3 times to the quiet forest. She didn't see the Onryo again, but she felt something release. A tension in the air dissipating like held breath finally exhaled. The cold that had settled into Emily's bones after that first encounter never fully left. Even in summer, she carried an extra layer, needed the heat turned higher than her colleagues, woke sometimes in the night with frost forming on her windows from the inside. It was the price of witness, as the Onryo had promised. A permanent reminder that some horrors don't end. They just find people willing to acknowledge them. Sophia Carr left the Pacific Northwest 3 weeks after her discharge from the hospital. Before she left, she gave Emily a small box containing every photograph from that trip, undeveloped rolls of film that she'd never printed and never would. "I can't look at them," Sophia said, "but I can't destroy them either. Maybe someday someone will need to see what I saw. Maybe they'll understand better than I did." Emily kept the box in her ranger station office filed under evidence ongoing, because that's what it was. Evidence that the land remembered, that injustice carved scars visible only to those willing to look, that the dead sometimes refused to rest until someone finally acknowledged their names and their stories without flinching from the horrible truth. On quiet nights when Emily patrolled the Ho River Trail, she sometimes saw movement in her peripheral vision. Black hair in the distance, white fabric between trees. But she never felt threatened. The Onryo's rage had diminished from forest fire to candle flame, sustained now not by vengeance but by the simple fact of being remembered. Kimiko Tanaka existed in record now, her humanity preserved in documents and interviews, and Emily's steadfast refusal to let her story be reduced to ghost story cliché. The forest kept its secrets, but some secrets needed telling. Some wounds needed witness before they could begin to heal, and Emily, with her cursed gift of sensitivity, her unwanted receptiveness to the suffering of the dead, had finally found the purpose it implied, not to flee from the horror humanity created, but to stand in it long enough to say the names of those it destroyed. On her final patrol before winter closure of the trail, Emily placed one last offering at mile marker 12, a photograph she'd found in the archives, the one of Kimiko smiling in 1941, her long black hair catching sunlight, proud and alive and deserving of better than she received. She weighted it down with stones so it wouldn't blow away, a marker for a grave that never officially existed, a memorial for someone who'd been erased from records, but never from the land that absorbed her anguish. The temperature dropped as Emily stood there, her breath misting in the late autumn air, but this time the cold felt different. Less like assault and more like acknowledgement. Less like curse and more like covenant. She'd promised to remember, and she would. For the rest of her life, she'd carry this story, this cold, this knowledge of what humans could do to each other when fear turned neighbor against neighbor. That was the real horror Kimiko Tanaka had tried to teach her. Not the supernatural manifestation, but the all-too-human cruelty that created it. The rope and the fire and the shaved head were Gothic window dressing on a simple, terrible truth. That injustice doesn't die with its victims, and shame outlives those who should have carried it. Emily touched her fingers to the photograph, bowed once more, and walked back down the trail toward civilization. The forest watched her go, the trees standing sentinel over secrets they'd held for 7 decades and would hold for 7 more. And somewhere in the spaces between those trees, a woman with long black hair and a white dress stood beside her own image, finally witnessed, finally named, finally remembered for who she'd been before humans made her into something else. The cold followed Emily down the mountain, settling deeper into her bones with every step. But she didn't mind anymore. It was honest, this cold. A fair price for truth, for justice delayed but not fully denied, for the hard work of looking at horror without flinching and saying, yes, this happened, and someone needs to remember so it doesn't happen again. That was enough. That had to be enough, because some stories didn't have happy endings, only true ones. And truth was its own kind of memorial for those who died in rage and shame, and the terrible silence of being forgotten. Emily Sorensen walked out of the forest carrying Kimiko Tanaka's story like a weight she'd never fully set down, and in the years that followed, whenever someone asked about the cold that never left her, she'd tell them about the woman who was murdered in 1942, whose name was erased from history but not from the land, who taught a young ranger that the most haunting ghosts are the ones we create through our own cruelty. That was the story. That was the witness. That was the price and the purpose both. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. The photographs were wrong. Not blurry, not corrupted. Wrong. Benjamin Reeves had taken them himself 3 days ago. Empty trail, afternoon light through Douglas firs, routine documentation. But the face in frame 14 hadn't been there. Couldn't have been there. A woman's face, pale as paper, partially obscured by black hair, staring directly at the camera from between two trees he'd walked past without seeing anything. He'd noticed it an hour ago while cataloging the week's patrol images on his laptop. At first he'd thought it was a trick of shadow and moss, the kind of pareidolia that made people see faces in wood grain or clouds. But when he zoomed in, the resolution was too good, the details too specific. The woman's eyes were open. She was looking at him. Benjamin's hands had gone cold. Not a chill, but a sudden absence of warmth, as if the heat had been pulled from his skin. He knew that feeling, had felt it before in certain sections of the Hoh rainforest where the moss grew thick enough to muffle sound completely. In the abandoned homestead near Deer Park where the air tasted like rust. In the grove of Sitka spruces near Rialto Beach where birds refused to nest despite ideal conditions. He'd learned to ignore that feeling during his 8 years as a ranger at Olympic National Park. Learned to rationalize it as nothing more than his mind playing tricks. The result of too much solitude and too many nights reading about local disappearances before bed. But the face in the photograph wouldn't rationalize. It was there, captured at 2:47 p.m. on October 4th, 2011 on the Spruce Railroad Trail, exactly where Kayla Morrison had been reported missing 2 days later. Benjamin closed the laptop and walked to the window of the ranger station. Outside, the October rain fell in sheets across Lake Crescent, turning the water the color of slate. The Douglas firs surrounding the station swayed in the wind, their branches scraping against the roof with sounds like fingernails on wood. It was 11:47 p.m. He was alone. He'd been alone since his shift partner, Dave Chen, had transferred to North Cascades 3 months ago, leaving Benjamin as the sole overnight presence at the Fairholme station. The face in the photograph had Kayla Morrison's bone structure. He was sure of it now. He'd studied her missing person photo for days. The 26-year-old graduate student from Seattle who'd been researching old-growth forest ecology, last seen on the Spruce Railroad Trail on October 6th. Her car had been found in the parking area, tent still set up at her permitted campsite, field notes organized neatly in waterproof bags. No signs of struggle, no signs of anything except an abrupt absence as if she'd simply stepped off the edge of the world. But she'd been there on October 4th. In Benjamin's photograph, 2 days before she was reported missing, which meant either his camera's timestamp was wrong or something impossible had happened. Benjamin opened the laptop again. The face stared back at him, partially obscured but unmistakable now that he knew what he was looking for. The way the hair fell across her features, the angle of her jaw, but the expression was wrong. Kayla's missing person photo showed a woman with bright eyes and an easy smile. The face in frame 14 had no expression at all, just a blank, terrible stillness. He scrolled to frame 15. Empty trail, identical angle, 1 second later. Frame 16. Empty. 17. 18. All empty. Just the one image with the face, as if she'd existed for exactly 1 second before vanishing again. The cold feeling spread from Benjamin's hands up his arms. Not fear exactly. He'd learned to distinguish between rational concern and the other thing, the sense that had plagued him since childhood. His grandmother had called it sensitivity, the Portuguese word sliding off her tongue with a mixture of pride and warning. She'd had it too, she said, the ability to feel when places were wrong, when the boundary between what should be and what shouldn't be had worn thin. She'd told him to trust it, to listen when his body warned him. But his parents had been scientists, rational people who dismissed his childhood nightmares as overactive imagination. By the time he was 12, he'd learned to suppress it, to build walls between his conscious mind and whatever part of him registered wrongness like others registered temperature. Those walls were crumbling now. Benjamin grabbed his Motorola XTR radio and considered calling it in, but calling what in? A face in a photograph that might be pareidolia, might be a timestamp error, might be nothing at all. Search and rescue had already combed the Spruce Railroad Trail twice. They'd found nothing. The official theory was that Kayla had gone off trail, possibly fallen, possibly gotten disoriented in the dense undergrowth. The Hoh rainforest could swallow people whole if they weren't careful. Every year, someone underestimated the terrain, overestimated their navigation skills, and vanished into the green cathedral of moss and ferns and ancient trees. But Benjamin had walked that section of trail. He'd felt it. The wrongness had been so thick he'd nearly turned back, had forced himself to continue only because turning back would have meant acknowledging what he was feeling, and he'd spent too many years building those walls to let them collapse over a feeling. He saved the photograph to a flash drive and shut down the laptop. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the station's roof with increasing urgency. The wind howled through the Douglas firs, and Benjamin thought he heard something else beneath it. A sound like breathing, rhythmic and wet. He stood absolutely still, listening. The sound faded. Probably just water running through the downspouts. Probably nothing. His Garmin GPS Map 64 sat on the desk next to his rain gear. He picked it up, checked the battery level, and clipped it to his belt. He told himself he was just being prepared, that checking his gear was routine. But he knew he was lying. He was preparing to go out there, to the Spruce Railroad Trail, to the exact spot where he'd taken frame 14. The rational part of his mind, the part his parents had nurtured and his training had reinforced, told him this was stupid. It was nearly midnight. The rain was getting worse. He was alone. And if something happened, there'd be no one to call for backup until the day shift arrived at 6 a.m. But the other part of him, the part he'd spent years trying to suppress, was screaming. That part knew something was wrong with a certainty that transcended logic, and it wouldn't let him rest until he'd gone back to that trail. Benjamin put on his rain gear, a Gore-Tex jacket and waterproof pants, both dark green with the National Park Service logo, and grabbed his Streamlight ProTac flashlight. He checked his emergency kit, first aid supplies, emergency beacon, space blanket, waterproof matches, compass. His Benchmade bushcrafter knife hung from his belt in its leather sheath. Everything regulation, everything by the book, as if following procedure could protect him from whatever he was about to walk into. He left a note on the desk. Spruce Railroad Trail, 11:58 p.m., investigating Morrison disappearance, and locked the station behind him. His Ford F-250 sat in the parking area, water streaming off its hood. The drive to the Spruce Railroad trailhead would take 20 minutes in good weather. In this rain, probably 30. Benjamin started the engine and pulled onto Route 101, heading west. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the downpour. The road was empty, the forest pressing in from both sides, a solid wall of darkness broken only by his headlights. He passed the turnoff to Storm King Ranger Station, past the boat launch at Fairholme, past the handful of cabins where tourists stayed in summer but which now sat dark and abandoned with the approach of winter. The Spruce Railroad Trail parking area appeared on his right, a small pullout barely visible in the rain. He parked next to Kayla Morrison's car, a silver Honda Civic that had been sitting here for over a week now, waiting for an owner who would never return. The sight of it sent fresh cold through Benjamin's chest. He grabbed his flashlight and stepped out into the rain. The sound of water hitting his hood was deafening. Rain poured through the canopy above, channeled by thousands of branches and leaves into concentrated streams. Benjamin switched on the flashlight and started down the trail. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the narrow path that ran along Lake Crescent's northern shore. To his left, the lake was invisible beyond the trees, though he could hear waves lapping against the rocky beach. To his right, the forest rose steeply, old-growth Douglas firs and western hemlocks creating a ceiling so dense that even in daylight, the trail existed in permanent twilight. He walked quickly, counting his steps. The spot where he'd taken frame 14 was approximately half a mile in, just before the first tunnel. The trail here had been part of an old railroad line that once hauled timber and supplies around the lake. Now the rails were gone. The grade converted to a hiking path, but the tunnels remained. 3 of them carved through solid rock, dark throats that swallowed hikers for brief stretches before spitting them back out into the filtered green light of the rainforest. Benjamin's sensitivity kicked in before he reached the spot. It hit him like walking into a wall of ice water, that sudden, breath-stealing cold that had nothing to do with temperature. The air itself felt wrong, too thick, pressing against him from all sides. His flashlight beam seemed weaker somehow, as if the darkness here was denser, hungrier. He stopped walking. This was it, the exact spot. He recognized the 2 Douglas firs on the right side of the trail, their trunks marked with the bright green moss he'd photographed. But something was different now. Between the trees, just visible in his flashlight's beam, was a shape. A dark mass that hadn't been there 3 days ago. Benjamin approached slowly, his heart hammering against his ribs. The shape resolved as he got closer. A tent. Not Kayla's tent. Hers was still at her campsite, miles away. This was different. Older. The fabric was stained dark with moisture and something else. Something that might have been mold or might have been blood. It was partially collapsed, the support poles bent at unnatural angles. He called out, "National Park Service. Is anyone in there?" No response. Just the rain and the wet breathing sound of water moving through the forest. Benjamin circled the tent, looking for an entrance. The zipper was open, the flap hanging loose. He aimed his flashlight inside. Empty. Not abandoned empty, but wrong empty. The interior was pristine, as if no one had ever used it. No sleeping bag, no gear, no signs of habitation. But the tent walls were covered in writing. Benjamin leaned closer, his flashlight beam trembling slightly. The writing was in Japanese. Kanji characters, hundreds of them, covering every inch of fabric in neat, obsessive rows. He didn't read Japanese, but he recognized the repetitive nature of the text. The same characters over and over again, written with what looked like charcoal or dried blood. The cold intensified. Benjamin's breath came out in visible puffs now, despite the October temperature being in the mid-50s. His sensitivity was screaming at him to run, to get back to his truck, to call for help. But he couldn't move. The writing held him transfixed, the characters seeming to shift in his peripheral vision, rearranging themselves into patterns that his conscious mind couldn't quite process, but that some deeper part of him recognized as profoundly wrong. A sound behind him. Footsteps on wet trail. Benjamin spun, his flashlight beam cutting through the rain. Empty trail. Nothing but Douglas firs and western hemlocks and the thick carpet of ferns that covered the forest floor. But he'd heard footsteps, he was certain. The distinctive sound of boots on packed earth and gravel. Kayla? His voice came out hoarse. Kayla Morrison? The rain answered him, intensifying until it sounded like static, like white noise drowning out everything else. Benjamin backed away from the tent, his flashlight sweeping the trail in wide arcs. Nothing. No one. But the feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, a physical pressure against his skin. He could feel eyes on him, multiple sets of eyes, though when he looked there was nothing to see except trees and rain and darkness. He pulled out his radio. Fairholme Station. This is Ranger Reeves. I'm on the Spruce Railroad Trail, approximately half-mile from the parking area. I found an unregistered tent at the Morrison disappearance site. Requesting backup. Static answered him. Pure white noise. No voices. No acknowledgement. Benjamin adjusted the frequency and tried again. More static. The radio was working. He could see the transmission indicator lighting up, but nothing was getting through, or nothing was responding. A figure appeared on the trail ahead. Benjamin's flashlight beam caught her in mid-step. A woman in white, her kimono soaked through and clinging to her skeletal frame, her hair hanging in long black ropes that covered most of her face. She stood absolutely motionless, her bare feet pale against the dark earth of the trail. Benjamin's flashlight fell from his hand. It hit the ground with a plastic crack, the beam swinging wildly before coming to rest, pointing at the forest canopy. In the sudden darkness, he could see the woman more clearly, as if light had been obscuring her rather than revealing her. She was glowing faintly, a phosphorescent pallor that reminded him of bioluminescent fungi. Her hands hung at her sides, fingers too long, too thin. Where her face should be was only hair and a suggestion of features beneath, a mouth slightly open, and eyes that reflected no light at all. The temperature dropped another 20 degrees in an instant. Benjamin's breath crystallized in front of him. Ice formed on the wet fabric of his rain gear, crackling softly. The woman took a step forward, her movement completely silent despite the muddy trail. Then another step. She moved like something that had forgotten how human locomotion worked, her joints bending at wrong angles, her gait too smooth. Benjamin's training finally kicked in. He bent, scooped up his flashlight, and ran. Back toward the parking area, his boots slipping on the wet trail, branches whipping at his face. Behind him he heard nothing. No footsteps pursuing him, no sounds of movement. But the cold followed him, wrapping around him like a living thing. And his sensitivity was howling with terror so primal that conscious thought barely registered. He burst out of the forest into the parking area, gasping for air. His truck sat where he'd left it, water streaming off its hood. Kayla Morrison's Honda was still there too, and standing between the vehicles, illuminated by his flashlight beam, was the woman in white. She hadn't followed him. She'd arrived before him, or had been here all along, waiting. Benjamin scrambled into his truck, slammed the door, locked it. His hands shook so badly he could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life. He threw the truck into reverse, tires spinning on the wet pavement, and peeled out onto Route 101. In his rearview mirror, the woman stood in the middle of the parking area, perfectly still, growing smaller as he accelerated away. Her figure remained visible far longer than should have been possible, that faint phosphorescent glow cutting through the rain and darkness. He made it back to Fairholme Station in 15 minutes, the truck fishtailing around corners, speedometer pushing 70 on roads designed for 45. He locked himself inside the station, checked every window, every door. His radio still produced only static. He tried his cell phone. No signal, which wasn't unusual out here, but the timing felt deliberate. He was cut off, alone, with something that couldn't possibly exist, but that he'd seen with absolute clarity. Benjamin's training told him to stay calm, to think rationally, to find a logical explanation. But his sensitivity knew better. Whatever that woman was, she wasn't human, wasn't alive, was something that violated every natural law he'd been taught to believe in. He opened his laptop and pulled up the photograph again. Frame 14, the face between the trees. He zoomed in as far as the resolution allowed. The woman's features were clearer at higher magnification. The same pale skin, the same black hair, the same mouth slightly open, revealing darkness inside. And now that he was looking for it, he could see what he'd missed before. The white fabric of a kimono, barely visible behind the tree trunks. Kayla Morrison had been researching old-growth forests. Benjamin pulled up her research proposal from the case file he'd downloaded earlier. She'd been specifically interested in the ecological history of the Pacific Northwest, particularly the impact of early 20th century Japanese immigration on forest management practices. Her research had focused on the areas around Lake Crescent, where a small Japanese fishing and logging community had existed in the early 1900s before being displaced during World War II. Benjamin opened a new browser window and searched for Japanese fishing community Lake Crescent. The search results loaded slowly over the station's satellite internet connection. Several historical society articles appeared, documenting the settlement that had once existed near what was now the Spruce Railroad Trail. The community had been small, maybe 30 families, but thriving until the internment camps. Everyone had been forced to leave in 1942. Their homes had been burned, their possessions confiscated. Most never returned. One article included photographs. Benjamin scrolled through them. Grainy black and white images of families, fishing boats, simple wooden structures. And then he stopped scrolling. The photograph was dated 1941, taken by a visiting missionary. It showed a group of women in traditional clothing standing near the lakeshore. In the back row, partially obscured by the others, was a young woman in a white kimono. The caption identified her as Emiko Nakamura, age 23, who had died under mysterious circumstances in September 1941, just months before the evacuation. The resemblance to the figure Benjamin had seen on the trail was unmistakable. He clicked on the article about Emiko Nakamura's death. The details were sparse. She'd been found in the forest near what was now the Spruce Railroad Trail, dead of exposure despite the warm September weather. Local authorities had ruled it suicide, but the Japanese community had insisted otherwise. They'd claimed she was murdered, that her death was the result of anti-Japanese sentiment that was already running high before Pearl Harbor. There had been an investigation, but nothing conclusive. Emiko had been buried in a small cemetery that the community maintained, and then a year later everyone had been sent to internment camps, and the cemetery had been abandoned, eventually consumed by the forest as the land returned to federal control. Benjamin sat back in his chair, his mind racing. A Uri. That's what he'd seen. A vengeful spirit from Japanese folklore, the ghost of someone who'd died with extreme trauma or injustice, unable to rest. Uri appeared as they had at death. Emiko's white kimono would have been her funeral clothing. They manifested in places connected to their death or their anguish, and they were known for their obsessive focus on whatever wrong had been done to them. But Uri were stories, folk tales. They weren't real, except Benjamin had seen her, had felt the cold that accompanied her presence, had experienced the primal terror that his sensitivity recognized as genuine supernatural danger. He looked at the photograph again, frame 14, taken days before Kayla Morrison disappeared. Had Kayla seen the Uri too? Was that what had happened to her? The research proposal suggested she'd been investigating the old Japanese settlement. She would have found the same historical articles, maybe made the same connections. Had she gone looking for the abandoned cemetery? Had she found something that triggered Emiko's manifestation? Benjamin's radio crackled to life, static at first, then a voice, female speaking Japanese. The words were rapid, urgent, repeating in a loop. He didn't understand the language, but the emotion was clear. Rage, grief, an accusation or a curse, spoken with such venom that the radio speaker distorted, then English breaking through the Japanese. "Help me." Kayla Morrison's voice, distant and hollow. "Please, help me. She won't let me." Static drowned out the rest. Benjamin grabbed the radio. "Kayla? Kayla Morrison, where are you?" The Japanese voice again, louder now, the words bleeding together into a sound that was no longer quite language. The radio speaker started smoking. Benjamin dropped it as the plastic casing cracked, the components inside melting from heat that shouldn't have been possible from a simple battery-powered device. The Japanese voice continued even as the radio died, echoing from the walls of the station, from the windows, from inside Benjamin's own head. The lights went out. Emergency backup should have kicked in immediately, but the station remained dark. Benjamin grabbed his flashlight, but when he pressed the switch, nothing happened. Dead battery. Impossible. He'd checked it an hour ago. He fumbled for his backup light, clicked it on. The beam was weak, barely penetrating the darkness. Something moved past the window. A flash of white fabric, long black hair. Benjamin's sensitivity exploded with warning so intense it was physically painful, like knives scraping along every nerve. She was here. Emiko Nakamura's Uri had followed him from the trail to the station, and now she was outside, circling, looking for a way in. The temperature inside the station dropped. Benjamin could see his breath. Ice formed on the inside of the windows, crystalline patterns spreading across the glass like fractures. He backed toward the center of the room, his weak flashlight beam darting from window to window. White fabric flashed past each one in turn, impossibly fast movement, or multiple figures, or the same figure existing in multiple places simultaneously. The front door handle turned, slowly, deliberately. Benjamin had locked it. He was certain he'd locked it. But the handle continued turning, the lock mechanism clicking uselessly. The door swung open. Emiko Nakamura stood in the doorway. Her kimono was pristine now, the white fabric glowing with that same phosphorescent light. Her hair hung in perfect black sheets, parted slightly over her face. Benjamin could see her eyes through the gaps, dark pools that reflected his flashlight beam like an animal's eyes catching headlights. Her mouth opened, revealing darkness inside, and she spoke. "Tasukete, help me." But it wasn't her voice. It was Kayla Morrison's voice coming from the Yurei's mouth, distorted and wrong, like audio played through corrupted speakers. Benjamin's training had nothing for this. His rational mind had nothing for this. Only his sensitivity had an answer, and that answer was pure primal terror. But beneath the terror was something else, a strange clarity. The Yurei wasn't here for him. She was here because of Kayla. Because Kayla had disturbed something, discovered something, and now she was trapped. "Where is she?" Benjamin's voice shook. "Where's Kayla Morrison?" Emiko tilted her head at an angle that would have broken a living person's neck. Her mouth moved, but the sound came from everywhere, echoing off the walls. "She sought truth. She found burden. Now she carries what I cannot release." "What burden? What truth?" The Yurei glided forward, her feet not quite touching the floor. Benjamin backed away until he hit the desk. Emiko raised one hand, her fingers too long and too pale, and pointed at the laptop. The screen flickered to life despite being closed. It opened on its own, the display showing not the desktop but photographs. Dozens of them, hundreds, scrolling rapidly. All showing the same scene from different angles. A grave, overgrown and forgotten, marked with a simple wooden post. "He burned the truth," Emiko's voice said through Kayla's throat. "He buried the lie. She dug too deep." The photograph stopped scrolling, freezing on a single image. The grave marker was visible now, the kanji carved into the wood still legible despite decades of weathering. Benjamin couldn't read it, but the date was clear. September 1941. Emiko Nakamura's grave. The screen changed. New photographs now, recent ones, clearly taken by Kayla Morrison on her digital camera. They showed the same grave excavated, the wooden marker lying beside a disturbed patch of earth, and in the hole where the grave should have been, nothing. Empty earth, no bones, no evidence of burial. The grave was false. "He told them suicide," Emiko said. "He told them shame. He buried nothing. He hid everything." Benjamin understood. Emiko Nakamura hadn't committed suicide. She'd been murdered, and whoever killed her had claimed she'd buried herself in shame when in reality there had been no burial at all. Her body had been hidden somewhere else, her grave a lie, and the truth had been lost when the Japanese community was forced into internment camps. Everyone who'd known the truth had been scattered or silenced. For 70 years, Emiko's Yurei had remained unable to rest because she'd never been properly mourned, never been given the rights that her culture demanded. And Kayla Morrison had found the empty grave, had disturbed it, had triggered something. "Where is Kayla?" Benjamin asked again. Emiko's figure began to flicker like a corrupted video signal. Behind her, the doorway showed not the parking area but something else. A forest that looked almost but not quite like the Olympic rainforest. The trees were too dense, the darkness too complete. And hanging from the branches were strips of white fabric, hundreds of them, like prayer papers or funeral markers. "She walks where I walk," Emiko said. "She sees what I see. She cannot leave until I can leave. You understand, you feel?" His sensitivity. She was talking about his sensitivity. She knew he could feel the wrongness, could perceive what others couldn't. That's why she'd appeared in his photograph. Why she'd led him here. She needed someone who could bridge both worlds, the rational and the supernatural. "How do I help her?" Benjamin asked. "How do I help both of you?" "Find the bones." Emiko's voice was fading, becoming harder to hear over a sound like wind through trees. "Give them proper rest. Tell the truth. Let me go." "Where are the bones?" The Yurei's mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, revealing not darkness now, but a glimpse of that other forest, the one behind her in the doorway. And hanging from a Sitka spruce in that impossible forest was Kayla Morrison, suspended by strips of white fabric, her eyes open but unseeing, trapped in the same liminal space where Emiko's spirit remained bound. "Where he left me," Emiko whispered. "Where the water turns black and nothing grows." The Yurei vanished. The lights in the station flickered back on. The temperature rose to normal. Benjamin stood alone in the middle of the room, his heart hammering, his hands shaking so badly he had to grip the desk to stay upright. The laptop screen showed only the desktop now, the photographs gone. But they'd been real. He'd seen them. More importantly, his sensitivity had recognized their truth, where the water turns black and nothing grows. Benjamin pulled up a topographic map of the Olympic National Park on his laptop. Lake Crescent was oligotrophic, exceptionally clear and pure, fed by snowmelt and springs. But there were a few places where the water darkened, where the depth increased suddenly, and the bottom dropped away into cold thermoclines where no plants could survive. One such place was the Devil's Punch Bowl, a deep spot on the northern shore not far from where the Spruce Railroad Trail ran. The historical articles had mentioned the Japanese settlement was near there. Before the trail existed, before the railroad, there had been fishing camps along that stretch of shore. The Devil's Punch Bowl would have been known to the community, a dangerous spot where several drownings had occurred over the years. Benjamin grabbed his rain gear and his emergency kit. He took a coil of rope from the supply closet, a waterproof flashlight, and his diving mask from the search and rescue equipment locker. The rational part of his mind told him this was insane, that he should wait for morning, call for backup, let professionals handle it. But he knew with absolute certainty that morning would be too late. Kayla Morrison was trapped in whatever liminal space Emiko's Yurei inhabited, and every moment he delayed pushed her further from the world of the living. The rain had lightened to a drizzle when he reached the Devil's Punch Bowl access point, a narrow trail that branched off from the Spruce Railroad Trail and wound down to the lake shore. The water was black under the overcast sky, lapping gently against the rocks. Benjamin could see why the place had earned its name. The shore dropped off sharply here, the water deepening from ankle deep to over 100 feet within just a few yards of the beach. He secured the rope to a sturdy Sitka spruce and tied the other end around his waist. The water would be cold, probably 50 degrees even in October, but he'd searched these waters before in winter conditions. He could handle it. He had to handle it. Benjamin waded into the lake, the cold biting through his waterproof gear. The bottom disappeared beneath him after just 3 steps, and suddenly he was swimming, the rope playing out behind him. He dove, pulling himself down hand over hand along the rope, his flashlight cutting through the murky water. The lake bottom here was a jumble of boulders and sunken logs, creating caves and crevices where light rarely penetrated. His flashlight beam caught something white. Benjamin pulled himself closer. Bones. A skull wedged between 2 rocks. The rest of the skeleton scattered by decades of water movement. And wrapped around the bones, twisted through the rib cage and around the femurs, were strips of white fabric, the remains of a kimono, preserved by the cold, dark water. Emiko Nakamura. Murdered and dumped in the lake 70 years ago, hidden where no one from her community would find her, her grave on land a false marker planted to disguise the crime. Benjamin's lungs were burning. He grabbed the skull carefully, reverently, and kicked toward the surface. He breached gasping, the cold water streaming off his face. The shore was maybe 20 feet away. He swam for it, the skull cradled against his chest, the rope guiding him back. He collapsed on the rocky beach, shivering violently. The skull rested beside him, empty eye sockets staring at the sky. Benjamin pulled out his radio. Miraculously, it worked now. the earlier damage somehow reversed. "This is Ranger Reeves. I need Sayar at the Devil's Punch Bowl. I've found human remains, and I need someone to search for a missing person who may be in critical condition." The response was immediate. Help was coming. Benjamin looked at the skull and whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry no one found you sooner." The air around him changed. Not cold this time, but warm. A presence that his sensitivity registered not as threat, but as release. Emiko Nakamura's Yurei appeared one final time, standing at the water's edge. But she looked different now, younger, her expression peaceful rather than anguished. She bowed deeply, the gesture full of gratitude and relief. Then she turned and walked into the forest, her figure fading with each step until she was gone. The forest lightened, literally lightened, as if a shadow that had been hanging over this stretch of shoreline for 7 decades had finally lifted. Benjamin could hear birds singing. He hadn't even realized they'd been silent. The morning sun broke through the clouds, turning the water of Lake Crescent from black to its usual crystalline blue. SAR arrived within 40 minutes. They found Kayla Morrison half a mile from the Devil's Punch Bowl, unconscious but alive, suffering from severe hypothermia and dehydration. She'd been missing for 8 days, but she looked like she'd been wandering for weeks. Her field notes, recovered from her backpack, documented her discovery of the empty grave and her theories about what had happened to Emiko Nakamura. The last entry was dated October 6th, the day she'd disappeared. "Something is watching me. Something in white. I can hear her crying." Kayla recovered in Seattle after 2 weeks in the hospital. She had no memory of the 8 days she'd been missing, just fragmented images of a dark forest and a woman in white who kept showing her things. Photographs, memories, truths that needed to be witnessed. The doctors attributed her survival to luck and the relatively mild October weather. Benjamin knew better. The remains from the Devil's Punch Bowl were identified through dental records as Emiko Nakamura. The FBI opened a cold case investigation into her death, though the murderer, if he'd ever existed, was long dead himself. Emiko's bones were returned to her surviving family in California, descendants of her brother who'd gone to the internment camps and never returned to Washington. She was given proper funeral rites according to her family's Buddhist traditions and cremated, her ashes scattered in the ocean according to her brother's wishes. Benjamin wrote a detailed report about finding the remains, carefully omitting any mention of Yurei or supernatural manifestations. He stuck to the facts that could be verified, the historical research that had led him to search the Devil's Punch Bowl, the evidence of an old crime, the successful recovery of a missing person. His supervisors praised his dedication and intuition. The Seattle Times ran a story about the ranger who'd solved a 70-year-old murder and saved a missing hiker's life. But Benjamin knew the truth. He'd learned that his sensitivity wasn't a curse or a malfunction, but a real perception of genuine phenomena that existed outside the boundaries of scientific rationalism. The walls he'd built to suppress that sensitivity crumbled completely during those hours at the Devil's Punch Bowl, and he'd never been able to rebuild them. Now he felt everything, every cold spot, every place where the boundary between worlds wore thin, every presence that wasn't quite human. He transferred to a different park 6 months later, unable to shake the feeling that the forests around Lake Crescent were watching him, waiting to see if he'd help the next spirit that needed release. His last night at the Fairholme station, he found a photograph slipped under his door. He didn't remember taking it, didn't recognize the location, but in the center of the image, barely visible between 2 trees, was a figure. Not Emiko Nakamura this time. Someone else. Another face that needed to be found. Another truth that needed to be told. Benjamin looked at the photograph for a long time. Then he filed it carefully in his desk drawer, knowing he'd never stop searching for the stories hidden in the dark places. His sensitivity had made him vulnerable, but it had also made him necessary. Some debts could only be paid by those who could perceive them, and some truths could only be uncovered by people willing to acknowledge that reality was far stranger and more terrible than rational minds wanted to admit. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened.